Hello, my dear viewers. It'll just be 1 second to pull everything up. Sorry about the wait. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you for all those that waited patiently. Let me get this up. Yeah. Twitter. There we go. Boom. All right. I think we're set. Hello, my dear hive mind. Nice. Welcome, everybody. Tay, good to see you. Jamie, nearly called you Jaime again. Sorry. MDP official, neat one. And Lisa, good to see you all. Is there one dislike already? Oh no. Yeah, I think we know who it is. It's I don't think it's Bushcraft actually. I think it is. It's the other guy I was calling out there. It's what happens when you burn the candle at two ends, man. Now I get lots of enemies. It's okay, no big deal. It's good to see you all. We got some craziness. Listen, someone was telling me about possibly there's kind of a rift opening a little bit, but I think it might be just like the minor landslides that have been occurring. So we can take a look into that. If you have any news on that, let me know. I've been kind of racing around all day trying to get everything figured out. So if you have more information on that, just let me know. But I haven't seen any evidence that, like, you know, there's a rift opening or anything like that just yet. Not going to discount it, but I got a feeling that it might have been a misinterpretation of the landslides that were happening today, like the minor ones. It's okay when it comes from me. It's all right. Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Let's do I'll tell you what, because I got this little kitty now. Of course, right? Because everything was a little bit late starting up. He's like, oh yeah, this is the perfect time. So I'm just going to make sure he's okay and set up and everything, so he's not too ticked off at me. And just play a little music to start off. Once again, welcome everybody that's just coming in. As usual, Bushcraft Bear will be at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It has been a pretty crazy day for news. I would like to pull that up as well, but it will just be a few moments, and then we'll get into the old earthquake check. So I'll give you one of my videos just to start. I haven't done this in a long time, actually. Check it out. This is the rise and fall of Megan Rapinoe. Oh, started late. Let's do it again.
This World Cup. I know that you got a little stick when you were up here. Couple chants. I think that's a sign of infection, though, right? Like, everybody gets booed. Everybody in the position of power gets booed.
Get a freshly made footlong from Subway instead.
We look forward to holding those feet to the fire. This is my charge to everyone. We have to be better. We have to love more, hate less. We gotta listen more and talk less. We gotta know that this is everybody's responsibility. Every single person here. Every single person who's not here. Every single person who doesn't want to be here. Every single person who agrees and doesn't agree. It's our responsibility to make this world a better place. Equal pay! Equal pay!
It's a chant now linked forever to the 2019 U.S. women's soccer team. On the heels of their World Cup victory in France, the players are using their fame and platform to promote equal pay, not just for athletes, but for all working women.
It's very frustrating for us on the team, for women everywhere, I'm sure, to be feeling like they aren't getting paid what they should.
The U.S. women's team filed a gender discrimination lawsuit in March. Members were hoping mediation talks with the U.S. Soccer Federation would bring their pay in line with their male counterparts.
And it's not just about us, and it's not just about this moment.
But those Those talks fell apart, and now team leaders are planning to take their fight to court.
We are very confident that if this needs to go to litigation, that we have a great case because it's based on a very simple principle that we think is fair and right, and it is the law.
I have a question for all of you. So let's start first as a former national team player and just your reaction to the ruling.
Surprised, of course, frustrated.
Why do you suppose the judge sided against, I guess so he's not siding with, but went against the women here?
The reasons for that were, one, the women actually in this relevant period, which they're looking at, which is essentially the last 5 years. He said, one, the women made more on a gross standpoint and on a per game basis. And two, he said that their pay structure is very different. So we had injury protection, maternity protection, severance pay. And so there were a lot of other assurances we had in there. And it's a very different setup for the women. The judge obviously talked a lot about this in his judgment. And in his opinion, his 32-page opinion about that. So I think it was the fact that the women over the last 5 years made more money than the men. And two, that the pay structure was very different.
Then, as an analyst, there's no way this is pieced together than anything other than a loss for what the women had argued here.
Wow, what do you say after that one? Brutal, savage, wrecked, absolutely taken down.
More than some burritos.
Oh, nice.
Burritos? Get a freshly made footlongs from Subway instead, with crisp veggies on freshly baked bread. Just order in the app.
Oh, okay.
Try the oven roasted turkey with banana peppers for a little extra kick.
Okay, I get it.
Get a freshly made footlong from Subway instead.
Choose better, be better.
You're in big trouble though, pal. I eat pieces like you for breakfast.
You eat pieces for breakfast?
No.
Just up top, look at the player disparity. Okay, it was like over 10 times for the U.S. people. Look at that save. Beautiful save.
Megan Rapinoe almost bully players into kneeling because she really wants to stand up for something in her particular way.
The whole time you were in Tokyo, did you know that you were going to retire?
I hadn't made a final decision.
Did you tell your husband before you got on the plane to go to Tokyo that it was it?
No. Wanted to come out of there with a gold medal as well, but it's not just about us, and it's not just about this moment.
Gilmore, you suck, you jackass.
And it's not just about us, and it's not just about this moment.
I, the Justice of Jupiter. Welcome everybody to the stream. This is the Avidan Red Rocks and Red Pills live stream. I learned how to say it this time. Hello to everybody that's in chat, just came in. That it was the rise and fall of Megan Rapinoe. Well, you know, I don't have a problem with ladies in sports. In fact, I love ladies in sports. It's great. My sister was huge in sports. She was a great hockey player. It was actually, you know what, I'll tell you right now, one of the coolest things in the world was being a brother to go see her hockey game. And there was one time, she was a defenseman, right? So she played a lot in the defense, you're often by the boards a lot. You're always, it's really down and dirty kind of stuff. And she was playing with guys. And I'll never forget this. There was two guys kind of picking on her, I guess. Like, well, not really picking on her, but they're in the corner, like right behind the net, right where like the boards start turning. And they were coming after her, and she did this little slide skate so that she missed both of them, and she smoked both of them. They both fell down, and she came out with the puck. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I was so proud. It was so cool. So yeah, I got no problem with that kind of stuff, but the crap that they're getting on with is ruining all sports, not just women's sports. And we need to call that stuff out. We need to call that stuff out indeed. Yeah. It's good to see you all coming in there now. We got Charles DeRose. We have MVP Official, Maverick Music, and Ghost Builders also coming in too. We got Shy Eyes to See. It's good to see you, my friend. It's been a while, actually. I mean, well, I think I saw you a couple times there recently, but it's great to see you as a returning regular. And everybody else that's in, sorry if I missed anybody. He was giving her the stink eye. Oh, dude, that look. I know. That look is my favorite. The guy's just like, what is she getting on with? Oh, man. I know. That was my favorite part of the whole video, to be honest. And I don't know if you saw, like, de Blasio and Mr. Touchy-Feely Cuomo, Jesuit Touchy-Feely Cuomo. He was there, and he was embracing women and all that kind of stuff, right? But apparently, it only goes skin deep, right? Especially with people like Cuomo. And I think that's what I'm calling out there. It has nothing to do with women in sports. It's about this skin deep BS support that they give when it's really just ruining the entire thing, yeah. Anyways, let's get into it. I got an earthquake update for you. Things are getting pretty crazy. Just 1 second. There's going to be a little bit of a delay. Hold on. Okay, let me pull it up. Welcome everybody to the show. It's been a crazy couple days. It's almost hard to follow it all. I'm going to try my best for you. We got the latest earthquakes here. Make them say, All right. It has cooled down a little bit. There have been some intervals in between some heavy earthquakes, but what I want to show you guys here. Wow, things have been really picking up, to be honest. Look at all these quakes that are over 30. Look at all of them happening here now. That means magma's entering in. Means buckle up, okay? So you got 34, 37, 33, 30, 3.1 at a 3.3 and a 3.0. But then you come down here. Look at this. Look at this. This is more or less like, well, this is still a little bit too much, to be honest with you. But this is what we normally see. Like, you cut out maybe one or two of them. And this is normal for the most part, except a little bit too many in between. And like the intervals are really short. But down here, look, 36, 34, 35, 38, 36, 35, 5, 33, and a 40 at 4.7. Let's just double check, see if they've reviewed this. Still not reviewed. They're just going to pretend it didn't exist. So I expect that to be OIVE'd, OIVEI'd, but according to the reports, I was reading them, it was felt as a 4 in intensity. I doubt it was a 4. It was happening over to the east side, which was kind of weird, actually. So he says, very intense earthquake. First I heard the neighboring building crunch, and then my building. Can you imagine that? Can you freaking imagine that? And I mean, he's in Breña Alta, which is just... it's just east of the Cumbre Vieja. And there's lots of... They were worried about like lava flowing down there since the south one opened up, because it kind of seems like it could find its way down to the east side, and that would be really dangerous for the airport and things like that in that area. Then we have noted by many at the La Palma airport. Total shudder. Total and shaking. I think that word is the best way that we can put it over. Like just crazy shaking. Incredible. All the house moves. The floor shook twice, a lot. It lasted about 3 to 4 seconds. You could feel it very well. Island of El Hierro, municipality border, lying down. I was awakened by the movement of the bed. 100 kilometers from the epicenter. Think about that. I don't know. Like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was like an error or something like that. I don't know how far El Hierro is, but I mean it's not. It can't be 100 kilometers. It can't be. But still, even still, it's pretty insane what's going on down there, and they still haven't reviewed it. They just you can't acknowledge it if you've never reviewed it, right? I guess. Let's see if any of these other ones have just been not source parameter provided by, and so it's not even like touched or anything like that. Yeah, interesting. They all just gave up on the earthquakes today, even though we just had this is the largest amount of deep earthquakes in a single swarm. This all happened within about an hour, just a little over an hour of each other, and there was much more afterwards, right? There was that 34 after, 36, a 30, right? This just keeps on going, keeps on going. That's telling us you need to buckle up over there in La Palma, because you know the government ain't helping. I don't mean to even laugh at that. It is ridiculous, actually, but yeah, we're going to have another rough few days. Nothing's going to be getting any better from what that report is telling us right now. So that's the earthquake report for the day. We will have this, you can keep your eye on this right here. It'll, whenever there is an earthquake coming in, it will show. Cool. So that's it. That's it for that one there. And we have good old TV La Palma. Consider actually going over there and donating to these guys, to be honest with you. The people of La Palma, I mean, they would come first. If I could find you a decent donation site, if someone found one since yesterday, let me know. We can go through it. But these guys are the only ones that are really speaking truth, giving an actual voice to the locals. Now, I know this is in Spanish, but what you're hearing is a live call-in show and other interviews with like actual people, as opposed to just Bushcraft Bear saying that he interviewed a local, a young girl local or whatever. And of course, we will be covering Bushcraft Bear, and that'll be in about 45 minutes. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. See what's happening. If I could have just asked you the one time, if you could just hit like, maybe share it out to somewhere that you might think might be of value to people, I'd really appreciate it. That way it kind of keeps the algorithm going up, because they aren't going to be pushing me up. I promise you that. I promise you that. I bust too much crap. Well, actually, everybody busts too much crap here. It's really become a really great group. And if anybody has a link to the Discord, I can't open it right now. I'm just fearing that I will crash a little bit. But if you have a link to the Discord and invite, you can just press the little drop down box up top by the Redpills and Volcanoes, and there should be an invite link. I'll pop it right up there for you. We have more information on deformation. Okay, let me take a look. Welcome back, Christina. Good to see you. Good to see you. Just 1 second. Pull this up. By the way, I actually just got Twitter. And, well, I got it back anyways. I haven't been on in ages, but I just made a new account. It is at Avidan YouTube, and you can add me there. I'll retweet this here, and we can look at the inflation, because things are pretty crazy, as you guys probably have heard already. Well, let me see if I can make this just a little more palatable for the audience there. Take a look at this. The red means, it usually means it's going up. Oh, I see why he thinks it was, yeah. And then we have the deformation that is usually what occurs on either end, or at least one of the ends of inflation. Usually that does happen. As it gets pulled upwards, the other sides tend to go down a little bit. But the displacement that you see here is right where we've been seeing all the earthquakes happen. Right there, it's on the west side. That's not very good. I mean, I still don't think that there's going to be a major tsunami landslide kind of thing going on there, but that is the place that we're worried about. That is like that chunk. So, you don't want that happening. And furthermore, this is quite weird, to be honest with you. I don't know if this is where we're up to now 30 centimeters, but over the past, I think it's 2 days, because earlier it was up to like 16, and then now it's up for a single day. I think it's 30 centimeters in some places in total. This may be a day-to-day count. Yeah, displacement. This is displacement over the past couple days. So that's something to bear in mind. We were looking at as much as 30 centimeters up. The most I've seen before was like 9 or 10. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was a certain one that was taken down that it could be a little bit higher, but 30 centimeters in some places, that is pretty scary. I know it sounds like a small amount. That's like, what, I don't know, around 10 inches, something like that. It doesn't seem that big, but trust me, in geology terms, for ground displacement, that is no joke. Okay, and that might just continue even more, because we just saw those earthquakes. We just saw these here. So, yeah, check that out. She does have the link below. Thank you very much for bringing that in, Christina. I really appreciate that. because I had a little bit of trouble starting up, as you know, I was a bit late. So we're just between low term and average duration expectancy. Let's see. Just want to double check. Duration. Oh, intervals in time. Sorry about that. Yeah, the we can actually take another second look on that. Hold on. The intervals, yeah, I didn't really talk about that too much. One thing I will say definitely is that, like, over the past couple days, it really hasn't, these earthquakes really haven't let up, okay? There was very little time in between the two. And now we do see some breaks in between. So let's, that is actually something that's worthwhile to note. We haven't had one in almost half an hour from what we see here. Okay, and there have been many times where there's a half an hour in between, which has now become kind of the abnormal. Sometimes we're seeing, like, for 24 hours straight, there's an earthquake every couple minutes. And that seems to be slowing down a little bit, but I don't expect that to remain that way, okay? Due to the fact that we're seeing all of these. Look at this. How many was it in total in this cluster? Hold on. So 505. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Nope. No. One of those is Crete. So 12. 12 within an hour and a half, roughly. That is huge. The other ones, there was a swarm like this on the 22nd and on the 23rd, and there was about 8. It was around 8 each time. This one is the worst swarm that I've seen so far, and it included that big mama, the 40 at 40 kilometers depth at 4.7 ml Richter scale. So yeah, I believe that's what you're addressing there. It might be above my pay grade, duration. Like I said, it's been a while. I'm not a geologist. I'm not an expert. I do have some study under my belt, that's for sure. But if I'm missing something on what you just tried to say, let me know, okay? La Palma, 55 to 84 days. I guess that's what they're believing the max duration will be. Oh, duration of the whole thing. Yeah, I heard that they're thinking it might even be longer than what they were saying before. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't disagree. From what we're seeing, it looks like this is just getting worse and worse. You know, so it's usually a gradual come down, like a decrescendo that happens. I got a good video. Someone just gave me a flyby video. You guys gotta see this if you aren't on the Discord. Hold on. Did someone bring up the Discord link for the people that are just coming in? If you could, I'd really appreciate it, because I just can't get into Discord right now without risking a crash. But you gotta see this. Hold on. Rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll. Oh, I gotta make it a media source. Hold on. Now I got that stuck in my head now for the next whatever. Yeah, the Gary Glitter song, the old pedo. Yeah. Actually, I brought that up I used it for that reason, because he doesn't get any money from that, by the way. His estate gets no money from that. So it's the best part. It's the best part. And I could also talk about how Gary Glitter is a pedo. We were just talking about him yesterday with Jimmy Savile. All right, might be a bit loud on the first go. Just bear with me. Look at this big mama. This shot is crazy. Yeah, turn it down a bit. Actually, doesn't really matter. The sound is okay. Look at this go. Crazy, crazy stuff. I'll let that play a few times. Sorry if that got in your way. This person is pretty dope with that. Oh. I need to put it on loop, I guess. One more time. We'll just play it one more time. It'll go away. This is pretty recent, too, I'm pretty sure. Look at that. Yeah, I bet you they nearly lost that. I don't know. Is this like a CGI or something? That looks too good to be a drone. Look at this guy go, if it is. This is like jet air pilot or whatever. Like a fighter jet pilot. I mean, they got a lot of military there, so maybe, you know. Let's pull this down. But crazy footage, isn't it? Discord, perfect. Thank you very much for getting that link. I really appreciate that, Jamie. I have that pin in there. Check out that Discord, guys, for those that are new. This is like the place to go for the info. Like, really, I almost never have to leave to get the information I need. Everybody is just kicking butt in there. It's really cool to see. Thank you very much for everybody that contributes. Yeah, I know. Isn't that sick? I'm going to have to figure out how to loop this. Hold on. Give me a second. Play that for a little bit. Just keep people in here like that. Hold on. Show nothing when playback ends. I'll take that off. Put this up. Maybe I'll turn it down just a little bit too, like the speed, so you get a good view. Just a little bit. Isn't that dope? I'll take off the other one. Perfect. Still got. You even got that in the way. It's not even. It's like the best video ever. Probably the best one we've seen. Crazy stuff. Oh my gosh. Now, that gives us a really good view too. It shows that the south side lava flow at the end of this video, it shows that it does meet back up with the with this, or with the regular flow. So that might be a good thing. Might be a good thing. Boom. Yeah, we'll keep that looping just for a little bit. Keep people in here, you know. So what do you got to say in chat, folks? What do you got to say? The link in the vid, if someone can grab, I downloaded it. I'm sorry. I was like, this can't go. So I don't know if I have have it on hand at the moment. I believe that was brought to my attention by Lisa. And if maybe she can drop that as well, if that's okay. Yeah, it is. This is probably the best video that we have of to date. Great picture of the volcano and the lightning. I don't know if I can get into it if it's Discord just yet. Maybe on my little breaker there, I can just double check to see if I can get in. Thanks again, Jamie, for dropping that Discord, and I'm sorry that I missed everybody that I posted. I'm sorry. Came across some today around 22nd of September. They said the volcano can take 24 to 84 days, geometric mean of about 55 days. Yeah. And that 24, that went away pretty quick. They were like, no, this is staying. This is staying around for a while. And I know that they have said like Christmas, but I got a feeling they were saying it could stay for months. Now, I don't know if that's in total, but I have a feeling we're going right into December with this. This ain't going anywhere. Western Texas, 3.5 just now. Any Texans in here? Yeah, let us know. Let us know. Klaus Drastrup says, welcome to the channel, by the way. Or, well, I mean, you've been here for a while, but welcome in the chat. Official warning of landslides and stronger earthquakes. There was a 4.7 this afternoon. Yep, and they said that was like the strongest one so far. Like many people are saying that was the strongest one so far. We can take a look at that video. Hold on. Oh, the old Bushcraft Bear. We got half an hour before Bushcraft. Thank you very much for popping that one up for me, actually. That's good. We'll have that ready to go. But yeah, we like having a chat about Bushy, usually around the same time, because I know a lot of people come in for that one reason. I don't want to keep them hanging or whatever and do it all before they know. Dr. Pepperoni, good to see you. Yeah, sketchy indeed. That 3.8 earlier first came in as a 3.6. Seems like a big correction. Yeah, and they can do that, but that is a massive correction. That's probably, I don't know, man. That could be about twice the difference, really. In a Spaniard publication I found, that earthquake as a 5.0, they are confused too. So there's a couple different scales that they've been using. This is the thing. We haven't really talked about this too much. 1 second. ML versus MBLG. Seismic scales. Rock and roll, rock and roll. We can see that. Let's bring that down here. Bushcraft Bear is still a terrible actor. Oh boy, I'm gonna be a little bit too cheeky sometimes. So let's see. This is too big. Got an abstract here. I don't have access to it. Then why show it to me? Ah, well, you know, there's an abstract. So the MBLG magnitude developed by Nutley for the central United States is adapted to other regions of the world by incorporating a specific term for the spatial coefficient of a little bit anelastic attenuation. 1 second. I'm going to have to elastic attenuation. In reflection seismology, the anelastic attenuation factor, often expressed by seismic quality factor or Q, which is inversely proportional to attenuation factor, quantifies the effects of anelastic attenuation of the seismic wavelet produced by fluid movement and grain bound. Okay, all right. I see why they might do this one as opposed to the Richter scale. So on the because this is a network of chambers, I got a feeling that's why they like using this one, because this is a magma hotspot as opposed to a subduction zone, and or a fault, like an actual, like a fault line like in San Andreas. So that's probably why they use this one instead, because it can probably detect how the magma flowing down below can rip through parts of like the chamber, the dikes and stuff like that, and it can sometimes probably give you a little bit more of an accurate assessment. My guess, because this earthquake, this big mama, I'm pretty sure that's coming in as an ML, yeah, which is Richter scale. Usually the MBLG comes in a little bit higher, so that could be. Is that the one you're talking about, or are you thinking that the 3.6 is like that as well, or sorry, the other one that you were mentioning? I got a feeling that's why you see it as a 5.0. I don't know why we're not getting the information on it. Maybe they just don't even want to touch it. They don't even want to touch this stuff just for the psychological well-being of the people of La Palma. Right? That's usually their excuse. So let's go back to this now. We got the anelastic attenuation. So it's talking, like, relating to how it can erode, like, the surfaces and things like that. Using region-specific values, MBLG values are determined for earthquakes occurring near the seismic stations. Comparison of MBLG values with published ML magnitudes, which is Richter, shows that these two magnitude scales are essentially equivalent between magnitudes 3 to 5. I don't know. I usually see the MBLG come in a little higher. Because of this observation, we now have a direct way of comparing eastern and western United States earthquake sizes for the purpose of adapting Western strong motion databases to the east, and also for understanding teleseismic magnitude biases. Okay, yeah. And if you use both of them, I guess you can kind of come to a better conclusion. Maybe that's why we're getting a lot of corrections at once, because they're comparing the two of them. I suppose that's a plausible explanation. But for us, trying to figure out what's on the go, the lay person or whatever, we end up getting quite confused when these things shift around a lot. Now, one thing I will say is that it only made one correction since. So I think it was just the ML stations coming in. But I hope that kind of explains stuff there for you on that. Let's see. Hello all, how's it flowing? Good to see you, Ed. Right now, I mean, it's flowing pretty well, as we can see. She's pretty popping. She's pretty popping, as you can see on Base TV La Palma right here. Take a look at this footage. A little choppy, I'll get this off the screen too. Hold on. Whoa, did that just stop, or did he change the thing? He's trying to take a look at the lava, maybe? What's he thinking? What's he thinking there? He thinks that's moving behind the ridge? Very well could be. This thing is popping and flowing. Look how tall this is, actually. Quite intense. We have heard reports that it's as many as 500 or 600 meters. We're debating whether that was but I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look how high that's going up. This is very far away. The ridge that you're seeing right here is not the volcano. Or sorry, hold on. Let's try that again. The ridge right here that you see is not the volcano. That is actually a smaller mountain that is on the west side, and they have a sea view right there. And so they're quite far away. They're not zoomed in like the other ones. And look how high it goes, or it was up to here at one point. So yeah, let's get this back. Maybe make that a little smaller just in case it doesn't block other stuff. We don't really need the left side of the earthquake watcher. No. Newest BCB throwing official landslide warnings. Oh boy, nice. Everything is normal landslide. Yeah. Sailor Jupiter in that video. Yeah, I can see that. Welcome to all those coming in. You are looking at the live footage of the eruption that is taking place. Just look how tall this is. We'll see that pop up now. Look at that. Oh my gosh. So I think down at the bottom left, the right screen on that part, is a little bit of a delay. So you can kind of get a replay. And it goes higher than that. We're thinking, we've seen that they're saying 600 meters. I don't know if it's quite that high. Which is like, what, a little over 1,800 feet? 1,900? I don't know. I don't think it's quite that high. My computer's pretty bumping here today. If you got any other videos you'd like to send in, please go ahead and do it. I'm starting to go through the chat as much as possible there now. I fell so behind in the chat last time. Sorry, guys. I try my best. This is kind of my Friday here, too, so I'm like, oh. Tomorrow off, by the way. Tomorrow off. But I will be in the Discord chilling, and we'll probably do some live streaming in there, just kind of chilling. A little bit more relaxed. Hive mind. UFO Secret, welcome, my friend. Have yourself a wrench, and that way you can pass on links, just like the rest of them. Sorry, I've let you go that far. My bad. Yep, and anybody else that's coming in, we try and keep as open a chat as possible, including having even the craziest sometimes of suggestions, because that's the way that we come to learn the truth. We scrutinize everything from all sides, and we're not afraid of anything. So if you don't like that, probably not the best place for you. But if you do, if you are sick of the other places that are trying to tell you that you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, this might be the place you want to stay. And you are more than welcome to do any chats whatsoever. If you need a wrench, just let me know. Just type in my name, and I'll find you a little bit faster that way. Link in the vid. That's awesome. All right, CBS from Christina. Regarding CBS mess up, if I had my tinfoil hat on, I would say they believe most tinfoil hat. They believe most people do not know where La Palma is located. So for those who don't, that may help alleviate fears of a tsunami. Interesting. I don't know. Could be. Let's see. East Coast. Just want to make sure I don't miss any good stuff here. Marla Toomer. Good to see you. You know, that's actually a pretty good suggestion, because, you know, I've been ragging on the like the MSM consumption a little bit too much. Like, it's not as balanced as it should be, right? So you got the people that are trying to just tell everybody that everything's fine, everything's normal and stuff like that. But in the back end, we got a couple kooks, don't we? We got a couple kooks, and I have no problem, you know, discussing things. But when it seems so obviously injected, then that's a problem. Especially, you know, if I'm calling out one side, maybe I should be calling out the other side a little bit more. And that's why I wanted to kind of do those videos as well, because I know how it works. We're dealing with a lot of censorship. We're dealing with a lot of sentiment that we're not being told the truth. And people are going to want to take advantage of that. So, yeah, I think it's actually a pretty good idea to maybe do that. It doesn't have to be that guy, that off-grid, what is it, off-grid desert farming? I don't know. I never watched him before, but yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we will. He has laid off the volcano videos over the past 24 hours, though, so I did notice that part. Ooh, this is interesting up here. We got the sulfate. I just want to actually pull this up just real quick. Real quick. I'll go back to live in 1 second. Look at all of this. This I would assume is sulfate. Yeah. So sulfur dioxide. Look at that go. So I think it stretches out very far into the Atlantic Ocean as well. I've heard that when there was the big amount, I think around 20K tons a couple of weeks ago, that reached over in Puerto Rico and they had poor air quality due to that. If I'm not mistaken, there were reports of it. And now we're looking at 50,000 tons a day at certain points. Like that outflow of that, which is more than twice as what we saw a couple weeks ago. And you can see this now. The wind is taking it in to Morocco and what's that place called? Marawi. I forget what it's called. There's like a country that's not even a country there, right below Morocco. Morocco wants it, and Spain claims it, and they want to be their own country, and you know, that place there. So if their geopolitical problems aren't enough, then they got even more with that. So I'm getting a report in there saying it's down to almost 41,000 tons a day, which is still twice as much as what it was like last week at its peaks. Disregard the lava flow, okay? That has been 66 cubic meters a second since it started. So, you know, that's never changed ever since. I don't know why they keep putting that up there. I guess over at Far TV, they just want to make you think that everything's normal. We got some good winds. Usually their weather is okay. The winds are blowing it out to sea on the west side. So that's what we want to see, and we want to keep that going. We don't want it shifting away. Lava extension has reached 9 kilometers squared. I mean, we're looking at an ocean now. That was Lisa was saying it's not a river, it's an ocean, and that's 100% the case. I think we're looking at almost 70 kilometers, not 700. Yeah, 66 kilometers of roads destroyed. I do believe that there was more cutoffs here today from the landslides and things like that. So now we got to worry about that stuff. And they're saying 2,164 buildings destroyed. I bet you it's more than this. I bet you they're putting those numbers down, to be honest with you, that one specifically. We're dealing with an authoritarian government here over in Spain, and they want to keep those numbers on the hush-hush because they can't build places fast enough for them. CBS blunder, let's do it. I'm all about mainstream media blunders, folks. Thank you very much. You tickled my eyes. I don't know how you can tickle my eyes, but it's okay. Let me pull out the chat so I can watch you while I'm doing this. Rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll, rock. Almost there. Bottom one, you can just see it's over in the bottom left as well. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Oh, you know, I was looking at this before, maybe. You see? Oh, wrong La Palma. Good old CBS. Good old CBS. They were the one, if you were in the beginning, you watched the Rapinoe Rock or Megan Rapinoe. Or Rapino, whatever. The cucked reporter, he was from CBS, and yeah, good job there, guys. Good job. I think there's probably a La Palma there too, for all we know. But yeah, they got the wrong. Can you imagine that? This thing's been going on for 38 days now. Day 38. They can't get that right. Oh, great job. Great job. This is our reporters. These are the reporters that we have to deal with nowadays in freaking clown world. Always fun. Always fun indeed. Looks like we got some more earthquakes popping there. Hold on. We had a bit of a hiatus at a moment, and now it's lighting up the board again, so hold on. I'll pull that up. Thank you very much, Christina, for putting that in. That was a great one. Great one indeed. Guys got anything else? Let me know. This thing seems to be working pretty well here today. Let's pull up this board. Don't want to miss these earthquakes. The earthquakes are a big deal at this moment with the inflation. And by inflation, I mean the ground is being pushed up by the magma underneath. The compression that's underway, one from the magma way down there, it's pushing the chambers up, I think. And then on top of that, the lava coming up after, magma coming up, turning into lava. Lava is when the magma leaves out into the surface. It becomes, the term changes from magma to lava. So yeah, we do have a few more that have come in since the last check. 18 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, 31 minutes ago, 35 and 38 minutes ago. We have some successive ones in the main, the preloading chamber. Not the one that's right below the volcano, but down a little bit further. There's another chamber. And yeah, that one is rocking. That's telling us that the magma is popping and flowing down there after all of these really deep earthquakes that happen. See these? There's much more too on the next page, but I'll just keep it at that. This is likely in reaction to built up pressure. And we are seeing 9s and 10s again, which I know we see in 11 and 12s and stuff like that, but that preloading chamber, for lack of it's a stagnation chamber, but preloading chamber, I guess we'll just call it. That was from 11 to 14 at one point. Now we're seeing more 9s and 10s. So I'm wondering if the pressure from below is actually shifting this stuff. You know, I could be very wrong on it. It could be happening in the sills, but I don't know. Or happening in the dikes, but I think it's actually the sills are starting to get compressed upwards. I could be wrong on it, but there's something definitely up with these 9s and 10s, and sometimes there's 8s even. That's not where the chambers are, or at least not where they were. It's really hard. I don't want to mislead you guys, right? But there's something going on with this. Yeah. Yeah. So we're in for a bumpy ride tonight. We're in for a bumpy ride tomorrow, I would say. Okay, new lava flow. Heard they had to evacuate best known brothel on the island, Las Martellas. I hear La Palma is a nice place to visit. There might even be some new investment opportunities in the future. I don't think this is the best time to talk about tourism, to be honest. I think we have enough Bushcraft Bear videos and Guten Tag videos that talk about how nice it is and you should come see the volcano and things like that. The tourism is the last thing on my mind at the moment. The people of La Palma right now are being ignored by these people that are just lying to us. And I guess we got to figure that out. Well, they had to evacuate the best known brothel, so this is an interesting piece of information. Found it the MBLG, so that's on the, what was it called again? Rossetti? I don't know, whatever that scale was. Let's see. With an error rate of 0.3 in magnitude. Thank you very much. That was generated 1640, I guess, local time. So that was a little bit ago. Let's see if we can find it on 1640. Hold on. Pull up the map yet again, or the chart, I mean. Is this it? 1641. Why is there a testimony here? Sat on sofa, felt a wobble. That could be the one here. It's kind of weird. And we don't see anything like that, and it just shows up on somewhere else's scale. because these are all like automatically posted with information coming from seismographs. At least if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one indeed. Oh, where did this other one just go? The big one. Hold on. What just happened there? Where did the big one go? Is it down below? Page 2? Oh, did this get oived? Oh, they totally oived this. Hold on. I'll find it. I got it in my history here somewhere. Ridiculous. This one here. Refresh it. Why is it not popping up on that one? Weird. I'll have to keep my eye on that. Seems like something's funky going on here. What time was that one? 16:25, so it must be the first one on the next page. Better be there. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of error on the thing. We'll give them a moment and see that registers later. But the main thing is that we got there's no stoppage on these earthquakes. A little bit of an interval right now, but keeps on coming. Let's see what the chat has to say. What say you, chat? Man, those are towering over La Palma. Those lava ejections. Is the drone footage on Twitter or Discord? It's on Discord. Look for a golem, like Lord of the Rings golem, and then the thing posted up over that. Look for that on the Discord. Should be volcano footage, volcano info, something like that. That's anti-Semitic. No. It's OIVEI because there's a volcanic explosivity index. And they keep saying it's a 2 on that when it's obviously, at least in my opinion, it's higher. The only difference is the timeline, and it just hasn't met the timeline. I'm pretty sure every other criteria has been met, and they're just like, there's no evidence to say it's any bigger than a 2. So that's why we say oive, oivei. I'm not talking about any type of Semitic thing or anything. It's just vei. It got oived. Yeah, it's a little inside joke of the channel. So we got new love flow. I'll have to wait to get into the Discord. I'll get all the stuff that is Discord. If you have another link you want played and it's not on Discord at the moment, just make sure you have my name on it, and I'll be able to see it. Just like how Christina did, I was able to see my name in highlight, so I can pop it there. At what point do we discuss the volcano god? Well, let me tell you something. If you want to talk about a volcano god, 4chan, man, they have their like their bakes or whatever you want to call it, the general, and over there they definitely do the worship of the volcano god over there. It's funny to watch, I'm not gonna lie. The drone footage is insane. I know it can't be CGI, it's too good for CGI, but like the shots are like, there's one where like I don't know how it survived. It was just like whoop when there was like an eruption going on at that moment. I'll probably move this microphone a little further. Sorry, I think there's been some issues, haven't there? Look, yeah, it's up at this point. He gets ballsy with this. Oh my gosh. No, yeah, he should be back. Don't worry, that might happen from time to time, but we're okay. We're okay. I just gotta keep it a bit clean. All right, it's almost bushcraft time. I'm just going to take, as usual, just a little break. We go in for bushcraft. We got a little bit of music to play for you, I do believe. Stand by, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back with the bushy videos. I think we got 3 to do today, if we're not mistaken. I kind of want to look at that other, when he was being Professor Bushy. I kind of want to look at that a little bit more. Oh, it's been a while since we played this. This is the Gypsy Kings, Hotel California.
Por el camino del desierto, el viento me despeina, suave aroma de colita, nada del aire. Ella de lo lejos, una luz entera, la idea de mezclar. Bebí por en la noche, ella estaba a la entrada y la campana de sonar. Y me dijo ya mismo que esto puedo del cielo. Ella se dio una vela y nuestra del camino. Soy vos el corredor y yo te dije diciendo: Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Cuando vaya en el patio, perfuma de verano, a que viene para recordar y otra para olvidar. Le pide el capitán que sirva el vino y me dijo: no hemos tenido este alcohol. Desde sentí de 9, la voz se quede llamando, desde yo a despertar, la noche para decir: Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. En el espejo en el techo, champán en el hielo. Y ella dijo: somos todos prisioneros, por propia voluntad. Y a los 4 principales hacen su siesta, atacan a la bestia, pero no la logra matar. Mi último recuerdo, corriarse de la puerta, le vio encontrar el camino por donde había llegado. El achéndica portero, con eso no le recibí. Puede salir cuando quiere, pero nunca de partir. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place.
Bushcraft Bear Hour and everybody that's coming in. It's good to see you guys. We'll play Rasputin later. And I'll take this down just for the moment so you guys have as much view as possible. Actually, I can even put that right here, can I? They got nothing for us there. Do that. So, we are discussing what that is. That is, man, that is friggin' CGI? That's crazy. That is nuts. I'm more impressed that it's CGI. Because I was going to say, I was like, man, how did that drone survive that? Especially that first spew when it was going up. Yeah, it's still so sick. So sick. And I'm pretty sure like the volcano has completely changed since that last, but it changes almost every day now. So we are keeping an eye out. If you see a lot of smoke, let me know. Yell out to me. I'll try and keep the video up. Because we are waiting for potential more landslides to go into the cone. Or like, sorry, go into the caldera. So let's keep an eye on that while we go through it. Cool vid view. Shoveled 2 feet of blizzard snow off the roof, but this is crazy. Oh yeah. All right, cool. Yeah. We'll show that right before the bushcraft. Hold on. I want to see if it's the ash you're talking about. Let's do it. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm a Newfoundlander. We get the most snow in, well, basically anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. And yeah, I've shoveled my share of snow, trust me, and this is disgusting. I bet you it's so heavy too. Oh, you can even tell when the resistance in each shot. And he's got a spade shovel, you know? This ain't no plow. Whew. Yeah, he's got to do the follow-through just to get in there. Gross. Absolutely disgusting. About 9:30 the Palma time, looks like there was a collapse. So it would be, what? 3:30. 6, 2.5. Okay, hold on. This isn't me up here, by the way. It's TV La Palma. Maybe there's something important here. If there's any Spanish translators, they can let us know. So it would have been, what, around here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're talking. Look. Vinny's right there. He's still kicking, guys. You cannot get rid of Vinny. And then we have the main cone right there. But you can see a clear separation. And she angry. Let me see if I can find some smoke real quick. I'm not sure if I can find it. I'm gonna bring this up to current, make sure everything else is current. Okay, and let's do it.
Hello, my dear viewers.
I got him turned down because he's just too ugly. We don't need high quality for him.
This is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands. Tuesday afternoon. We are in the middle of the 6th week of the volcano eruption.
Middle of the 6th week. Yesterday you said it was 5 weeks. Can you get your math straight or what?
Over here, you can see today is a very sunny day.
Very sunny day, even though you see the sun going through the tephra. Hold on.
Week of the volcano eruption. Over here.
See all that? It's the sun hitting the tephra. Very sunny day while this is going all over the city. He turns himself back over that freaking mountain that he thinks we all want to look at.
You can see today is a very sunny day.
Okay, and I will turn this down as well. This is pretty loud. Just enough, just in case if it gets crazy, we'll know. All right.
It is warm. There's no.
This one's 12 minutes long. Okay.
Not much wind. There's a little bit of noise from the volcano, and the volcano is so active at the moment like never before. This night I did feel 2 earthquakes. I will tell you everything in that video. The first thing I do when I am here on the hill is I make the intro for
yeah, we know. You don't need to explain it 38 days in, man.
And after that I grab my binoculars and then I have a look into the valley.
What? Why is he telling this now?
I can see that there is not a clear sight like yesterday. Yesterday it was a very good view. But today there's a little bit of smog.
A little bit? Look, the whole valley. The whole valley. This is one of the worst days.
The air. What I saw
little
first
bit.
was this big ash here above the volcano. Big clouds. You can see them over here. White.
White? No, the sun's hitting it. The sun's hitting it up top.
Closer to the surface, more gray.
He coughs. I think he coughs when he like knows he's got to say some BS. I think there's a cough that comes in.
We go more to the Atlantic Ocean. Here you can see the sun is shining through the clouds. That looks very nice.
Very nice. Come see our volcano and breathe in that all that in. Okay.
Working today. At the moment, the ship from the scientists and researchers is leaving the harbor, and there is this big ship with the water tanks on board. And today I can see they are making some constructions there.
You can't even hear this guy. Yeah, I mean, what are we like 5 days in, and he can't figure out how to calibrate? Do I really have to turn this up? Hold on. He's just so lazy. You know what I mean? Like this is some lazy stuff. Buy a microphone. You can get dollar. I'm pretty sure my dollar headphones that I'm using right now could do a better job recording sound than that piece of crap you got going on right now. Desktop audio 5. Oh, good old bushy. All right.
I can see some tubes on the ground. Here in the middle of the screen you can see the town of La Laguna. The town was affected from the lava a week ago.
Affected, you mean half buried, right?
And I can see that there are still many buildings, but the lava is in the middle of the town, so it's not possible to go there. And the lava is across a main road there. There's a road through La Laguna. This road is now cut off.
Lots of buildings left. You made sure to say that first, right? I'm gonna have to even like just turn off the sound on that for now, just so we can hear him. You guys can hear him though, right? Nobody's complaining. Okay. Let's keep going.
And here you can see the town of Tazacorte. And here we have the view into.
Nobody cares about this view. Nobody cares about this view. If someone cares about this view, let me know. Let me know in the chat that you really want to see in that caldera or whatever, that old school caldera. Like, it's cool like the first time you see it. It's got this Jurassic Park kind of feel to it. You know what I mean? Like, I think I got something here. I'll have to figure it out later. But like every time he gives that shot, it's just like, dude, this is the last thing we want to see. Right? And we don't want to hear you like zoom into something and say it's nice when you can't even see it, but he just shows this because it's the only thing that's touristy looking. Nobody wants to live in Tefra, or nobody wants to go to Tefra. All right? Nobody wants to go be a tourist underneath that crap. All right? So that's why he does this. He shows this over and over. Each show has this shot, this stupid freak. I'm so sick of looking at this little peak right here, man. It's burned in my skull. I probably dream about every single little peak. I have it memorized because he just showed. This is the only thing he shows the most. This is what we see the most. And he's usually standing in front of it. Caldera.
What is going on right at that moment?
Well, you'll never know with bushcraft. You'll never know if something is actually going on. Did you see that one that in the last nighttime one? Like when the friggin' thing was collapsing, and he's just like, well, looks like things might be a little bit crazier, but and he shows it for like 1 second. Someone just mentioned in the chat before I went into it, that's a welly. Yeah. But yeah, you made a good comment, Tox. My dear viewers, I like Bush Boy at first, then he tried to get all heady on his vids. Yeah, when he was like fake news, and yeah, he got a little bit too cocky for his own good, didn't he? And just shows the caldera and himself. Yeah, that's it. Not the view people want to see. That was my breaking point. And it's just the same thing over and over. Same thing over and over. Yeah, hold on. Do I got that Jurassic Park thing? It's what it reminds me of. It's what it reminds me of. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it real quick. It's been a while. Videos. Oh my gosh. It's been such a long ride with you guys. I probably wouldn't even be able to find it anymore. But whatever. I'll figure it out later. Whatever. Let's keep going. This is a long video.
The volcano is active, but very quiet.
Active but very quiet.
Ash coming up.
Yeah, you mean all that lava that just went out through? It's pushing through into more homes? Yeah, okay. Very quiet. Nobody cares if you think it's quiet. Because it was very loud, actually, last night. I had to turn this down all the way, and it was still ripping through the microphone. It was the same way last night. It was the same night before that. It doesn't matter what you're talking about at this point, because you're already, like, by the time this video gets uploaded, it's like 6 hours later, because you're so lazy.
Out, and I can see the lava. And I can see that the top of the volcano cone collapsed yesterday.
Good job. You could have saw that yesterday, but you didn't say anything. It's because you didn't know if your handlers would let you.
Night I saw that very good, because there was someone here on the hill with a very good binocular.
Good job.
And I had a perfect look to the volcano.
Amazing.
And yeah.
Like we've been looking at it all day, all night. Like this is how just he's useless.
Really big piece broke out. And
no. I mean, that was like a slow collapse. It was an eventual collapse. The update that I did, it shows you it was over like a course of an hour. Like, don't get me wrong, there were parts that were bigger than others, and there was some at some point, like there was a huge, but this was something that went. This was hours. This was hours and hours, and you picked up on none of it, and you showed us none of it in the last night's footage. It was disgusting. Actually, last night's footage was all you need to see of how disgusting this guy is, how he is lying to you.
And now you can see that the volcano looks different than the days before. In the middle of the night, there was an earthquake. I did feel it, and in the morning at about 7 o'clock, strong earthquakes. The strongest was 4.2, but I heard, I heard it. The house a little bit, some noise, some. I can't explain it correctly.
No, because you can't speak English. You just can't even speak English. Like, you just can we get someone in here? I'm sure half the muchachos down in that valley can speak English better than you can. Why are we watching you? Why is it your video that's being pushed up? When I'm on Twitter and I'll see people with like actual local footage. Why can't we get these guys on YouTube? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me that this guy is the one that's propped up, unless he's the guy there to keep everybody pacified. Right? Apparently, by the way, TV La Palma, based TV La Palma up in the top left, they're a lot more based than I thought they were. And they're allowing these calls to come in and people actually speak their minds. Someone actually complained about this guy today because he mentioned, well, we'll get into it later with the inflation. He didn't know what he was talking about with the inflation, and they called him out for it there. They didn't mention his name, but it was obviously talking about him. Like, this is just information that's garbage. So we're getting like some confirmation down there that they have to endure him as well, just like us, and they're sick of it.
Someone had a good idea to put a glass of water on the table and to put a camera in front of the glass of water, and if there is an earthquake, then you can see the water a little bit shaking.
Wow. I mean, that's like basically like a grade 1 experiment. It's like, watch the water while I bang the table. This is what happens. Vibration. It's, you know what I mean? Like, this is a grade 1 experiment he's talking about. Good job. You passed grade 1.
But that's a little bit difficult because you never know when the earthquakes appear, and I cannot have the camera be there 24 hours. But
yes, you can. You can. You're just too lazy. You're just way too lazy. You got a job to do.
I try to do that, and maybe we are lucky, and maybe there is an earthquake, and then I have this on my camera. I have some footage, and maybe we can see the water in the glass a little bit shaking or moving, or maybe you can hear the sound. But you never know when those earthquakes are, when they appear. But no.
This is the worst story ever. This is the worst. Someone, his handler must have went to him and say, listen, you're getting too lazy. That 3-minute video that you did yesterday, you said nothing. This is you better give us some stories. I want to hear some entertainment. And he's just like, oh, well, this is how I'm creative.
Now it's like that nearly every day there is an earthquake with 4.0 or more. And that are the earthquakes that are a little bit louder in the house. You can hear the windows. It makes some sound, the walls, etc. But they are very short, maybe 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then it's over. But these earthquakes, they appeared very quickly. You know, they were there and then it was gone.
Wow, that's what they do. They're earthquakes.
So every day is a little bit different.
How long did that take? How long did it take? Let's see if I can get the cut screen. It was like, what? No, I don't think it was that long. But 2 minutes is the most useless story I've ever heard.
What is the National Geographic Institute saying?
Ooh, the experts.
26th of October, 8 o'clock this morning. Eruptive activity continues on La Palma. Since the last statement yesterday, maybe you remember, I told you there were 247 earthquakes. So now, since the last statement, we have here 148 earthquakes.
Wow.
A little bit less than 200, but still many, many earthquakes. So 148 earthquakes have been located in the area affected by the volcanic reactivation of the Cumbre Vieja. 17 of these earthquakes have been felt by the population. Of all earthquakes located, 80 have a magnitude equal to or greater than 3. The earthquake that occurred at 6 this morning, or 7, depends on the time zone, today was the largest, 4.2 of the period.
When he starts reading off this information, that's just like, what do you call it? You know what it reminds me of? I keep saying this, but CNA meme. This is what it reminds me of.
광명성 3호 2호기 위성 발사 성공. 12월 10일 평안북도 철산군 서해 위성 발사장에서 운반 로켓 은하 3을 통한 광명성 3호 2호기 위성의 발사가.
It's like, yeah, that's what I hear when he just goes through this stuff, because he's just reading out the official report like he's like super great. He's being a good boy, reading all the official stuff.
So the period is 24 hours. So every 24 hours they make a report, the IGN, and this is a very good report. I read that every morning.
Yeah, I know. We gotta endure you try and read that out every morning, I know.
Their website. 5 earthquakes have been located at depth around 30 kilometers. The rest of the hypocenters of the period are located at a shallow depth.
Hypocenters. What? Am I missing something? Hold on. I just want to make sure. Maybe this is a term. Hypocenter. Hold on. I suppose. All right. Okay. I'll give him that. My bad. Origin of an earthquake. What is it? Is it different from directly beneath the epicenter? It's been a long time since I heard anything like that. I don't remember, actually. I got to be honest with you. Even when I was studying geology, I don't remember hypocenter ever being used. Seismology. It is a synonym of the focus. Okay, the focus. All right. Okay. All right. So it's right beneath the epicenter at a distance known as the focal or hypocentral depth. Okay. It's my bad. I have heard of focus. I've never heard of hypocenter because we just don't use it. I've never, you know what? I don't know if I've ever heard it used in anything.
Hours, they make a report, the IGN, and this is a very good report. I read that every morning on their website. 5 earthquakes have been located at depth around 30 kilometers. The rest of the hypocenters of the period are located at a shallow depth around 12 kilometers. The island's network of permanent
Oh gosh.
NSS stations shows an elevation of more than 10 centimeters compared to yesterday, and deformation to the south at station LPO3.
And it wasn't 10 compared to yesterday. It was more like, I think it was 14 difference.
I think that's a road. That's a number of road. I'm not sure what these numbers mean.
You don't know what
south
these numbers mean?
Station LPO3.
LPO3 is one of the roads of the place. Okay? I don't know anything about Canary Islands. Until now, the past month or so, and I certainly didn't know anything about La Palma. I just knew that the Canary Islands existed, and it didn't take me long to start realizing when there was blockages in the road. They were talking about LPO2, LPO1, you know, all these kind of things, right? They're the main roads. Main roads. How long you been living there, bruh? You don't know what the LPO4 is? Really? It's because you're stuck up on that mountain every day. You never go down to where the peons live.
I think that's a road. That's a number of road. I'm not sure what these numbers mean. Which is the
useless. And you know, people have the audacity, like these social influencers that are helping his account out, like his team. They're like, I've even heard them say that he's a native La Palmian. Like when I make, like, I've heard them come at me saying he is a native La Palmian. Like he doesn't know what the roads are called. Like they're the arterial roads of the place.
Closest to the eruptive centers. So they are saying, in comparison to yesterday, the ground have a deformation of more than 10 centimeters. Well, that's a lot.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. How do you? That's the funniest part about this guy. Like, his reactions are just totally based on what it seems to be in the data, right? What he seems to read. He doesn't have a clue about either or, right? But it's just he just reacts to how it seems to be from the data. Oh my gosh. And he doesn't even know. He doesn't know what the roads are called over there.
But on the other hand, at the most distant stations, a slight deflation is maintained, possibly related to deep seismicity. At this rate of SO2, so sulfur dioxide, and tremor, the eruption will not end tomorrow. In view of the high daily
it will not end. The eruption will not end tomorrow. Just because, like, oh, they got themselves in such a pickle. They're basing like how things are going on what they record the sulfate of the day, or the sulfur dioxide, like dioxide, man. Oh, it's just rough. Like, he doesn't know anything that he's talking about. You know, like when I'm going through like some of the heavier stuff, like because it's been so long and like my chemistry is really not that great. So like when I go through like some of those harder chemistry things, you know, I'm sure many of you picked up that I'm kind of like a lot of the stuff that I'm reading, like I can't quite get the grasp of it. You give me a little bit to research the stuff and I'll figure it out. But right off the hop, when I'm just going things on the fly, and I hit like a heavy chemistry and stuff like that, and like biology specifically. My biology sucks, right? So like I'm reading the stuff out, and I sound like an idiot. I grant that to you guys. That's fine, right? This guy does it on the most basic stuff, right? Like it's the most like he can't sulfur dioxide, and he just doesn't know. He just doesn't understand that this fluctuates. Right? Because he's been told by someone to say it as in this is an indicator that things are getting better. What's going on with this neck here? Oh my gosh. Oh boy.
Of sulfur dioxide and the strong tremors of the new volcano of La Palma, the volcanologist Vicente Soler at the CSIC is clear that the eruption, which began on September 19th, will not end tomorrow. The volcano is still very active. He also pointed out the deep seismicity, which was lower.
Not end tomorrow, Captain Obvious, friggin' Counselor Troy of La Palma here. I will take a midway just to make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. Dystopian Deep Dives, welcome. Have yourself a wrench so that you can pass on links and things like that. One sec. He's got a camera. All right, let's go through a little bit of this first. BCB TMA. Looks like a cleaning bill. What's that, Daddy's Joan? What is it? I didn't see the collapse, but the flow was blocked by, with debris for a while. I have a video. I can pull that up. We'll take a look at the collapse. I also did that earlier update, and that showed it showed that it was a gradual thing. Yes, there were times that it got crazy, but it wasn't just like one shot and go. You know what I mean? This was something that happened over the course of a few hours. Right, from evening into the night, and he did nothing. He was just up there, and he gave you like 1 second of footage up there, and he was just like, everything's fine, everything's nice. Maybe it's a little crazy over there or something. Maybe a small collapse. No, it wasn't a small collapse at all. This thing got rocked last night. Got absolutely wrecked last night. Looks like Beijing on a bad day. Yeah. It looks like Beijing on a bad... Dude, bingo. That's what it looks like to me. It reminds me of looking at like the Chinese Olympics. Right, back in 2008, when people were actually allowed to show the air back then. We weren't all owned by China. Well, we're not owned by China. China's owned by the same people as we are. That's basically how that goes, and they're just pitting us against each other. We were always at war with East Asia, right? Worst eruption since the 40s, and he says it looks very nice. Yeah, I know. It's probably, I mean, we're on track to be worse than the 40s, if I'm not mistaken. Like, if this is really going to go deep into November, or like the midway through December, yeah, it's going to be that. You can use any left side of headphones as a microphone. 100%, just hook it up to your camera. He's always right next to the camera. He's got to stuff himself right in front of it. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This man just has no respect for anybody but his money on his mind. That's it. That's all it is. That's what this is. He's a grift, and he's being grifted too. Linda Moore Wolf, have yourself a wrench so you can pass on, share in the discussion, pass links and stuff like that. I will paste the article in Discord, October 25th, 2021. Life is better than fiction. You can use any, yeah, gotcha. A valley in the valley. It's not cut off. It's no longer. yeah. The true is gone. Is gone. That area is done. It's done. Like how they get cut off. Like the triangle upside down. I'm not sure what you were talking about there. Yeah, Jurassic Park is identical to like La Palma. Yeah, it does. It's got a really cool look, but it's like we don't come to see the that volcano that died like 1.5 million years ago, bruh. Like, stop showing us that one picture. Is it actually still? He's still on it, isn't he? Yeah, he's still on. We're still looking at that peak. It's just ridiculous. I love the views, honest. Well, you and you both, my friend. Or maybe there's others, you know. It is a nice view, but how many times you look at it before you're like, okay, this guy's clearly wagging the dog, right? And this is a sleight of hand kind of thing, right? Hold on. He's got a camera. Why does he never film at home during a quake? That would take extra effort, man. That would take extra effort. I don't think this guy has the intelligence to, you know, actually have a set business. The only reason why eyes are on him right now is because there's a volcano that he won't show us. And his facial hair is just too much. Yeah, I'm going to use the joke again. I am looking rotten right now. I haven't shaved at all. This guy puts a razor to his face and said, this is the way I want to look today. This is perfect. That's what this guy does. Actually, look at what he does. I know it's a little picky, whatever. Appearances are not the thing that I want, but he just looks so stupid. He shaves the mustache, the part of his mustache up above. There's no hair under his nose. Like this is not. Like, you can even see the stubble up top. The 5 o'clock shadow's coming in on him right now, even though it's probably like 1 o'clock, and you can see. He shaves that. He makes that look that straight. Oh my gosh, he's so freaking ridiculous. So ridiculous. I think he's been on La Palma for 3 years, and he doesn't know what the LPO3 is. Like, I started realizing the LP, like, I think it was LPO2, and I started realizing anything with an LP0 something is the road, right? He thinks it's a road, right? Just look at all the Google Maps. They're all there. I know. This guy drew La Palma. We just seen him draw La Palma. And, yeah. Let's see. The Washington Mountain Monument is 169 meters high. That volcano is amazing at 600 meters high. Yeah, for sure. That thing goes full pressure 600 meters, says Ghost Builder, and sounds surprised when saying will not stop tomorrow. Yeah, like this is big news. Big news. Yeah. Sorry if I missed anybody else's comments. I just want to make sure that I caught most of it. Save for My Flesh says maybe he doesn't film at home during the earthquakes because maybe he doesn't really live in the island but was flown out there to cover the volcano. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, was he on La Palma or was he in Tenerife? And I think he was on La Palma, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure on that. Janitor? Oh boy, I don't know if I should give you a wrench, Mr. Janny, but I will. I can't leave you out. Welcome, Mr. Janitor. Mr. Janitor, if you're from the boards, you better behave yourself, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Test says, as someone with a mustache, that low cut was the first thing that bothered me about him. Yes, dude, because I've what do you call it? I've done the scaping, like, and this is just too much. This is just too ridiculous. Oh my gosh, it's not just me. It wasn't just me that's bothering me, because it's right in my face. Like, you guys are lucky enough to have it like really small. Like, I keep this one big so I can keep a decent resolution on it. Look at his channel. He's been there for a while, and his channel died, and it popped up again with a volcano. He didn't care about the English people. Yep. So he opened up like 5 different channels in silent and German, right? So that he can make some income. And then he's probably like completely abandoned like half of those too, and he just does the German updates and the English updates. Anybody else that wants a wrench that's in here and they want to pass on links and stuff, just let me know. I'll be right back in that. The manscaping. Well, I suppose that counts for the face as well. Let's see. He can't fill. I can't read that one out, but you guys can if you want. Look at his channel. He's been there. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're caught up. Let's do this.
Than that of the last night, days earlier, and noted that there are ups and downs in this regard. It has highlighted that the high daily rate of sulfur dioxide emissions, this needs to be taken into account, because the fact that it is so high means that a great one amount of magma pushing into flat part of the volcano. All right.
Was that English?
This needs to be taken into account, because the fact that it is so high means that a great one amount of magma pushing into flat.
So he meant the one shouldn't be there. A great amount of magma pushing into
part of the volcano. All right.
He didn't understand a word he just said, did he? He did not understand a word he just said. I had to do a double take. There's a one in there for some reason, and he's like, all right. I totally understood that, guys. Don't worry.
Confusion about the rescued dogs on La Palma. They are doing well and located.
The dogs again. Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Just stop pretending that you care about anybody. And it's 2 dogs, 2 or 3 or 4 dogs, whatever it is. There's so many animals out there, and then he's acting like he is. This is the best news ever.
But who delivered them is not known.
Ooh. So no, that's bullshit. Actually, isn't it? It was that A-team crew or whatever that did it, right? Who delivered them is not known. You're a liar. You're a liar. You know that, right? Right? He's just lying to you. Straight up lying to you. They know who did it. It was that one. Remember, he was calling them despicable for crossing the lava? Right? And they said it was just some local people or whatever. I don't know exactly. That team sounded kind of sketchy on its own right. But to say that we don't know who it was, yeah, no, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're playing defense for the government that was incapable of saving those animals due to the terrible response. And so what you are there to stand and do and say, oh, no, we're going to memory hole the A-team or whatever it was. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing right now. And just forget about all the other animals and stuff like that. But we pray for the people of La Palma. Your job is the memory hole. You are the Winston. You are the Winston and the outer party of 1984 here, my friend.
No one knows yet who rescued the dogs out of the lava. The mysterious A-team.
Disgusting.
From La Palma, and the unknowns of the invisible rescue of the dogs caught in the lava. The dogs caught by the lava.
The mysterious A-team. I think they just don't want to be known. Like, I don't know if they gave their names or whatever. But the mysterious A-team, like, he's talking out of like both sides of his mouth here. Seems like it can just be clipped for consumption as needed. You know what I mean?
On La Palma, which were rescued last week by an anonymous group of people.
Anonymous?
Continue to cause controversy about their whereabouts. In the last few hours, Sergio Garcia, Director General of Animal Rights, has confirmed to the various media that the dogs have been found and identified. Garcia.
Good shit. Oh, this is so disgusting. These like 3 dogs. He won't give up on the 3 dogs as if this is an actual news story. There's dozens. There's dozens of dogs, at least, probably hundreds over there. and all other types of animals that they have on the island. They were all stuck there and abandoned, and he just won't shut up about the dogs. Is this really what made it a 12-minute video?
Assured the animals are fine for what they say, and most of them are identified. They will safely return to their owners. A report from the DSN, the Department of Homeland Security, released its report on volcanic activity in Cumbre Vieja on Tuesday. Over the past 24
Hold on, turn this down just a little bit, or yeah, speed.
hours, the evolution of the eruption has been marked by the modification and reconfiguration of the main cone of the eruption, with a large amount of lava moving mainly west over the original lava flow and that of the mountain from Todoke. There was a new one last night break with lava overflows and landslides that created air currents. He gathers. The volcano is...
He doesn't understand a word he's saying.
Hiked every day. We are in the moment of the most activity. The volcano La Palma has its maximum activity since its eruption and is exceeded day by day with constant lava overflows and new emission points, increasing seismicity and the highest amplitudes of the tremor signal in a month. You could say that we are at the starting point or at the time of most of the activity, says David Calvo, spokesman of the Canary Islands Volcanological Institute in Volcan. And it has been 5 weeks since the eruption.
5 or 6 weeks, buddy. Figure it out. Figure it out. You just said 6 weeks. Is it 5 weeks? Can you do math?
In Cumbre Vieja.
7 times 5, man.
Okay, my dear viewers, that's all for today. Let's see what the rest of the day will bring. I will be here on the hill this night and we will have a look at the volcano and the lava. I say thank you for your kind comments and prayers. Thank you for your support. Stay safe, stay healthy. I will wish you all the very best, and I wish all the very best for the people here on this island. See you in another video. Bye.
The crappy music for added effect. Pulled from the Creative Commons. This is his gift to you guys. Amazing. It's all so beautiful. This is like Chinese propaganda. It even sounds like the music that you get at, like, if you go to an Asian restaurant. So beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Beautiful toxic gas. This is all normal. He speaks 3 languages, don't criticize his English. No, I will. Je parle français aussi. Je peux dire des choses en français aussi. No, I know what it's like to speak 3 languages, and I know what it's like to be lazy in learning the language that you're trying to make a business out of. I know what that's like too. Like, I know what it was like to speak French and not speak French and then try not to learn it anymore, right? So this guy's he's just so lazy. He wants to make it big in English. This is the reason why he started his videos again. Come on now. Come on. And no, he's not a good dude. He lies to people, Tonio. And I will continue to bash him. And I will make fun of his English, actually. Because he wants to come here. I would much rather hear a muchacho in broken English than this guy pretend to be real. This is not real. He's pacifying people. People are starting to complain about him in La Palma, too, as well. Because all he does, everything's normal. It's normal. No, it's not normal. It's not normal. People are actually suffering down there. Right? The mysterious invisible rescue. Let's see what we got here. But yeah, no, that'll never go away. Tonio, if you don't want to hear Bushcraft being bashed, this is not the place. This is not the place. You're more than welcome to be here, and I certainly what do you call it? To everybody else, please be nice to him. But no, we make fun of Bushcraft here because he's a liar. He lies to people. El Conquistador is a specialist in cones. He sells ice cream. Let's see. Yeah, my French accent is bad, but I don't try to make a business out of it. That's the thing, right? And I don't lie to people with it. I don't use it to lie to people. So I have no reason for people to make fun of my accent because I don't use it. That's the difference, right? There's a big difference in the two. Let's see. Oof, Winston. Yeah, it is Winston. So you're asking about... I think you asked about the dogs. Okay, so what was happening, it started becoming known that we had a bunch of animals that were trapped, okay? And it wasn't just those 3 or 4 dogs, but that was like a pretty big optic thing. So what they chose to start doing was make that the story of how they were being taken care of, or stuff dropped in with the drones. They were being so awesome, you know what I mean? This was a distraction story from losing confidence from people, that people were losing their animals, being kicked out of their area. Like, what was going on and still going on is when the lava starts encroaching, someone just knocks on your door and clears you out of your home, and all of your stuff, your house, your furniture, you never had a chance because you were locked down up until that point. All right? And that included your pets. It included your pets. And that demoralization was starting to really become a tipping point for confidence in the government. So what they started doing, rather than actually dealing with this issue, or even, dealing with it at that time, or properly preparing at that time, right? They just made a big story about those 2 or 3 dogs, so we wouldn't talk about the other dozens. It's classic authoritarian memory holding and sliding of discussion by making that. I mean, listen, there was last week, you looked up, what do you call it? If you looked up La Palma last week, you couldn't get away from those dogs, right? You can't tell me that wasn't just like some distraction story. And then they were trying to use that for a while and make that like the main distraction. And then some people came in, I don't know who they were, really, to be honest, this 18 thing. I suppose they are mysterious, right? And they ruined the story for him. And then he called it, like yesterday or a couple days ago, they were calling it, he called it, or he was reading out and saying it was despicable that they would cross the lava to do that, right? And that he agreed with it, right? That's why I got a problem with, what do you call it? I don't even think, like, he probably wakes up in the morning and says, what I'm doing is a good thing because I'm helping out the government and it could save some jobs, or something like that. I'm sure he rationalizes why what he's doing isn't wrong. It doesn't make it any less wrong, right? I don't consider this man a good person, actually. I think that he wakes up in the morning and says, well, I need to go make my videos. This is going to be great. I'm going to make lots of money, right? And I'm helping, and the rationalization comes in. I think that's what's going on. But, I mean, I think he's given a script. I think it's pretty obvious, actually, that he's given a script. He can't even read half the words that are on that screen that he reads from. Someone is most definitely writing those scripts. Thank you, Save for My Flesh. I didn't even know you had that there. Someone is definitely writing those scripts out for him, and he's just proven it, being not able to make sense of something here. Oh, now I can't even read what you're saying. 1 second. You must be on a, what do you call it? Phone, aren't you? Not being able to make sense of something he was reading and then says, all right. Yeah, he reads it out, and there was like an extra word in there that just completely destroyed the sentence structure. And he's, all right. And he leaves that in. This is the best part. He's too stupid to realize that he's just clueless. It's great. This is like, he's a lolcow, and I will continue to laugh at him at all costs. I think he just isn't advanced. Yeah, no, he's not intelligent. That's for sure. Wow, guys, way to care about humans. It's very obvious he's reading. Yeah, he's reading something that someone else has given to him, and he does not care about the people of La Palma or anything like that. It's plain as day. If he cared about the people of La Palma, he'd go down there and start interviewing them and say, hey, is there anything you need? Is there any roofs that we can start sweeping? You know what I mean? He would have been down there like an hour, or what do you call it, a month ago. An hour or a month, whatever. That's what he would have done. He would have been part to help. But no, immediately, he gets up on that hill every day, never goes down there, never interviews anybody. He might mention a little girl that he was talking to, right? We don't hear anything. He's doing a disservice to the people of that town, or of the whole island, really. It's a complete disservice. Did I miss anybody else's stuff? We'll quickly go into it. But yeah, no, I will certainly bash BCB. He is certainly worthy of being bashed because he lies to people. National Geo News said he said at the beginning of his video, I know, National Geographic. yeah, I guess IGN. That's what he's going at there. Let's see. It has been 50 years since the Tenagia eruption. I don't really have more time to do more than listen. I'm maintaining a list for automated. Okay, sorry, man. Yeah. Oh, cool. If you're doing that automated voice alert for landslide, that's pretty interesting. Bushy is a liar, imposter. You can see. Yeah, you can see it in his eyes when he talks. Yeah, you can see it in his eyes. I've done a few things to cover that. Let's get on to the next one. That was a long one. Hopefully the next one is not... Yeah, someone definitely scolded him for making lazy videos, like 5 minute, 3 minute. Like, this guy's making bank. Making bank, so he sells you 3 minutes of video. Yeah, he definitely got scolded after that. So someone gave him a call. That was just too lazy. Look at him, this look on his face. And this is the nighttime footage. This is the nighttime video, and look at him. It's the day. Oh boy, he can't even get it straight. He can't even get it straight. Now the look. These stares. Yeah, they remind me of, like, I don't know if you guys have hung out with narcissists, but this is like how he acts, like he's an authoritative person, authoritative source.
Hello, my dear viewers. This is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live.
He must have things to do today. He's doing the video early. Ooh, sorry. Yeah, he's doing the video early.
Here from the Canary Islands, La Palma. We are in the middle of the 5th week of the volcano eruption here behind me. Today I'm a little bit earlier here on the top of the hill, and that is very good. So I can relax a little bit.
Yeah, you're lazy. You're lazy. You have like the easiest job in the world at the moment. And you spend like 2 minutes doing it a day.
And I can see here the sunset. Very beautiful.
Very beautiful.
And
Come
I
see
have got a little bit light left. So I can tell you, today I experienced a very strong earthquake. For me, the strongest earthquake since the volcano eruption. Everything was moving a little bit this time. So this was an earthquake that scared me a little bit. I'm very glad that this earthquake didn't happen during the night.
He would have cried in his bed, I know, and had to go outside in his tent. Get his bug bag. What a friggin' baby. What a baby. These people are losing their livelihoods down there, man. And their lives as well. They are indeed. I'm sure there's that much mental anguish that's going on because they're being treated ridiculously with their government.
Yeah, but we will see. And not to forget, the ground has a deformation of 10 centimeters or more at the moment. So at the moment it is very tough over here.
He doesn't even remember what he said in the last video. It was 10 centimeters on top when it's actually more than 10 centimeters on top of what in certain places. It's not that the whole ground has lifted, you fool. Parts of it have gone up to 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters. Huge.
The volcano is so active since never before, and so on. Every day is the volcano a little bit stronger at the moment. I have the feeling, you know. And I just can't wait to
little bit stronger, little bit cooler.
Get some pause of the volcano to relax a little bit, but that's not possible. It's not possible.
Yeah, then just leave. Just give it to an actual La Palmian. Give it to an actual Spaniard so we can get some real reports, right? Why are you here?
We have to live with the situation over here.
No, you never did. It wasn't about you have to live with it. No. You pacified everybody until it's too late, and now the ports are closed. The airport can barely stay open, right? Nobody can be in there, right? But we just have to live with it now because we had idiots like you talking for the first month.
This evening the air is a little bit fresh. It's not cold, but it's better to wear a sweatshirt, and the air is clean. No ash there. You can see.
No ash there, buddy? What's that right there? What's all this right here? What, because what, you can't see it right there? There's no ash going on? Right now, anyways?
Here the city of Los Llanos, crystal clear. And above the city of Los Llanos, you can see El Paso.
No, he's not just a boomer. Don't muddy the waters there, Tox. Come on now. He's a liar. He's not a boomer, he's a liar. He's a lazy liar that can't even give you 10 minutes of footage until afterwards now, and then he just fills it with garbage. and lies. It's what this is.
Let's go a little bit closer. Here, that is El Paso, and the main road goes through El Paso, and then there are the mountains, and there's the tunnel to the other side, to Santa Cruz de la Palma, the capital city. So here you can see the volcano.
He loves saying the words. I don't think he speaks a word of Spanish, to be honest with you. He just like, he hears how people say it, and he imitates it. That's what it sounds like to me. Remember when he said corazonquillo? Right? Isn't it key when you say key in a word for like, when it's not, when the C isn't in the beginning, please, for the Spaniards, tell me if I'm wrong. But when it's not a C in the beginning, it's Q-U-I for like, or like Q-U something for key, right? Like conquistador. The C, the first C is hard, but you almost always say that the next one, the C or whatever, is a soft C. It's not like a hard one, right? So he was saying corazonquillo. Like, I don't even speak Spanish, so if I'm wrong, let me know. But it's corazoncillo, right? He doesn't speak. I don't think he speaks Spanish. He just knows how to. He's like La Palma, Los Llanos, Santa Cruz.
Maybe on the left you can see some light or something. That is the sun that reflects in some windows of the houses. You can see that on the left side a little bit. Yeah, here the volcano, you can see that the cone of the volcano collapsed. Oh, you see there the lava coming out. And you can see how close some houses are to the volcano. People there are evacuated a long time ago.
Yeah, maybe people, obviously, you idiot. This guy. What about the people that were living in La Laguna? How long did they have? How long do they have? What about Tazacorte, or not Tazacorte, Todoque? What about those people? How about the people that just suffered the lava flow from before, just earlier today? How many people were shoveled out there? Can they even like move to somewhere else at this point? You know. But by the way, Tox, I didn't mean to sound so hard on you, my friend. I just want to make sure that like it's quite clear what he's doing, right? And yeah, the tech, there's the tech issues. So like I'm a little bit too picky on him, of course, right? It's kind of like for the effect, but at the end of the day, we gotta really look at this guy and say he's a tourist shill, right? This is what this guy does for a living.
Here you can see the lava stream, and in the middle of the screen, a little bit to the bottom, you can see the city of La Laguna, and you see maybe the church.
No, I see a bunch of lava covering over almost the entire town, except for a few houses that are just about to get eaten up. So I don't know if I have a picture to quickly show you. 1 second. No, that's Tiffany Dover. Hold on. Here we go. Rip Tiffany Dover. All right, so yeah, this right here, I'll just pull this really fast. See this purple here? La Laguna is right here, okay? And this lava flow, this is basically, and then this is the newer stuff that's going. We can see that this town is engulfed except for just these last couple houses, right? And that will be most likely where the lava will be flowing. Once this starts sealing up and busts out again, it will be pushed to the north, most likely. There's just a couple houses left. And he's just like, I can see La Laguna. No. You can see the lava flow destroying La Laguna. It's basically gone at this point.
It's still there. There is a lot of lava that
still there.
The main road over there. We go a little bit more to the right. You can see those hills over there, or the mountains. The mountain of Todoque. And the lava streams. And this one lava stream above Tazacorte did not reach the Atlantic Ocean. Here you can see the old lava stream in the Atlantic Ocean. And
lucky we can see the lighthouse today through the gas. I guess he had to wait a little bit to get the shot like this, because half the time you can never see that lighthouse.
Right there before, in the sea or in the ocean, there is the ship from the scientists and researchers. And here you can see the harbor. It is getting a little... little bit colder this evening. Maybe autumn arrived here on this.
You think he has OCD? Or is this like a German thing that they overplan stuff? They tend to overplan things, at least the guys do. I'm wondering. I don't know, because like everything needs to be perfect. Like it's just the same segments over and over. Even like it doesn't even matter like how long the video goes. It's like at a certain percentage point, this needs to be this and that needs to be that. Like he's just so structured. He can't live without it.
Island. Today I read some articles about how to behave during an earthquake, and yeah, that is a thing, you know. If
yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, if you're living in a commie hellhole, right? Yeah, and so you don't think he got paid to tell you that? How to behave? Behavioral control, like literal behavioral control, what he's doing right now.
You read in the news tips like that, then there's maybe something going on and maybe the earthquakes can get stronger. I will read that to you in a minute. Oh, before I forget.
Oh gosh, I can't wait.
I have got a Twitter account and there I send tweets immediately.
Go away.
And I account you will find under this video in the info.
I don't need to hear you shield your Twitter.
Earthquake of height 4.8 in La Palma. An earthquake with a magnitude of 4.8
Already out of date.
was located on La Palma in the municipality of Mazo at a depth of 34 kilometers. As announced by the National Geographic Institute, this is the second largest seismic movement and two previous of all that have occurred on La Palma since the beginning of the volcanic eruption on 19th of September. Scientists who monitor the volcanic emergency on La Palma warned this Monday at noon that earthquakes in the region could reach a magnitude of 6 and asked the southwestern neighbors of the island to inquire about how to proceed. Seismologists have confirmed.
Now, is this one for real this time? Because listen, the difference between a 4.7 and a 6 is astronomical. Okay? Is this the intensity one now? And he's still calling it magnitudes? Because there's a big difference. We've explained it probably too many times here. But because he didn't understand the last time when he said that 6.0 magnitudes were coming when it was really about intensity. If I'm not mistaken, they even had to release something on Involcan to cover up his BS. Because he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about, and they had to cover up for him. Right?
That the most intense earthquake day was experienced during the eruption of the La Palma volcano, with neighbors unable to sleep due to the tremors in Mazo and landslides in streets and cliffs, according to the biologist and Involcan spokesman David Calvo.
Go show him. Go show him. Just go over there. Come on. We're sick of looking at you on top of the hill.
In fact, the latest IGN report mentions 274 earthquakes between 8 a.m. on Sunday and 8 a.m. on Monday, 24 of which were felt by the population. At noon, Maria Jose Blanco confirmed at the press conference in
Okay, so this is the most useless woman on the face of the planet, or useless person. It has nothing to do with being a woman, just because she is a woman, so I'll say it. Yeah, she's useless. She's a talking piece. So we're getting a talking mouthpiece for a talking mouthpiece to explain this now. Oh gosh.
In Pevolca, that the volcano had experienced the strongest quake in a month. In view of this increase in earth movements, the special plan for civil protection and emergency aid
is to tell you how to behave. That's what the plan is. That's it. That's all there is.
Due to volcanic risk, Pevolca recommends the residents of La Palma to take the following precautions if they are surprised by an earthquake.
Kiki, earthquake, come.
Oh, what a shill. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. He just brings up a... So this is how he eases in his behavioral control that he's being forced to say to people.
Come on, we need to get out of the house. Earthquake, Kiki.
Oh, isn't it so cute? Isn't it so cute? This reminds me of Chinese propaganda. This was the stuff that I was... when we were seeing back in the beginning of Wuhan. You know, that add oil Wuhan. add oil, like all of these propaganda things keep people in line.
Just kidding.
Oh,
What should you
wow. That's shameless. Shameless. What to do, how to behave, right?
If you are surprised by an earthquake
He's
in a
easing
house,
you into it. Well, he's telling you what to do.
do not go outside while the shaking continues. Protect yourself under a door frame or sturdy piece of furniture like a table. Do not stand near windows. If you have to leave your house, isolate the water, electricity and gas. In the event of
This is all stuff. They're living on a volcanic island. They should be drilled already.
an evacuation, go down the stairs and do not use the elevator. Follow the recommendations of the authorities and inform yourself through official channels and the media.
Follow the recommendation of the authorities and the, what was it, channels? Authorized channels?
Follow the recommendations of the authorities and inform yourself through official channels and the media.
This is ridiculous. This guy needs to be put on trial.
What if you are outside when the tremor occurs? Go to open spaces. Stay away from buildings, balconies, traffic.
Oh, I just need to get on that. I mean, are these the same authorities that wouldn't confirm that there was an extra mouth, right? Or there's all these new vents in the back of the thing? Is this the social media? Or are you the media? Like all these other people that wouldn't confirm any of this, even though I'm sure they had more than enough ability to be able to show us the back of that the volcano, right? Until, what was it? I think it was Saturday is when we got our first look at it, right? It was going on for a week before that. These are the same authorities, right?
Lights, street lights, power lines or trees. Do not go near areas where there is a risk of landslides. The Vice President of the Cabildo de La Palma and Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, José Adrián Hernández, has resigned for personal reasons. New
성공했습니다. 위성은 예정된 궤도에 진입했습니다.
reconfiguration of the main cone of the volcano. As reported by
like no discussion on that. He just resigned, just personal reasons though, family reasons, middle of a disaster. has nothing to do with completely botching this response. But we got to listen to the authorities and you.
Canarian government. A few minutes ago, the lava emission on the western flank has increased after another reconfiguration of the volcanic cone. The main lava flow runs over the previous drains and within the exclusion zone, and seismicity remains high and can cause new landslides, so the population must follow the advice of authorities and
Wait, no, I thought it was guidelines 2 minutes ago. That was quick. Must follow the advice. You were just saying we should follow the guidelines, and then immediately, like at least with COVID, they gave us a couple months before they said that the word guidelines was just BS euphemisms.
To reduce risk. And for tomorrow...
reduce risk for the government getting screwed. or getting mobbed by the populace.
They write all educational centers in La Palma will teach classes tomorrow. On this Wednesday, classroom courses take place in all centers of La Palma. All right, my dear
schools will be open. That's it.
Viewers, that's all for today. I say thank you very much for your kind comments and prayers.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you for your support. I wish you all the very best. I wish all the very best for the people here on this island. We will see us tomorrow in another video. Until then, take care,
12월
stay safe.
12일 평안북도 철산군 소일 위성 발사장에서 운반 로켓 은하 3을 통한 광명성 3호
leader,
위성의 발사가
will tell us how to live.
위성은 예정된
You will eat the
궤도에
bugs.
진입했습니다.
You will be happy. You will eat the banana with ash. Oh, this you know. See, I was making fun of the synthwave before. Just look how lame this is. Ugh. It's disgusting. Just gross. Just gross. All right. We got through all of that in almost under an hour. Whew. All right, my friends. I just need a little bit of a break. What? I'm not looking at channels. What do you got for me, Antonio? Let me know. Did I look up his... No, I'm not letting you shill his German channel. Actually, well, here's what we'll do. Let's laugh at him be a fake survivalist, because that's what he is. You know he's a fake survivalist, right? Like, he has no survival skills.
Hello, folks.
You get that, right? I don't know if you guys know that. This bark. Look at this. It's so ridiculous. Hold on. Maybe I did show this one to you guys already. Hold on. Let's just pick a random one, because they're all crap. They're all just garbage. They're the fake survivalist things that you see. Let's do those. So these friggin'. Let's do it. A little bit here. This path, this beaten down path that he's walking on here. See how all of this ground is like kind of naturally grown, but he's got himself a path? That's because this is not this is not just like some woods. This is more than likely his backyard in Germany. It's just so fake. Push down grass. Why is it pushed down? Why is it half dead? What is he doing? Cinematography. He's such a good cinematographer. This tree is screwing up his focus. Mr. Genius of cinematography. You're unable to get a clear shot because this tree is screwing up the focus of his camera. What's he doing? Here's a rock. Here's the other side of the rock. What is he doing? Why is he poking a can with a stick? What the heck is he doing? Yeah, here's some stuff I threw on the floor earlier. Yeah. Hello. What's up? What's up? 4 days bushcraft in the forest with a canvas tent and a wool blanket. Listen, you realize he calls himself an expert survivalist, right? This is expert survival. Please eat that. Great way to sprain your ankle out in the wild, by the way. Stepping on these things like that, not caring about it. It's the funny thing, right? Like, this is the common sense stuff, like, that he's missing. Like, don't get me wrong, he probably, that's safe there, but, like, he's not giving any warnings on things. That's the main take from this. When you go through them, like, there's things that he does that, like, he's not giving any warnings about. What he's doing can be actually incredibly dangerous. And if you're talking about being a survivalist, right, these are the things that you have to warn people about when you're teaching people, right? Imagine you're out alone and you're there stepping on these trees. What happens when it rolls and then your ankle with it? It's incredibly dangerous to be out on your own, right? These are things that, like, are important to think about. Yeah, he's like a freaking Girl Scout. Yeah, that's what he is. You know what? No. I bet you Girl Scouts have way more common sense out in the wild. I almost guarantee it. A Girl Scout probably has way more common sense out in the wild. This guy wants to tell you he's an expert survivalist. You know, he wrote 4 books. He wrote 4 books in German apparently so far. He's got some sort of Amazon deal or something. I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works or whatever, but yeah, 4 books. 4 books on survivalism. It's just him reading something from Tai Lopez or whatever and passing it on to you. Rewriting it. And yes, sorry, I should have mentioned, do not poke around under a big erratic rock, right? Because at some point that erratic's going to fall over. Like those rocks usually are, like, they're standing up. We have a lot of them here. They're called erratics. During glaciation, glaciers, they pick up rocks somewhere and they drop them as the ice recedes, right? So it picks them up somewhere, and as the ice continues to push, it takes them along the way. That's why they start looking a little bit rolly. Right? And they just stand on their own once the ice recedes or melts away eventually, right? Yeah. Like you should not be poking around there at all. Like, and if he's that close right next to it and he's poking, you know what I mean? You should just use your freaking hand at that point. So stupid. So stupid. And he's barefoot out there, yeah. And he just saw a rusty can and he's barefoot. And just note, like, how well kept this area is. Like, this is so grounded down. Like, this is probably just some party zone that people, like, he had to wait for some, like, teenagers to get out from drinking so he could film this. Crocs. The Crocs. When did they go out of style? Like 2005? Survivalist, guys. Survivalist. This is his background, right? When I make fun of him and I get, like, people on my channel or whatever, those 2 videos that he pulled off from a copyright strike or whatever, before he did that, he would get his guys to go in or whatever and say he is an expert survivalist. This is the expert survival. Oh gosh. So this is the kit that he just did his checklist from somebody else's book and probably rewrote it into his own. But yeah, let's that's enough for now. 3 minutes of that. I think you get my drift, right? If you want to keep going with that, I'll give this there to you guys, because I think there's probably we need to check back on this. I need to set my stuff up again. That's the bushcraft for the day. Thanks for those that come exclusively for that. We are going for another couple hours yet, though. Stick around. Just 1 second. Pull this out. So I'm hearing that we have another earthquake from what I'm seeing. Let's take a look. Let's get and let's turn this up a bit more now. A little chilling. That lava flow is interesting. This is, yeah, see, that's La Laguna there, right? Just let that go through in one moment. So that'll show the town of La Laguna, I'm pretty sure. Yep, there it is. These are the places, by the way. When he says that there's still the church, right? No, see, that's the other side of the town. That's the last road left of houses. La Laguna is done, and he was trying to make it look like, oh, it's not yet. It's not yet. Mr. Memory Hole. I always forget to take down Dawson after he's talking about it. Should have cleared the leaf litter. Yep. There's just so much. And listen, I'm not like an expert survivalist myself. Don't get me wrong. I'm a townie boy. But you know, at least my father took me out for a little bit and showed me a few things. How not to be an idiot, at least. You know what I mean? That common sense is just not there with him, right? All right, let's see what's missing. I'll figure out that earthquake now in a second. Okay, so people I know talking about this think there will be a tsunami. This sets out to wipe out the East Coast U.S. What do I got to think? No, you know what? I think the tsunami is... It's not impossible to happen, but it's improbable. Extremely improbable. Like 1 in 100,000 chance is my go on that, right? And I not you. I'm not saying that you're doing it, but I think that the tsunami narrative, this thing that keeps popping up, there's a vested interest in making that talked about at all times, so that we're stuck at square one and we can't discuss this, like the horrible response from the Spanish government and all that kind of stuff. I think that's what's going on there. Someone wants us to keep talking about the dogs, and on the back end they talk about a tsunami and grid pattern and all that kind of stuff. These things are like they're all part of the second wing, whereas Bushcraft's the first wing and says everything is normal. This is typical commie action to keep everybody distracted. Not just commie either. Hi, Javi. Loving the bushcraft, the bear crap survival. Hope the fresh air is holding out in La Palma. No, unfortunately. These poor folks. By the way, my 2-year-old could survive on all the stuff he had packed. Yeah, I know, right? Right? No preparation. When you're out, if you're surviving, you have very little, you know, stuff to work with. This guy is extremely lucky to have all this beaten down ground and all those things to work with. It's so pathetic, actually. Mega tsunami evidence. Well, I've heard that there's apparently a rift going on, but I got a feeling that it's because they're talking about those minor earth slides or landslides, and people are mistaking what's going on. Yeah, you know what I mean by commie, right? Like, I mean, it's not just commies. Fascists do the same thing. Authoritarians is what I mean by that. I just like the word commie. That's all. I like the word commie. It's a good description. We know what it's like. They're cringy. They're lame. Right? All right. What do you got for me, my friend here? Hazard potential is all caps. That's the first thing I got against you, my man. I tell you, if you put things in all caps, that's more likely to turn people off. I'll just give you a little bit of advice from someone who has done clickbait and every now and then will use it sparingly if there's something important. But if you do it all the time, you're going to lose your audience. Or at least the ones... You'll only gain a certain type of audience with that. And it's those that have their ears tickled by fear porn. It looks like, let's see. Hazard potential of volcanic flank collapses raised by new mega tsunami evidence. This is the 15th of October. Sorry, my bad. 2nd of October 2015. And it's talking about the Cape Verde Islands. Cape Verde is not Canary. Cape Verde, I believe Cape Verde is to the south. But the thing is that yes, volcanic islands tend to have landslides, and they are relatively common. But when I say common, I mean once in 100 years common. This would be very common for the age of the Earth, right? Typically. Volcanic islands are generally, characteristically, unstable in many cases. So I don't, like, I grant you that. What I'm saying though is that, I mean, why does this relate to here right now with this volcanic eruption? Because you're not even giving me something about the island. Like, I can actually get you better evidence right now, so that you can show this, right? I'm pretty sure Cape Verde is to the south. Hold on. Yeah, Dakar. There's Senegal, Gambia. Sorry, don't mean to yawn. These are the Canaries here. So, like, yeah, this is not quite the same thing, my friend. No, I don't disagree that there can be landslides. My disagreement is that that is what's going to happen here. And that article doesn't give me anything. Sorry, man. Can't go with you there. My only clickbait is your Ayn Rand video. Well, she's got, I mean, she's starting to get a little bit more pertinent though, isn't she, with these supply line things, right? Right, that's what Atlas Shrugged was. That, like, the big, the whole thing with Atlas Shrugged, it was like the inability to have supply lines now with shipping and things like that. And they needed to train. Are you a Rand fan? Not a huge fan, but I did like Atlas Shrugged. I did. I thought it was at least it was a fun read. You know, they made a movie about those. They were really low budget because, like, Hollywood obviously shuns Ayn Rand. But I thought that was, you know, it was entertaining. Jason Bigg was in one of them. Sarah Saunders, or Sandra, sorry. Sandra Saunders, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. I'll be right back to your comments. I got a feeling I missed a lot of this stuff. He has Twitter now. Oh man, I know, it's gonna get worse. Yeah, he's trying to expand. But listen, he's overextending. This is not going to end well for him, I don't think. It really isn't. People are gonna get sick of this guy. Yeah, why do they care with the I guess the stuff he was reading out? Total Spanish propaganda, that's what it is. He's not a tourist, he's actually living there, watches older videos. No, he's a tourist. He's a tourist, trust me. I bet you 100%. I go down there, I talk to some La Palmians, they're gonna look at him and say, yeah, that's a tourist. He may be there for a few years, yeah. For travel, for his travel business. But the Palmians will not be treating him as a native, and I got a feeling that's one of the other reasons why we see him with 0 interviews with La Palmians, because they all look at him and think he's a weirdo tourist, a permanent tourist. Like, you know how, like, the Hawaiians, that joke about, like, Hawaiians that aren't Hawaiian, you know, and people are just sick of these people that come into their place, the fake Hawaiis. He's like the Hawaiian of La Palma right now. Doesn't matter how many times he's been there. He makes no attempt. He makes no attempt to integrate with the people of La Palma. It's obvious. That's why he stands up on that hill, and we never see any interviews. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't care if he was there for 25 years. Tonio. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's still going to be the same way. 4.6 offshore. Let's take a look. Oh boy. She getting dicey. She getting dicey. Any review on this yet? No review. I assume that will go down. Another, it's bang on, isn't it? It's bang on from the other one. Let's see the testimonies. Vibration floor and furniture. That's in Breña Alta. So 3 kilometers from there. It's actually, so it's, yeah. Even if you don't know the coordinates, you'll see Breña Alta is one of the communities on the east side of the island. I was standing drinking water and noticed a noise and movement coming from the right to left. Did a better science experiment than Bushcraft Bear, by the way, this person. And he was able to explain this in 1 line of text as opposed to 5 minutes of terrible explanation. He felt, or has felt, quite strong for about 4 seconds. I wonder why some of these are showing up at 111 kilometers. They can't feel those, can they? No way. No way. And where's El Hierro? El Hierro. No, there's probably 80 of them, isn't there? Oh. Oh, snap. So they did feel it. Because dude was like, I'm in El Hierro, and I felt it. The other 4.7. Oh, snap. That's pretty crazy. How is he able to feel that? Because he specifically said El Hierro on the other. Thanks for the laugh. No sweat, Christine Merrill. We will always be doing the Bushcraft Bear videos. It's always every night that I'm on at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Sometimes I run a bit late on them, but not by long. So at least, like, if you want to step back, or if you want to come back and watch it, like, you know, it's not live or something, but you still want to catch the Bushcraft, you'll know that it's about 1 hour in, and you can find it in the live streams when they're no longer live. Yeah, barefoot, unbelievable. Yeah, I know. It's just, he's such a joke. Everything he does is a joke. The Crocs, I know. Yeah, this seems like his campsite. Yeah, exactly. It feels like it's like a place where, like, teenagers go to drink. That's what that feels like to me. Actually, there's many places when I was a kid, that's where I would go, like that kind of area. Just realized I'm a bit loud. Sorry, guys, if I was hurting your ears. I'll turn it down just a bit. Gimbal footage. Okay, so people I know talking about this think there will be tsunami. Yeah, we just went through that. Let's see, I'm packed and prepared here on the east coast of the U.S. Yeah, man, it's good to be prepared. I'm not saying it's impossible that it'll happen, but its likelihood is very low. So much weight on that. It needs some crazy explosivity. Susie, I've been listening while cooking and missed a lot. It's okay. What's the bottom line right now? What has happened? What's going to happen? Okay. So there was a cone collapse that happened last night. There's another partial collapse that happened recently. You can kind of tell by the slopes. Do I get a clear cam? Hold on. Take this out now. This used to have like a big steep cliff on it last night, and now you can see it's right back. This is a normal slope. Like, nature has a tendency to give it around a 35 degree angle, I think. 32. Something's telling me about 32. It wants to attain that kind of slope. anyways, there was a big cliff, so that obviously got chunked out a bit. It does seem like this cone up top might want to go too. It's getting pretty thin, pretty thin. And if we have more inflation, which we've had a lot of, okay, that will cause a, that will likely cause landslides as it deflates, inflates. If you get a big earthquake at the wrong time during these deformations, that can cause big problems, big landslides. That's basically where, I would say that's why we're getting the landslides now. It's because the inflation is ongoing. Does someone have the inflation map that came up? I was looking at it today. I forgot to save it, so I can't pull it up at the moment. Intensity 5 is a 7.8 magnitude for us. I mean, intensity is like, there's a bunch of different factors. That's what you feel on the ground, right? Mega tsunami because of study done 4 years ago. Well, that one was predictive programming. I don't necessarily buy the predictive programming though. I think that was an interesting one and maybe plausible, but I don't see the. Let's see it right now. I don't see any evidence of HARP weapons. This, I mean, listen, this volcano is overdue. This eruption is overdue. They thought that this was going to happen in 2016, 2017. So if anything, they were using HARP to stop it. Had to happen at some point, folks. But there's nothing like unnatural about what's going on. Not yet. I don't see any evidence of it. You're gonna have to say more than just like HARP, because I get it, and I don't. Biblical prophecy. Listen, that gets dangerous. All right, we're told that no man knows the day or the hour. I don't like just saying. I kind of, as a Christian, a Bible believing Christian, when I hear people say prophecy, I'm immediately suspicious. Immediately suspicious. Because I've seen so many cults that use prophecy as a precursor to heresy. Not saying that that's what you're doing, but that doesn't sell me on anything. Even as a Christian, it's probably even more than, because a lot of even agnostics and stuff, they'll think of prophecy and like Nostradamus and things like that, right? You know what I mean? And they'll be like, oh, maybe there's something to that. I'm not so much that way. Not so much that way at all. I think anybody reading the Bible, we're told very careful to be very mindful of people that say that they're prophets or that they're interpreting it. Dystopian Deep Dive says capital N, capital No for no. Well, I suppose I've been shut down then. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pick at you, my friend, but you are going to have to articulate yourself a little bit better in order to convince me. The 20s was interesting. Yeah, her story's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm not completely. Oh wait, no. There's one thing you said, but Atlas Shrugged is foretelling. Yes. She was making movies with Cecil B. DeMille. Was that MGM? The MGM guy? Am I wrong on that? Let me know. Mexico. Roseanne Barr in Hawaii. Random comment there. Step away to help my kid to do some homework and come back to a 4.7. Yeah. Let's see what else. Sorry, I forgot to do a full rundown. Hold on. So no, yeah, I've been at it for a while. Sorry. So that was the last deep one in a while, and the second of two deep ones that are further to the east than normal. See see this 8-4, 8-2, 8-3. This is 7-8, so a little bit to the east. And they are also a little more north than normal. 6-4 as opposed to 5-8, 5-9, 5-6, 5-8, 5-6, 5-6. Do you see how this becomes a grid pattern now? Like a lot of them fall within the same basic coordinates, right? So I guess we're going to have to wait for a review. Hal Turner. Well, Hal Turner is also talking about grid patterns, so we can just scratch him off the list. I've read it. I've read Revelations. I've also read 2 Thessalonians, where it tells us that no man will know the day of the hour, and the signs and wonders will not be given to us until there's a great falling away. I still haven't seen that yet. Extreme Ninja M, and this is you laugh. You're cracking up. Welcome. Have yourself a wrench. That loading is on their end, not mine, by the way. Bottom right or bottom left. Sorry. Who is that Australian evangelist? I don't know. There's many very, very heretical NAR Australian evangelists at this time. They are using dew. I don't know. Do you have any evidence of that? Because I don't see it. I don't. I see a natural volcano at this moment. Which things are you saying that... what makes you think that it is that? Let me know. Let me know. Are they cutting sound here now? What's going on? Are they losing connectivity over there? Is that what's going on? Because first it was this one, then it was this one over here. These guys, what's going on? Actually, that's probably the end of their transmission. No, it shouldn't be. There should be another at least half hour on TV La Palma. So we'll give them a moment, because they are like my new favorite for how they're letting people speak out. I think it's God. Well, it's God's creation. It's God's creation, but these... what are we going to say? That it's like biblical prophecy every time that a volcano erupts? Because all volcanic islands are pretty unstable. Are we going to do this thing over and over? And like I am of the belief that we're reaching the end times here, if not already in it. I think that this could be the great deception that's occurring, as we're warned about, but I'm not sure. Now, I mean, I'm not talking about the volcano. I'm talking about the clown world, koof world, for the past 2 years. I think that could be the case. Do we have new feeds? What do I not have? I'm going to try RTVE, and we will shut this audio off. I'll turn this one on because it seems a little more stable. Hold on. Let me fix some stuff up here. Maybe I'll just play a quick musical break. Just while I look for more stuff. You got more feeds, let me know. And we'll get right back into the chat. Interesting chat time now, I think. But that earthquake is definitely something to look at. We will look at more of that in just be a few moments. Stick with us. Lots more to do. Lots more to show. And it seems like this volcano is picking up. So I'll get you some better footage. This is Initial D. Stand by. And we'll be right back. That was running in the 90s. This is Mr. John Scatman.
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to cheat us reasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and hard like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or
the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor, and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man.
Everybody steps one way or the other, so check out my message to you. Actually, it's not my message. It is the Lord's message to you. Do not worry for tomorrow will worry about itself. A wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign. Think about that. Think about that. Why are we worrying so much? Jesus himself said that there shall be no sign given save for the sign, or sorry, I'll just say it since it's right in front of me, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. We'll go to 2 Thess. Say a great falling away. See, this is the issue. When we focus too much on revelations, we lose sight of what Christ said and what Paul said. 2:3. I should have remembered that. 2:3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, say, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. Revealed. I don't see that yet. That he is revealed. I mean, maybe the Pope's the son of perdition. Pope Francis. Pope Frankie the Jesuit. The little child diddler, right? Because that's what they do, Jesuits. They're child diddlers. And they focus on prophecy all the time. And they like to sell us stuff like that, so that we freak out and get emotional. And we're like, oh, the signs and the wonders. But unfortunately, a wicked and idolatrous generation seeketh after a sign. No, I think the great deception is when we're always looking for prophecy and we forget about who Jesus was. What did Jesus do for us? He died for our sins. We believe on him and his finished work on the cross. And our sins are our sinful nature and our sinful person is counted as righteous. There's no works that we need to do. There's no signs that we need to look for. And in fact, he himself, Jesus in Matthew 16, specifically states, a wicked and idolatrous nation seeketh after a sign. Like the signs and wonders in the Revelations and all that stuff. So you gotta remember, he's in control. And I know they like to say that in Calvinism. I'm not Calvinist, But they're right there. They are right there. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't be spreading his word. But to focus too much on Revelations, there's a lot of people out there, I'm not saying it's you guys, there's a lot of people out there that talk about Revelations all day, and they wouldn't be able to quote you another part of the Bible. Except for maybe John 3:16. And like the love one in Corinthians. The wedding cliche verses. Or, judge not, lest thou shalt be judged, so that they can get away with saying whatever they want. They love doing that one. They love doing that one. Things like that. But yeah, let's see what's going on in the chat. I know I'm behind. So yeah, Extreme Ninja, welcome to the channel, and don't worry, my friend. I'm not making fun of Germans. I'm just making fun of bushcraft. Sam was hanging a lot in the woods. Yeah. Saw the grid video. Glad to see you do live streams. Hey man, it's great to have you. Great to have you. And I hope that helped you. What realistically is going to happen now? This thing is going to burn itself out. There's going to be lava that flows even more, and it's going to burn some more houses, and the people that are there are not going to be compensated properly, and they're going to be put into, what do you call it, prefabricated homes that they don't want to go, and they will be half broke, they will own nothing, and they will be happy. That's what's going to happen, I'm pretty sure. I highly, highly doubt we're going to be looking at any major what do you call it? The mega tsunami action. I see nothing. I see nothing that tells me. Until I start seeing 6.0s rocking and crazy Plinian explosions coming out of that volcano, I'm not worried. Autismus Maximus says, no, I can't even read you out, buddy. that blasphemy is a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Cecil Baldwin DeMille. I haven't really looked in. I've seen the name. I want to say that it was from MGM, right? But maybe I'm wrong. That's even if I'm right on that, that would be all I know. Let's see. The 8 kilometer 2.9 was redacted to a 3 or revised to a 3 point something. Is that what's up? You can't denounce a man for telling the world what he was seeing ASAP. This is why we do not get any info. Are you talking about Bushcraft? That was Charles DeRose. So let me know. Ghost Builder. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. I guess we're still at the old Bushy. Whoa, a wrench? Yes, we make sure that everybody has a wrench so they can pass out links, share information. I really don't, like, listen, as you can see, there's like, everybody has their own opinions on things, right? But in order to come to the truth, we need to be able to have discussion and free and open discussion. There are obviously boundaries. If I see that people are trying to over push it or something like that, that's a different story. But we keep it as open as possible, so that all lines of communication can come to a better decision. And for the most part, it works out. Things sometimes you got to start, like, waving around the old banhammer there and here and there. But I've rarely had to do that, to be honest with you. All these people are just like, oh, you got to protect people, man. You got to protect by stopping everything down. But I've been here for a month now, and it really hasn't gotten that bad. The only time I've really put down a banhammer is like when someone is constantly saying, like when you're just trying to talk about like something that Bushcraft is saying or the topic at hand, and it's like every time you go back there, it's like they're just like, oh, you're just jealous. And if it's happening over and over, that's different. But say Tonio Antonio, he was fine. There's no need to put that down, right? He was just voicing his opinion. I mean, honestly, like, if there's something that I think is, I mean, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to criticize a bad opinion. So, like, you can expect me to shut down a bad opinion or what I believe to be a bad opinion, but it's rare that there's ever any need to just shut people's voice down. I think we got a bunch of criminals in the world that don't want people speaking to each other unless they get caught being criminals, like child diddlers and stuff like that. Things like that. Trust God, says Charles DeRose. pray on it, then start packing your shit. Yeah. No, there's no reason not to be prepared for stuff. Right? Especially if you got a family and things like that. But just bear in mind that when time's up, time's up. there's no amount of packing shit. There's no amount that can prepare for the end times. If we are in the end times, listen, guys, woe is us. And there's nothing we can do about it. Not a single thing. Let's not forget we're living through mandatory vaccinations. Yep, I agree. Be a great deception. Might be the great deception. Mandating requires your consent to do things for free voluntarily, i.e., not law. Yeah. Well, that's how the devil works. It is how the devil works. He wants you to accept him by deception. Because nobody wakes up, or whatever. Nobody wakes up in the morning and say, "I want to join the devil someday," you know, knowing who he is and what he does. Might be deceived into who he is and what he does. The Palma Tsunami Risk. Yeah, I've seen that's actually a pretty cool Telegram. I don't have Telegram myself, but Lionhater, Ad moderator. It's all you, man. All you. You got a wrench. Hi, welcome to the channel, my friend. You now have a wrench, so you can just, what do you call it? Share links. We're all going to die. They instill fear of death in us to seek their snake oil. Exactly. Catholic Church is a cult. Yes, it is. Well, it's more than a cult. It's the mother of cults. It's the mother of cults. It's much more than just a cult. I have no problem calling Jesus Jesus or Yeshua Jesus, but I have a problem when someone tries to tell me what to call him. And I think you should too. Jesus is just another word. Is he in your heart? You really think that you're going to be rejected if the man that's in the Bible, or the man and that was God as well, if you know that man, right, who was God as well, God in the flesh, if you know that one, do you really think it matters what you call him? If you do, then maybe you don't know him. He's got to be in your heart. He's got to be in your heart. I think Jesus is fine to say. I have no problem with it. I'm not Hebrew. Also, Yeshua is, I mean, like, do you say the same thing for, like, Esau and Hosea? Because it's the same word. Do you do it for Joshua in, where was Joshua? Judges? No, he wasn't in Judges. Whatever, I'm drawing a blank. Don't mind me, sometimes I do. But Joshua in the Bible, the one that encompassed Jericho or whatever, his name was Yeshua. Obviously it wasn't Joshua, right? We didn't use Jah until the 14 or 1300s or whatever it was. His name was Yeshua. Yeshua. So I don't have a problem calling him Jesus. I know that is not the name that they called him, but I don't mind the anglicization of that name. I would recommend being careful with that one. Avidan, I completely hear you, but we have been told to look for signs and seasons. No, we've been told that a wicked and adulterous nation seeks for a sign. To call out evil and to look for a sign are two different things. Two different things. I think that's the whole spiritual warfare thing that we see through so many different cults. They conflate the two. Jesus himself, Matthew 16, go read it. What else did I miss? What else did I miss? New World Order 2020. Yeah, and it is. I mean, okay. So here's the thing. Look at Egypt. Look at Egypt's ancient way of life. The way that the pharaoh owned everything, and the people who owned the fields didn't own their fields. It was all the pharaohs. You were just tending to it for them. That's what's going on, right? That you will own nothing. You'll be happy. BCB is dancing with his cat. He watches this show, janitor. I think he does watch for the... He can't... Because I do have my suspicions that BCB is a narcissist. And I got a feeling that he does tune in for the bushcraft. I think he does. We often see people are like, you cannot make fun of him. Not saying that Antonio was. I think he was legit. But I have seen ones where I'm just like, that's bushy. That's bushy on an account. You'll see it come in as a girl most of the time. That's how they act. Just like how he said he was interviewing a little girl. He will come in as a girl. Sorry if I missed anything up on the top of the chat. I'm just going to keep going down so I can stay a little bit more current. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. Yeah. Bushcraft Bear is clearly putting on an yes, thank you. I'm a humble and trustworthy human act. Yeah, that's what the Psalms are. Right? And it's always like the Suki Psalms. Don't get me wrong, I love Psalms. But he's misinterpreting them and he's eisegeting them. And you can see it. Like it's all the sweet ones, right? To make himself sound sweet. For Lucifer will come to us as an angel of light. Satan will come as an angel of light. Nice to see you doing lives. Yeah, man, I started off with the lives at first and just started making videos while I had more time. Especially because I've only been calling out bushcraft, and I just started realizing that, there's a whole bunch of stuff coming up the back end there, the tail end. So I was like, we should probably cover them too. There are burning banana plantations, or Gran Canaria, or there is an anomaly. But otherwise, there may be some thermal activities under one of the volcanoes there. Let's take a look at something. Hold on. I want to show you something, guys. If you want a rabbit hole to go down, this is the one. In my opinion, this is the one. If you think they're hiding something, marine traffic, that's what it's called. That's why I couldn't find it before. Okay, I might have a little bit of a crash. Okay, just bear with it. I'll be right back. Don't worry, because this is a little bit of a bloated system. But this is the marine tracker, and you can see boats, right? Okay, so I'm going to go here. You might have to do it yourself if you do it for yourself. I'm going to give you the link right now. You can start looking. I really need more eyes on this. Who said Rip Lacianos? Really? What do you mean? What? No. That can't be true. Sorry. Okay, I'll stop. We'll go down the rabbit hole later. That is a big deal. If it's true. Hold on. I don't know. This looks too rural. Los Llanos is like... Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Don't come to any conclusions there yet, folks. Could this be Tazacorte? Because that does look pretty dense there, doesn't it? But it doesn't... I don't think that looks like Los Llanos. Tour of the drone shows the volcanic lava of Las Palmas. Okay, I'll be on standby if you have any... That was the town you were hearing about? I want to say this is Tazacorte. That was on its way over there, right? Dude, Los Llanos is like way up there. Way up there. This gotta be Tazacorte. If you got any footage, send it in now. We'll take a look. We'll piece it together. But that is a much more dense town. Could it be the last part of La Laguna? Extreme Ninja, we're wondering where this lot... Do you guys have it up on screen? Yeah. Hold on. Might go black for a second. Just a second. These are looking a bit bigger, more like city or town houses. With, sorry, houses of a town, not a rural area. Oh. Ah, dang it, Dale. I think that's Tazacorte. But I might be wrong. Let me know. Are we not going to talk about Alec Baldwin killing a Clinton Foundation lawyer's wife with a so-called prop gun? When Four says earlier said, she said she was going to spill the beans? Really? See, okay, so is that what's going... Okay. Well, I'd be interested in that. I would be interested in that. See, the reason why I am almost intentionally ignoring it is because... there's something about it. It feels like it was like, uh-oh, they got Gabby Petito's whatever, the killer or whatever you want to call it. So now there's like that can't be talked about all the time anymore because he's dead. So it's like basically over. So what's the next thing that we can do? All right, well, let's put a bullet in that prop gun or you know what I mean, or like in that gun. Let's swap out like a prop gun for a real gun just so we can get another story. That'll do it. That'll do it, right, Lyola? That's what I thought, right? So, like, that's why I've been intentionally ignoring it. I try and stay away from, like, these huge stories. Especially when I see, like, all the conservative shield channels pop it, you know? And I'm a conservative, but, like, you know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of disingenuous conservatives out there making video, like, that have a platform out of nowhere a few years back. Why do you think this is La Laguna, Lisa? Or, sorry, Los Llanos. Lava. That's October 23rd. When they say Los Llanos, though, they also include, like, the outlying areas. So, like, this October 23rd one was, like, La Laguna. I'm pretty sure, wasn't it? Let's go latest. Okay, hi, yes. In Los Llanos de Avidan. But my neighborhood is not in danger of passable. Bruh. Oh, he's asking you. Asking you. Okay, don't maybe ask. let that load. The lava amenaza. In French, amener is like drive, to lead. To more drives toward. Mene is like one of those really weird base ones that I forget. There's like demene and amene and remene and ramene. There's like a whole bunch of them. It throws me off. The cemetery of Los Llanos, but I think the cemetery of Los Llanos is actually in La Laguna, or south of La Laguna. So I can't go by that. I'm pretty sure I've seen a cemetery down there that said it was cemetery of Los Llanos, and it was like way down there. Keep bringing in the info. So it's the Los Llanos Cemetery? Okay, so hold on. Hold on. Don't freak out just yet. Los Llanos. I remember going on the maps and seeing... If I crash, don't worry, I'll be right back. These things tend to really hit. So this is the town that's in question. We'll go to satellite. But I've seen a cemetery down here that was called Los Llanos Cemetery. And it was La Laguna. Ugh, when you zoom in so far, you realize how big this place is. My gosh. It's not a small island. Tacande de Arriba, La Laguna. Just 1 second. Yeah, just be careful because they name everything like they name 100 things the same thing. Like there's like 20 Santa Cruzes here. There's like a bunch of La Palmas and Las Palmas, and you know what I mean? Like, try not to make any conclusions just yet. Cemetery by the Soul, but that isn't that Corazoncillo? Amenaza threatens. I'm way off. My bad. The boat? Okay, we'll do the you want to find that again? Hold on. This took me forever to figure out where it was. Right there. This is Corazoncillo. Those are the solar panels Lisa is talking about there. We were looking for this earlier. The volcano is like somewhere in this area. And there's a new lava flow that's coming down here. These are like some nice houses, right? Look at those. Got that pool. I don't know why you'd want a rich house right next to all those solar panels, but whatever. Twitter, let's look. Okay. I'm right there with you, folks. Right there with you. Good old Prince Andy. Someone's mentioned Prince Andy up there. He's spooking off in a lot of times, isn't he? Oh wait, I forgot the whole. That term, it means something different with us than what it does with you guys. By the way, we say that as in hiding oneself. If they spook off, that verb. It's a phrasal verb, to spook off. It means to go there, to hide, go in hiding. I didn't mean anything racist with that, folks. I'm from a place where like there was no white, or there was no like, we were all British or Irish, and we don't even think about that stuff. Enormous pressure is building up as ground inflates 17 centimeters in 24 hours. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I don't know if this is really the best source, strangesounds.org, but it's not impossible. You could have a nice little blast on the go. This might go Plinian. It doesn't mean that the whole thing's going to go crazy. South of the solar panels is the cemetery. Yeah, I've thought that's where I've seen this. Okay, all right. So listen, it's not the it's not the town. Okay. Way up here is Los Llanos. Okay. This is where Bushy douchebag went to go get his camera. That's not the city. Okay. There's a whole bunch of things named a whole bunch that like it's all the same stuff, right? It is somewhere around here. You said south of that is the cemetery. Maybe it's this. No. But yeah, this is the place. I'm pretty sure that they were looking at there. This place with the nice roofs, you know, and like a lot of these places had like big place. There was some density there, but not much. A lot of houses on angles, just like what was in that video. So, yeah, no, I don't think it was La Palma or Los Llanos like that. We need to call BCB on this. He has Crocs on the ground. So yeah, I won't say a false alarm because this is what we were worried about. We were worried about the lava getting down here, and they were not showing us anything since the collapse. And it would have made sense that it did this. I was hoping that the lava would have reached the old flow so it didn't hit this, but no. Is that it? No. What is going on here? It's a cool place. Okay, since we've got it more or less figured out, I can't quite find the cemetery to be honest with you, but you know, we know it's not the big city, right? That's the big thing. Like, if that would be chaos on Earth, if like we had lava come up right here and start cutting things off like that. That's chaos. As in, can't access stuff. You'd have to drive like. Is there even a road going all the way around? Yes, there is, but... Alright, this is the rabbit hole. Listen, if there's one rabbit hole that I think we should be looking at, it's this. Right here is an oil field, okay? The ones that are in blue, these light blues, they're tugboats and drilling boats and other special craft. So you gotta make sure you turn that on when you do it. You turn on all other stuff. But there should be drilling going on right here. Okay? And all we're getting, there's bulk carriers. They have tankers, yes, but that could be coming and going from anywhere. Passenger ships, yep. Fishing boats. But there is an oil field here with no drilling. There is no drilling going on right here, and it has stopped since August 18th. Right? Maybe you don't believe me. There's no drilling going on? Well, alright, come here. Come here. Where's my boy, Noble Jerry de Garcia? Where's my boy? Where'd he go? Where you at? Yeah, it's not Garcia, it's Jerry D'Souza. Drill ship. Drill ship. Drill ship. Drill ship. What are they all doing here? And I mean, listen, I know that you're just seeing this for the first day. They've been here since August 18th. And let me tell you something. They're exploratory drillers. Why aren't they out here doing their 7.7 billion euro contract for an exploratory drilling and fracking? Why aren't they here? This is where the oil field is. Just 1 second. Lanzarote. Or Lanzarote, or whatever. Lanzarote oil fields. See? That's the end of the Canarias with the two there. It almost looks, let's just pretend it's like New Zealand, right? And it's parallel to New Zealand. Let's go back. See? Should be right here. Why haven't there been drilling oil at all since August 18th? Why are they over here? And when you look up that there have been earthquakes since June. It wasn't September that this started. It wasn't August. There were earthquakes starting, swarms of them in June and July, and then finally these people, they had one big swarm in August, the middle of August, or like early mid-August. And now all of these drillers are just parking their asses at the port at Gran Canaria. Why? Why are they doing it? Does it have something to do with drilling 2.5 kilometers into the ground? I don't have all the stuff ready. I was going to make a video on this soon. Why? Why did they stop? Why did they stop a month before the eruptions? $7.6 billion contract. Do you think that, you know what I mean? They're just, oh yeah, no, just shag it. We'll just get back later. No, you get to work. You get to work. What do we have going on here? What's this boy? Drill ship. Why is the drill ship going into here now, coming that way when there's no oil over there? They should be all over here drilling. Now, I hope I'm, you know what I mean? Like, please try and prove me wrong. Repsol, what Lisa just said there, I'm pinning it. I'm gonna pin this because this is the company that is in order. Yeah, Vessel Finder's a great one. I think we need some eyes on research on this, and I think this is why they want you to just talk about tsunami all day and grid patterns all day, because I think there's something going on here that they were drilling 2.5 kilometers down, apparently, in some places. They were doing fracking as well. It wasn't just regular drilling. And then all of a sudden they stop on August 18th, well before the volcano, which, by the way, is going freaking nuts at the moment. So why? Why stop now? You got work to do. Nobody just spends money on exploratory drilling for it not to go through so that they don't make money. And yeah, go look for yourself, and I'll try my best to compile a video on this. There were indeed earthquakes occurring. Swarms of them, by the way. They weren't as crazy as now. More drill ships in Tenerife. Eastport. Drill ship. What are you? Offshore supply ship. Could be. Tugger. There's at least one. Now, some of them are very good, because remember, there's one thing just to, keep myself in check, right? Bear in mind just how great of an area this is, right? This is like a stepping stone to everything, because you have the Ivory and Gold Coast over here. See? This is a great place to drill. There's lots of oil in there. right? So like not everything there is drilling for these guys. We need to start figuring out which boats are Repsol using. What are these boats? They've been here forever. 2 months just chilling on Gran Canarias. Look at all of them. You want a rabbit hole to go down? And the lefties, if you, I mean, you know, what's that? It's not me. You wanted to start looking at, so you want to give some sweat on the brow of some big oil companies? I got a feeling they're behind a lot of this bullshit with the, excuse my language, but there's something really, really mess going on here. Why are they all just chilling, these same boats, for 2 months? What are these guys? These are different, I just kind of want to look. Those are the passenger ships, yeah. Which is normal, right? But why are they there? Maybe a blind spot, by the way, just to let you know. I have seen gray boats. There was a whole bunch of gray boats right here, and they were all called unidentifiable. They said it was out of satellite range. That was last time I looked. That was yesterday. I'm telling you, folks, keep your eye on this stuff. I wish I had more time to do research on this, okay? But it's just like I've been so busy doing all this live streaming and like doing videos in between of that. This is, if you guys want to go down a rabbit hole, listen, I promise you, if I see something about a tsunami, I'll be like, listen, I mean, obviously I'm going to try and get the views for it, right? I'm going to jump on that like white on rice. I'm not going to do a jump the gun on the tsunami thing. You know what I mean? I promise you, if I see anything going towards the way of a landslide or anything like that, I will be on it like white on rice. I promise you. But if you want to start going down a rabbit hole, this is the one. This is the one. Why did they stop drilling? Before anyone apparently knew about this eruption. Why do we get unidentified? Not right now, you can't see it, but keep looking and you'll see that there's unidentified ships. They were all like just going here and like they were moving towards this area and then coming out, and they were all apparently out of satellite range. There was about 8 of them last time I was looking. I'm gonna start taking screenshots of this stuff too. In the Discord, there is hold on. Discord that I have for the server. Hold on, maybe I can get you just like one of the things. If you're interested in doing research on this, I don't know of anywhere else that's doing it. I managed to find a couple people talking about it in one of my comment sections that I don't think was part of the Discord. But see if I can find the link. If someone can drop the Discord link so people can join now, because I know I just replaced it and I can't find it looking back up now because it's just there was too much chat. This is where to go. This is where to go, folks. I have a feeling that this dude, right, he's fallen for some big oil shill game or something like that. They're trying to keep us talking about a tsunami all day. All day. Why? When the chances are like zilch. I'm serious. If it gets crazy, I promise I'll be the first one on it. I promise you, all right? I'm not going to leave you hanging on a tsunami. It's what everybody talks about, and I'd be like, I want those views, right? You know, all to an extent, we're all a little bit view chasing, right? But why are we getting the dogs and the, you know, just basically everything shoved in our face all the time? I got a feeling the more we learn about those boats and why they're just parking there doing nothing when they're friggin' worth a fortune, every day that's lost drilling is 1 day of the contract that they have to drill gone. A $7.6 billion contract that is it's only for a set amount of time, and they have to go back into negotiations, and that's a pain in the butt. Even if they can get it back, it's a pain in the butt. Okay, and there was actually, if you look into the news stories back then, they're like, people are they don't like the drilling. They don't like the drilling. Go to the news. Seems like all of the articles now are gone, talking about people that do not like the Lanzarote. Oil fields, Canary Islands, oil protests. Oh yeah, this has been memory hold. Oh yes. Listen, it used to be a little bit easier to find this stuff. Why can't I find anything on it? Just like the whole, remember when Covey did the kibosh, when you're looking up anything on COVID and everything suddenly became impossible to search? Why is El Salvador coming up with explores Bitcoin mining before I get something on the Canary Islands oil protests? And I promise you, there are old articles that talk about this. I promise you. And I'm not the only one that can vouch for that. Lisa also helped with some research on this. There was another couple other people. But we need more eyes on it, to be honest. And you don't have to go through us, but let me at least just bring it to your attention that someone's probably pulling the wool over our eyes so we don't look into it. What say you in the chat, folks? Has it up now? I posted in the Discord as well. Yeah, always archive links and things like that. Jody, welcome. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links if you do so choose. Yeah, I think they want to just throw all the friggin', what do you call it? It wasn't me that found it. It was a guy named Joe. And Lisa did a lot of work on this too. I helped to find certain things, but that's all. I'm just aggregating the information and being like, there is something friggin' messed up with that. So, Lanzarote, Repsol, there's some good ones to start with. Let's see if I can get an actual hit. Let's a search hit. Repsol, oil, Canary Islands. Let's force the hit. Oh, crap. Maybe it's DuckDuckGo doing it. Let's try Google for a second, even though Google sucks. Even worse, usually. Oil fields, Canary Islands. Here you go. Let's read through it. Let's start doing it, folks. Angry Canary, and bear in mind, this is the Guardian. We're gonna get some lefty garbage, okay? So just bear that in mind, but if you're not a lefty, put it this way, they're doing our work for us, okay? I love doing that, actually. I'm like, ha! That's right, lefty slave, get to work. Oh, my oil, oh no. Madrid and Repsol, entitled, Angry Canary Islanders Brace for an Unwanted Guest, the Oil Industry. Madrid and Repsol have pushed through deepwater drilling and fracking licenses to recover a hope for 2.2 billion barrels of oil despite massive local opposition. We get this loser here holding up a surfboard. Great stuff. Probably knows Ghislaine Maxwell, but that's okay. In most places, the news that you've struck oil would be cause to crack open the champagne, but not in the Canary Islands, where Spain's biggest oil company, Repsol, is due to begin drilling off Lanzarote and Fuerteventura. I sound like Bushcraft now. But once you start with the tongue, you can't stop, so whatever. Our wealth is in our climate, our sky, our sea, and in the archipelago's extraordinary biodiversity and landscape, says some lefty, Paulino Rivero. Sorry, guys. Its value is what is natural. Let's see if we can get some actual information out of this. rather than just crying leftism. The company believes the fields may contain as much as 2.2 billion barrels of oil and is investing 7.5 billion euros to explore 2 sites about 40 miles or 60 kilometers east of Fuerteventura. If its estimates are correct, the wells could produce, see, there you go, see? Those islands there, oil blocks 1 to 9. Why aren't they out there? If its estimates are correct, the wells could produce around 110,000 barrels a day for 10 years, equivalent to 10% of Spain's oil needs. And this is important to note. They are in an energy crisis there. And they also need some money, too. Spain, which has never had a wealth of natural resources, currently imports 99% of its oil at a cost of around $40 billion a year. So you have a government motive to hide anything that might be going on. Okay? That doesn't prove anything, but you have a government motive. Okay? Drilling in the area had been held up for more than a decade by environmental challenges and delays by successive governments, but Repsol has said it expects to begin work before the end of the year. This was 2014, but the contract is still ongoing. The company claims it has offered every guarantee that the work will be carried out safely and with respect for the environment. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's get some more eyes on this. I don't care if it's through me. I don't care if it's through you guys or through the Discord or whatever. Just get this out to some research groups. All of your research groups, start looking, please. I have no time to do it, and everybody's been just like really working hard, bringing in what they can, but we got to get some more eyes on this, I think. The company claims it has offered every guarantee that the work will be carried out safely with respect to the environment and has set up an $80 million contingency fund. Now, what happens if it's something way worse than $80 million, right? The disaster response for La Palma is 216 million euros, I meant to say, not dollars, million euros. And that's not spreading to anyone at the moment, right? So imagine how little 80 million euros is for compensation in the event of accidents. So that'll do it. So speaking at a conference under the slogan "Reindustrialize to Win," that sounds like the 3-letter or the 3-word slogans if I ever heard it. Soria said, "We spend 100 million euros a day on gas and oil that our industry needs. We all want our industry to be more competitive, and for that to happen, we need cheaper energy." See how important this is? So if it's so important, why aren't they out there? Rivero concedes that there is a conflict between the Canaries, what the Canaries want, and the Spanish national interest. As president of the Canaries, my first responsibility is to protect the Canaries' interests, he says. There's no benefit for us. It presents risk to tourism, the environment, fishing, agriculture, and to the desalinization of seawater. When we weigh up what we have to gain and what we stand to lose, we won't gain anything. We don't gain anything. Repsol is the one who profits from this. Yep. And I'm sorry I haven't made a video on this yet. I've just been too busy. I've had to deal with other stuff, like other videos, things like that. This is the kind of thing that you want to make sure you have a good shot to put it out. Steal the story, guys. I don't care. Please go steal the story. I'm not one of those people that I don't do this for money, right? I don't take donations. I don't have any monetization. I don't care about that stuff. Take my story. Take this story right now. It wasn't even mine to begin with. It was someone else that had a really great find. It was Joe and Lisa that did a lot of work on this. And I don't think they're looking to monetize any story either. This is like, why has this not been talked about? But we always have to say there's no tsunami coming or there's no grid pattern. Well, when you're an oil company and maybe you just effed up really hard, you're going to start shelling out some money to people to start saying whatever they possibly can to get eyes off of this. Yeah. This is funny. What's your boogie board made of, mate? No petroleo. It's made of it. Fucking lefties. Excuse my language. Oh man, I'm trying to curb my language. It's not working because I'm just dealing with the stupidest stuff. Yeah. What's it made of? That's funny. But yeah, good old lefties. Yeah, I was using DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is no better than Google, to be honest with you. What's the summary of the oil protest and the volcano connection? Just real quick, we'll finish that red pill off. So the drilling is supposed to be happening here. Where's all the drillers? Where are they? Sorry, just to let you know, it's in blue. Big blue dots. These ones are not drillers. This color does not represent driller. It's a container ship. Reds do not. It's not that either. It's not that type of boat. It's a crude oil tanker, but that can be just carrying it, right? What we're looking for are drillers. Where do we find the drillers? And they've been here since August 18th. 1 month before the volcanic eruption, we got a jackpot of drill ships. And someone apparently on Tenerife as well. There was at least one there. I'm not sure. I don't see. Here's the thing. Here's what I need from you guys. If this is okay. Or what I recommend that you guys research and you do your own thing. I don't care. Just do it. You know what I mean? Like whatever you want to do it. But this is what I would recommend. We got to figure out each one of these boats. Who do they work for? What do they have contracts for? Where are they going? Why have they been just sitting here for 2 months? 2 months and 8 days at a minimum. That was when the last ship docked in. Look at this. Drill ship. They're all drill ships. All of them. Come on. Do I really have to click on like one pixel to do it? Drill ship. Drill ship. Sorry, just for the new people coming in. I know there's a few people here. Drill ship. Why have they all been here? Remember, I knew the name of this guy, Noble Jerry D'Souza. I said Garcia at first, but I said Noble Jerry. Right? Why would I know that before I saw it? It's because it's been sitting there for ages. And, by the way, changed its name from Pacific Santa Ana. That was the only ship that I got into. And that's why I remember the name. And I was like, huh. They're all from Liberia. They're flying Liberian flags. It's good to see that that very extremely poor country seems to have so many drill ships. And it just changed its name from Santa Ana to Noble Jerry D'Souza. Or the other way around. I forget. I haven't had enough time to look at this stuff. Steal my story, guys. Seriously. If there's something to this story, it needs to get out there. And trust me, Mr. This is something that Mr. What do you call it? Off-grid? Desert farming? You're not going to get this from him. I can almost guarantee. This dude that is covering all this. Right. Breaking news on La Palma. Dramatic and rapid ground uplift around the volcano. Right, this is the guy that just posts like the fear porn on the, what do you call it? The grid. The grid of earthquakes. Right? Look at all this fear porn he's got rocking. Think he's gonna cover these boats? I doubt it. Send it off to him. See what he does. Just for badness, or not even for badness, but for probing. Someone go over there and ask him about the boats, since he's probably blocked me already. Not that I care about this guy. What I'm saying is that he's not going to be tipped off by some random account. You know, for some he's going to be given the earthquake grids at which he is going to believe, you know? Or maybe he is a, direct shill kind of thing, you know? Maybe, I don't know. But no one's talking about this. Why? Why? I don't think we were the first people to know about it, really. I'm not sure. Yeah, he comes off as a flat earther. You know what he comes off to me? It's someone that is trying to make like researchers look crazy. And there's been so many times. Just watch this. Hold on. He makes fun of Bushcraft. That was kind of funny. But he didn't have the balls to like defend himself in the comments. He's just like, oh yeah, I kind of like Bushy, because he can't handle criticism. Just watch this. Watch this. This is hilarious. It's like every video does this too. Hold on. Every time he goes live, he just...
Hello everybody, this is Paul from Off-Grid Desert Farming with Paul and Adrian. So I want to welcome you guys tonight. So we have a...
He did the same thing for this. Oh no, wrong one. Wrong one. Did he pull it? Nah, he couldn't have pulled it. It did so well. Where's the one? 206. He wouldn't dare pull this now, no matter how wrong it is. Africa? He wouldn't dare pull it because he's not here for the truth. He's here for views.
Farming with Paul and Adrian. This is Friday night, October the 22nd, 2021. It's a little bit after 11 o'clock here on Arizona time. So what we are about to share with you folks.
Like, listen, if you're not like into conspiracy theory, you've just lost all. Like, whoever's not into conspiracy theory has just completely lost interest. This guy, you know what I mean? Like, these little superficial things are important, right? They're important. He just either just doesn't get it, or he's there to like kind of split people up and make the ones that believe him go crazy and remove the chaff right away. You know what I mean? Maybe we can go into this a little bit further, but that's my red pill for you guys for today. I wanted to make a video on it because it's definitely, it's view worthy. Listen, are any content creators in here? Bet you start talking oil, big oil companies now, and then it starts making sense. It's not like to have like all these social influencers and things like that online that's like covering stuff up. That doesn't make sense that some boomer commie government or whatever that Spain has and Canary Islands has, like that doesn't make sense to me that they're going out with the shills. It does make sense to me if it's like tourist or oil, specifically oil. I bet you they have tons of social influencing, and if they didn't have it, they'd probably be out of business. Well, they're going kind of out of business, but only in some places. Grid-like pattern, folks. Take out your phone. Take out your phone. But listen, I just think he's the other side of the wing, right? Like, he's not the only one. Follow the money. Follow the money. Welcome, Marianne. Have yourself a wrench so that you can pass out any links that you'd like. Jim Jack, you already have one. Jody, you should already have one. They want everyone to stay in fear so they can feed. Yeah. Or just pull the wool over your eyes on everything else. Yeah. All right, folks. I'm just going to read out anything you want to say to me right now because I know I blew up the chat. Dang it. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. That was the town I was waiting to hear about what was happening. Lava got to it apparently. Yeah, that's the one, man. Corazoncillo. If it's the cemetery there, it's the one very close to that area. So I'm sorry that we don't have too much more information on it yet, but I promise I'll keep my eyes open as we go through. What is happening? Okay, I think I've already seen this. Let's see. Lebanon's a cemetery by the solar panels. Okay. It's okay. It's alright. Then this is the channel I've been hoping to come across. No censorship. Like, exactly, man. Yeah, no, I got sick of that too. This started to pick up in sound. Okay. A boat with your name. Let's see. I believe Trump is the AC. You think so? No, I don't think so. I think the Antichrist is the chair of Peter. I think it's the Pope. I think it's reign for 42 months, yeah. But the 42 months, the 3.5 years, that's like the time of the, like, the, what do you call it? That's the trib, isn't it? So, I don't know. Had a wound, plague and Greek. Offer blood. Yeah, it's, or he's trying to fool people into saying that he is the Antichrist. I do see what you're saying there, but I'm not necessarily convinced that even if that's the case, that he is the one. This could be part of a deception. Remember that Satan knows the Bible far better than any of us. And he knows how to deceive people. He's got a lot of experience with it, right? So, like, that doesn't sell me. That doesn't sell me. I'm pretty sure, like, we're looking at Mr. Francis. Well, not Mr. Francis, but the chair of Peter itself. That's been my assertion. Just that other red pill that I did yesterday. I know it's a little bit stale, but let's go. Vicarius Filii Dei. All right. In Latin, you change out your U's to V's, right? And then you take the Roman numeral values of each of these and you add them up and you get 666. You have this like the Orphic egg, snake around the egg. This makes sense to me. This is just art, but this doesn't prove anything. I just want to see it. The rod and the ring, I think, anyways. That's my belief. Not that I'm big on these signs and stuff like that. The rod and the ring. But I could be wrong. That's just a little assertion. And we know where Fauci's from, right? Do I have that video going on? Well, I need a little break anyways. I've been sitting here dropping red pills and doing all that stuff for a little bit. I just need a little bit of a moment. Chill out. I'll chill out one of my videos. This is Married to Babylon.
Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other. Love and marriage, love.
I became immersed in the intellectual rigor of a Jesuit education.
You violated the curfew all the time, caused much pain, but that's a different story.
I don't believe in rules.
Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Please welcome to the stage Professor Michael Bailey, Chair of the Department of Government, Ron Klain, and Kevin Spacey.
The President of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque Márquez. as we welcome Justice Ginsburg and her colleagues on stage for a conversation.
Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Vice President of the United States.
Attorney General Loretta Lynch.
It's a great honor to welcome Secretary Kerry back to the Hilltop. Adrian Grenier, an actor, director, and environmental advocate.
Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Thank you. Hey, everybody.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day.
It is now my honor to welcome to the stage the President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Justice Breyer and Dean Traynor.
Dean Hellman and Ambassador Susan Rice.
Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America, and Bono.
Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one. You can't have one without the other.
All right, I'm back. Let's get into the chat. Yes, I did solve the riddle, at least part of it. You can never truly solve the riddle. It's meant to drive you crazy. Everything I'm seeing is about ground deformation and quakes being in or near Los Llanos. Only lava was for Cemetery, which has been surrounded by lava flow for weeks. Wait, the inflation is not happening in Los Llanos, though. The inflation's happening, I remember seeing the map there a little bit ago. Someone passed it in the Discord. And it was happening to the west of where the earthquakes are happening. Like, also where the earthquakes are happening, but to the west. So it would be much more south than Los Llanos, but it was also dropping to the north of it, and that might go into Los Llanos. Turn this down a little bit. Alec Baldwin in The Hunt for Red October. Just weird, all these connections. Yeah, could be. They love playing games like that. They do. It's just that they also like you going crazy trying to figure that out, right? Try Yahoo search. I really should from now on, shouldn't I? I never think of that. But we got one. We got one after. Mary Ann, thank you for starting a place like that. I think I might have already read it, but you're very welcome. We need a place where we can discuss things. I'm sick of seeing people. Oh, you're being unethical talking. We had someone that came in yesterday, and they got triggered by the Nightbot because it says feel free to opine and fearmonger and stuff. He's like, this is ridiculous, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry. We're holding an open free. It's free speech here. And he's like, ethics trump free speech. And I'm just like, your arbitrary ethics mean nothing here. Go away. Let's see. Shell the Great ResearchGate. If you're passing on links and you want me to open them, I'll ask a couple things. Try and get my name in there so I can see it a little bit better, and just a little bit of a summary, because It's hard to go through everything. And sometimes I just don't have time to go through everything either, right? Mega projects, mega conflicts. These, you can, what's going on? Santa Cruz Verde 23 in Tenerife. What are we looking at? University of Leipzig, eh? Okay, yeah, try and leave a summary, just so I know what I'm going to be looking at, you know what I mean? Why is that going through Archive MD? Whatever. Okay, that's now archived, and that's the new link. I don't think he's a shill or a shrill, and most definitely not a flat earther because he teases him. Was in being a flat earther is not a popular thing. Okay? And that guy doesn't seem to be able to take criticism very well. Let's put it that way. You got to be dedicated to be a flat earther. You got to be someone that, you know, I don't think that it's, I'm not a flat earther, so just to let you know, but I can appreciate the fact that at least if they truly believe in flat earth, they go through a lot of abuse. And he's not that kind of person that likes criticism. I just dealt with it, actually, so... You like that song, Sandra? I'll get you the link for that. Actually, if you just go to my channel right now, and I put it on like the first one. It's like the content, but I'll just get it, whatever. Married to Babylon. I do have some more cooking, but it's going to be a long time before... Oh, dang it. It'll be after. But it exposes these guys' belief. Oh, sorry. Go away. Go away. I call him Iggy, by the way. That's my... because Ignatius Loyola. So, he's my guy, Iggy. Go away, Iggy. So that's the Married to Babylon. Hillary Rotten Clinton, yeah. Yeah. Married with Children is deadly. Yeah. I love that. I really love that show. Awesome movie. Oh, cool. I know. People really like that one. Definitely. 90s and 80s were awesome. Breadcrumbs from the circuses. Yeah. I'm a Glober, but if they really give me good evidence, then I'm open for it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really care. I think it's a distraction. It's like one of those things that it's like meant to shake your very foundation of what the world is. And it's not for something that you can I don't think you can prove it, okay? And you can... Parallax? Is that his name? This guy, Samuel Bridley Robotham, was an English medical doctor, inventor who wrote the whatever, I don't care, based on his decades-long scientific studies of the Earth. So he claimed that it was flat. I think he was a Jesuit coadjutor, and he did a lot of this debating whether or not the Earth was flat or not. And if you look more into him, Samuel Robotham, Parallax is his name, P-A-R-A-L-L-A-X. He used that name to push flat Earth. Sorry, let's get this a little bit better. Friggin' talking over a volcano. Yeah, he was debating a lot of people, and it wasn't about proving that the Earth was flat. It was about refuting the globe, right? And he would always put in stuff that were just unreal, ridiculous assertions but that you couldn't disprove because you're not up there looking at the curvature of the Earth. Okay? So, like, this is a pretty freaking old thing. 1862, they got a little bit of practice with this stuff, okay? So whether or not it's real or not, like, this debate has been going on, and I think it's forced. I think the debate is forced. If you ask me who's behind this guy, it's probably something to do with the Jesuits. Now, that's just a shot in the dark. Somebody's like pushing this guy to just refute the globe, not assert that the Earth is flat. He lets the other ones believe that. Okay? It's kind of hard to explain this. He makes sure he's always on the attack rather than defending a position. And when you go to the people that first started, the Dubé and the, who was the other guy? John Le Bon, all of these people, that's exactly what they did. They're following the same thing to the point where other people will believe that the Earth is flat. Okay? This is what they were doing in the truth movement or whatever. Whatever you want to call that thing that was happening, exposing psyops, which psyops exist. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point. This is how they went to shake the very essence of what is true and what is not true. Okay? And if you can do that, then you can basically, well, A, discredit people on one side, and B, you can drive those people crazy. Right? I also believe the same thing is in with Mandela effect. It takes the ego, our ego, that thinks we can just remember everything, right? And we tend to believe that we remember everything as we knew it back then, when really all studies point to our memory warping over time. No matter how smart you are, no matter how photographic a memory that you have, your memory will warp over time. Okay? And they play off that. So these two things, I believe, are meant to shake that. And they're also things that even if it was true, no one will believe you. And it's there to waste your time. So I hope that makes sense. I don't like wasting time on flat Earth, on talking about it, debating it, refuting it. I don't even care about it. Because even if it was true, which is like something that's very hard to prove or disprove, because it's like you have to look at the curvature of the Earth to really believe it. You know what I mean? Kind of. Even if it was true, no one's going to believe you. It's a waste of time to try and convince people that the Earth is flat. Just going on the assertion that if it is. You know? I hope that makes sense. I like moving on to other things, if that's all right, though. Nice job in the vid. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, people talk about Avi, but we're by far the best Discord. Yeah, we're the best hive mind. Over 200 scriptures demonstrate a fixed flat plane with a dome. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't even care. I just don't care. Spiral out somewhere else with that, because it's such a waste of time. It's such a waste of time. And to be honest, I really, really just don't like it. I can't. That's the one thing that it's just like, this would be the perfect thing just to waste all researchers' time with. perfect thing. What does it even matter? What does it even matter if it's flat? What then? What does it prove? That's what I want you to tell me. This is what I'd like you to tell me, because I don't care whether it's flat or not. I don't care. What does that do? Where do we go with that? See, and just think about that. Even if it is, what does it do? And even if people could believe you, where do we go then? Where do we go then? People won't believe you, so it's not even really that worth it. Let's not even argue on that. What do you get out of that? What does it change in the world? You know? That's what I mean. It's like there's so many other things to research in the world. It's like, why would this be? No, but let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, though. I guess, like, talk about its effects. Like, I don't even understand why one would even care that much about it. Because, like, with PSYOPs is one thing. You have actual criminals right now, you know what I mean, that are setting up events in order to shape the minds and manipulate people to manufacture consent, right? You have the pandemic. There's so many other things that if you get to the heart of the matter, there's so much more fruitful things that we can do. We can make these people that are basically causing so much harm in the world to pay for their crimes. You know what I mean? Like, these are the things I believe we should be looking at. I don't know why flat Earth must be something that we research. It must be constantly reforced into the narrative. I think it just doesn't matter. I think it just doesn't matter. And I think it's meant to not matter. It's meant to drive people crazy, make them look crazy. You could prove it like over and over, and they'll just still say, nope, nope, Earth's a globe, or nope, Earth's flat. Doesn't matter. It's like an intentional divide, so that you don't believe psyopers and things, or people that expose psyops. Like, if you know a lot, but you're a flat earther, they just say that person is crazy, folks. Don't take him seriously because he believes in flat earth. Exactly. Exactly. To me, it's round as well. But again, like, even if I thought it was flat, it was like, what's the sense? What's the sense in talking about it? Or, like, pushing it? $200 scriptures? No, I think 200... I've already seen you kind of misinterpret scripture as well. So, I mean, like, 200 misinterpreted scriptures? Things that, like, focus on Genesis and Revelations all day. Like, I don't... Like, for example, the first book of... The first chapter of Genesis. Like, personally, I think people take that too hyper-literally. When they talk about creating the heaven and earth, it's talking about the gods from before. And it was our God asserting his divinity over pagan bullshit, for example. I created the heavens, then the earth, or the earth and then the heavens. It was talking about, no, your Gaia and Uranus and all those people, I made that, for lack of a better... Just because there's a new person here, I know that I say this a lot. 200 scriptures. You know what that reminds me of? Like, 98% of people agree, or 98% of scientists agree that climate change is real, and therefore you need to let Ghislaine Maxwell take care of things. Well, I think you have if you don't see that, like, trying to make people say that Jesus' name is not acceptable. I think you have. Like, it's about what's in your heart. I think you've been kind of fooled by some people, Sandra. If you're really believing that you need to call him Yeshua, or Yeshua, however you want to say it, do you do the same thing with Joshua? Hosea? Finally, as an amateur astronomer, I find it utter bollocks. Yep. Yep. No, I agree with you, my friend. I agree with you. I mean, like, you can see phases of the moon. There's so many things, and like, but have you ever actually, Greg? Have you ever tried to debate these people? Like, you'll never win. You'll never win, because their debate style is not about asserting their truth. It's about refuting the plausibility of yours. It's meant to drive you crazy. And they're gonna believe what they want to believe. Anyways, 3.6, 13 kilometers. We can do an earthquake check, yeah. I gotta clear up my system first. Hold on. The formation of the terrain of Los Llanos de Avidan, which reaches 10 centimeters in the last 24 hours, would anticipate an increase in the lava channel. Also, the inner cone collapses on itself. La Palma. Aerial roboting. Now, Sandra, I think you got your priorities off, my friend. Priorities are off. Too much on Revelation. Too much on Flat Earth. You've bought in hook, line, and sinker every single Jesuit psyop that you can possibly think of. Do you believe in the Mandela effect? All right. I always pull them up with gravity. So they also argue that gravity is not real. They believe that gravity is not a pull towards the center, but a push from above. I don't believe that, of course, but they believe that. 13 at 3.6 coming in. Yeah, it's starting to calm down a bit, but notice how there is lots of 10s and 11s. These are very tall or very shallow earthquakes. Look at this. Whoa, interesting. Usually you see a bunch of 14s in with the 10s or 11s or whatever. Be right back. Kitty being a pain. Yeah, we got some I think these are corresponding with the load that has been put in. Has this been revised in any way? No. It is the middle of the night, so expect there not to be a revision there, but I do find it. Let's go back to this other one. Is it still here? Oop, wrong one. So this is the one from 10 hours ago. Still not reviewed. 10 hours ago would have been around 5 o'clock. They were just getting off work, maybe. You'd think there would be some emergency people looking at this stuff. Let's look at the rest of the testimonies. I saw floor shook twice a lot, about 3, 4. Wow. Not quite sure what to make of all of these. Especially since they're so high. Maybe there's so much pressure now that it's just like it's moving this chamber up. I don't know why it's all like so many tens. So many. When I almost never saw that number before. Maybe that chamber is getting pushed up. But that's, I mean, a full kilometer up. It makes sense about the inflation. Yeah, MK Ultra. I think that's what it is. It's like it's a spin-off of MK Ultra, how to do it on a mass scale. It's developed over many centuries. And it's meant to distract people. Yeah. I don't know how much awakening it is, because once you start buying into that, you'll buy into anything. Like I was in all those communities and stuff, and I saw what it did to people. Saw what it did to people. They just go out to lunch. Now, what's happening? I haven't really been looking at this. Let's pull this down for a sec. Let's get some big shots. But I mean, yeah, just think about it though. Oh my gosh, look at this. Okay, we're going to talk about this for a little bit. So what causes this? The buildup of pressure of those earthquakes. And if we're rising up, it's just creating much more strong blasts come out of this. We might see this turn into a Plinian in the next few days. Or at least meet the criteria aside from time. Extreme explosivity there. You can see this heat. Like a lot of the times you just see, yeah, see what I'm talking about there? Like it looks like gas coming out. A lot of the times you just get lava like in a straight line. And you'll see the pyroclast here, these embers. But then you get explosions that it's just like pure gas. Oh my gosh. Sick. It's too sick. Too sick. You guys can hear this, right? Let me turn it up a little bit. Nothing crazy right now, anyways. But see if there's any better sound somewhere. It's about the same. I think they got both. The Oblate Spheroid Society. I suppose to a certain extent it's all oblate, isn't it? Nothing's perfectly circle. It's kind of cool looking at like asteroids and stuff, and they're all on like their own path to becoming, or trying to become, perfect spheres. The magma might have eaten away a weak ground layer around 10 kilometers. You could be like pushing up on it so hard that it just keeps melting it out. Yeah, that's a good, hey, that's a good one. That's a good theory. Because like to shift it all up, that's good. That sounds a bit kooky, doesn't it? Avidan, you better shut up with your crazy conspiracy theories. No. Yeah, and there's still ones that occur at 14. So that means the base of it is still there. Like the bottom is still there. And it's not like they stop occurring, it's just that we're seeing them also occur at the 10. So it's blasting, and probably melt or blast through the top of it. Let's see if I can get my computer. Just 1 second. I'll need to kind of calm down the things that I'm using. I will probably experience some form of a crash, okay? Just so I can get it up. Don't worry. I will be there. First, I'll take it off streaming first, so make sure the window's not there. Something's loading at the moment that takes a lot of energy to do, okay? I will be back. It just takes the time to load. I know it's not on screen yet. I'll put it up. I just want to be one step at a time with this. Okay, it looks like I still have response. Let's give it a whack. Alright. Again. Looks like everything's loaded here now. I just don't want to mess with it. I would move things, but because it's so bloated, I don't even want to touch it. These are your deep ones down here, okay? They're way down there. That's the lava flow here. It's more or less up to date, not perfect. These are the ones that we see at the 10 to 14. What happens is it comes up here, but there's no dike up here. Or at least not yet. I doubt there will be a full one anyways. It is forced over laterally because the conduit or the dike for the volcano goes up there, and it's on a slant too, like this. So it comes up through this side and it's forced to go this way and then come up on a slant like this. That's why we get so many of these earthquakes in this region. But your theory, Tonio, see, this is why we got to be nice to people that may not agree with us, because you just rocked an awesome theory, Tonio. It's hitting on this because it wants to go up, but it's forced to move over the other way, and it just keeps blasting and blasting and blasting. And you know what, man? Look at the concentration up at the top of this. The concentration on the top of this is not like on the side where it's forced to go up. Kitty, just give me 1 second, my little buddy. It's probably blasting, 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 blasting. Where are those 10s coming? Is it more south than some of these? I'll go back. You guys see this? This is a dope map, by the way. You will be able to see this for yourself, and it's much more... Rex starts coming in now in about 30 minutes to an hour. That's usually when Rex starts being a rooster. Ruin. Crowing, I guess is what it is. So I just gave that to you if you want to look on your own. This is an awesome map. It's super dope to look at. I wish I could use it more, but I can't because it's so bloated on stream that I'm lucky to even show that to you. Are these more south? These 10s. 56. 56. 56. They're not necessarily more south, are they? 58. 56. So a little bit more south, a little bit for most of them. And then the other 10, you can think of that, maybe that's a bottleneck. It's blasting through the dike as well. So it could be happening on both sides of that lateral transition. And we just don't have enough of these yet coming in to get the full view on that 3D map. Over time, it'll become more apparent. Look at that one, 9. 56, a little bit more south. Whoa, 2. That one's a bit cray-cray. Sounds like a really plausible theory that I should have already thought of. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Thank you very much, Tonio. That's a really, really good theory. They're good with their psyops, I will give them that. I've been sucked in as well. It can be hard to tell. Sometimes they put a lot into it. Yeah, they do. They do. And they're like double-pronged or triple-pronged. Right? So... You got... Do you know what, like, the Hegelian dialectic is? We can go through that. Let me just make sure there's nothing to cover. I know I'm getting really bad at just not covering the volcano. I'm sorry, guys. Lebanon's kind of cool. They also shut down all conversation. But some of the stuff they show is cool. So this was 16 days ago. And it's almost like taking a completely different direction. There may be an angle difference, but for the most part, it's completely different. Where are you and what would you like, my man? What's up, buddy? He's in play mode. I have one more hour left to the week. This has been 5 days in a row, these streams. He's getting impatient. Usually I play with him like on the days off and stuff like that, and like before and after, but it's been a while. He's getting impatient with me. Incredible explosivity though at this moment. It is picking up. We are definitely in lit status. It's like fireworks at this point. More so than normal. I don't know what Noticia does to these cams. But like, even though they're a little bit choppy, it tends to give like such good footage. Even though it just like snipes the other cams, it like takes them and make them way better with contrast, I think. Some sort of filter it uses. Yeah, the 3D website is, because it's just so bloated. They didn't code it very well, but it still gives such good information, so it's worth the wait. Just be careful not to be, you know, if you're on like some dinky laptop or something like that, don't be playing it with a whole bunch of other stuff, lest you might wreck your computer. Because it seems like it doesn't really care for so much about your resource limits either. Yeah, we'll get a clear 3D earthquake pic as the eruption continues, and as you keep getting those 10s in there, we'll be able to see where it concentrates. Yeah. Yeah. Check IGME as well. See if they're rocking. Pull this up. Hold on. Pull that up, Jamie. And we're entering about the last hour of discussion. If you guys have any questions or anything like that, let me know. Start doing the old last call. I'll pull this up. So this is a landslide that's been happening. Take a look at this now. This is the only one they got at the moment. This here. I'm not sure how much of it. Hold on. Can I make this? Oh yeah, this was actually quite big, wasn't it? Tough freaking trees. See a lot of them falling over. A lot of them have stayed up. Is it this? Look at how this goes out. Oh, kitty. Come on. Just a sec. So when you get inflation like what we've been seeing, and deflation as well, over time, it starts to create cracks. This is a rather large one, to be honest with you. And then if you get a good earthquake, like that 4.7 maybe, it's just enough to take it down. You can see how it's like stripped the bottom here. These ones stay standing. It's hard to tell how much there was, to be honest. I'm not very good at pointing this out, but you can see the exposed rock or whatever. This is definitely exposed rock from that landslide. This one is here as well. You can see the path that it took here, the path that it took here, but I don't know how much there was. This could have just been tumbling down. Maybe it was more like a few pieces here and there off the edge of this. Look, you got another crack here as well. There's some pretty cool stuff on this as well, going forward. This is definitely part of it. You can almost see like it slammed down and pushed like a bunch of this dirt up. Wow, it's a lot of rock. Look at this one. Ah. There's like a rock standing on top of another rock. Look at that. It's like a flat rock standing on top. Dope. Nice landing. Dang, man. I wish we had a before and after so I can tell how much of this is like from today. It could be could be a ton. The way that they're looking at this is telling me that went with it. Would have expected these edges to be a little bit more sharp, but look at that chasm. Yeah, you can. That's definitely a lot of that is from today, at the very least, or recently, whatever. I don't know if you've seen this one. This is from a couple days ago now. This is the back of the cone. So this right here is the main cone. That's what you see now. Now, things are looking a lot different now, but this is the back that we couldn't see. This is the gas vent. They call it the gas vent. They were wrong in that. Or they were lying. One or the other. Like lots of little eruptions in there. This is the back that we can't see. I don't know what's collapsed since. Maybe a lot. I have heard the back of the cone has collapsed a little bit more too. That's your main, I think. Actually, hold on. I have it like way too big. This is from yesterday. Yesterday daytime, so was it after? Oh, it's just a friggin' state though. Like just an absolute state. All of these little things right here. All of these little things right here are water vapor. Maybe some other gases, but mostly water vapor, likely. That shows signs that there's going to be more collapse. It's pushing and it's drilling little tiny holes as it comes up. And the water vapor comes from the ash and cinder. There's water being pulled from the rock in vapor form. Ridiculous amounts of smoke. That's probably what's giving us the majority of the sulfates and stuff. You can see the blue tint on some of this. Very boomer looking. Subscribe to our channel. That's cool though. They give us great footage. That's IGME. I'll give you a link for that. Yeah, if you're new here, stop relying on bushcraft, because this is taking a lot of money. Watching the World Series, Braves are up 5-1. Nice. You know what? I haven't followed baseball in like ages. Used to be a big Yankees fan. Let's look up. Everything's so woke now. I'm just like bleh. Actually, no, I was done with sports a long time ago. I don't know. I love baseball, but are they not giving us an update on the DuckDuckGo is weird for this, isn't it? So Astros versus the Braves. Since we're on this subject, because I also I pushed him once because he covered Bushcraft Bear, but I gotta show this to you. This is, he covers rig sports, but I don't think he's played sports. There was one that I watched and I was just like, what? Doesn't make sense.
Let's see, watch the catcher and watch the pitcher and watch Jock Peterson's demeanor. It just completely changes when he knows he's gonna be able to
okay,
shine.
so this guy asserts that sports is rigged, which, I mean, listen, there's a lot of money on the line, there's gambling on the line, and esports do it. They've been caught many times. It's a lot easier to catch it. But his assertions are just off the mark completely, I think.
Hold on. Spotlight.
This isn't the one that I wanted to show. Let's see what
watch the catcher.
Okay, hold on. Calm yourself. Calm yourself, peoples. Volcanoes.
Yep, you see that? He's tapping the glove 3 times. You see, that's a gross body movement. All right, it's a signal to the pitcher that he has to throw a home run pitch.
Why? Why is it must be that? Why? It could be any signal, and also you're patting. You hit your glove to pat to make sure that you don't drop it. Right? You got someone on first base there. You drop it, and you got someone on second. Right? You're putting it's a best of 7, right? And you're in what inning? Where's the inning? Bottom of the 4th? Alright, so like, and these are the Braves. These are the Dodgers. They're up 2-0. You don't want, like, you know what I mean? Like, these things are like, they count, right? So every little bit counts. You're patting, you're hitting your glove. You make sure everything's nice and tight, and that you're not going to be dropping anything. You know what I mean? Like, why does that mean that?
The division series for Dodger pitchers.
Okay, so yeah.
A streak of 95.
All right, you see here the catcher grabs the mask, so he's just gonna throw a pitch outside or just throw a ball or kind of a waste pitch, just to make it seem legit.
Consecutive plate appearances without a walk, and it ends with a walk.
I don't think Jock Peterson knows he's gonna hit it. All right, he's looking back. I don't know, maybe he has a handler over there or something.
Maybe just hold on. Let's get a better one. There was one that I was looking at that I was just like, dude, this is clearly very shilly. It glows. It just glows, I tell you. Oh, there was one that was just like, he was talking about like dropping a ball or something, and it was just so stupid. Either this guy hasn't played sports in his life. He doesn't understand like the little tiny things, especially baseball. I know a good bit of, I played a lot of baseball when I was a kid. No, well, not just a kid either. I was a submarine lefty pitcher, by the way. Get wrecked. You're not hitting my curveball. Oh man, to watch it curve. Oh, it was so fun. And I ruined my arm because I snapped it too early. Not that I was ever going to try and play to be like really good or anything, but you know, you don't want to. I screwed up a tendon in my arm, so I could only throw so many pitches after a while. Oh, dang it. Which one is it? Okay, well, we'll just pick up one. Hockey's another one I know pretty well, so. Okay, hold on. That is some bounce. Okay, so that might be the weirdest bounce I've ever seen, but hold on. Let's see if I can get a really slow motion. That's likely due to a really weird turning puck. Hold on. He probably fanned on this puck. No, looked pretty good. Oh my gosh. And it is a pretty magic puck, I'll give him that. This one is a really bad example. Can I see a curve on this? Ah, she's spinning like crazy. So yeah, these things do happen. He got a piece of the puck, changed its direction, forcing it down to the ground, and then its spin changed its direction. I know it sounds crazy, but also you got to bear in mind there's so much friction on here. Actually, they work the friction in so that they can push off more, right? So there's so much different planes of abrasion going on, and so many little nicks that a spinning puck can, like, listen, a spinning puck can go in almost any direction, except, well, it couldn't go much better than that. This was actually a really good example to make you think it, but this is not implausible. Crazy, and if you're the shooter, you're like, you know, I get it. But Jose, okay, wait, now I think this is it. Oh yeah, I gotta turn it up. But yeah, he's saying this is all rigged, and I'm just like, man.
He's not trying to make that play. He's like, oh man.
Yeah, well, he always shows this stuff. Okay, this is the thing. Do we have the bases? Okay, hold on. All right, so you got to run. You got to runner on first. You got to runner on second. He's already halfway to third, right? This runner is not going to do anything once he gets there. He thinks he's already screwed. Okay. But he stops himself right there. Look, see, and he gets the frig back, right? He makes sure he's safe, and the guy's already on the way to home. It's not coming back. That is you know what I mean? Is over. The second base, the guy who was on second base is definitely clearly home. So why would you risk throwing it at that point? Screw something up for something that would never you never get that person out that's running home at that point. Like that guy was giving her once again. Right? And he's saying that like when he does nothing, he's like, "Oh, man," as in like he's just standing there doing nothing. No. This guy is crouching just in case, but he sees the throw and he realizes it's not worth throwing lest this person can get to third base. Right? That's what's going on there. It's not, "Oh, man, I'm just going to not do anything." He made an error, yeah.
So actually scripted play.
But this must be scripted? Look, he screwed up.
He's not trying to make that.
It was also a grounder that it looked like it hit the mound. Hold on.
Play.
Yeah, it hit the mound. So listen, when it hits the mound, it's kind of like it just throws off your whole game. All right. I was a pitcher, but I also played first base, and I know what it was like. And it's a pain in the butt, right? You have to shift everything, and he just couldn't shift it in time. I don't even know if you can call that an error on his part.
He's not trying to make that play.
Why is he not trying to make that play? He just tried to make that play, and it hit the mound, and it shifted on him, so his entire kinesiology had to shift. Well, kinesiology, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? His entire movement had to adapt, and he didn't have enough time to do it. So he runs for it. That was hustle. That was friggin' hustle, man. And he looks up. See, look, this guy's already home. This guy's home. I know he's not like, he's probably a little less than halfway. But it ain't going to happen. You know, why would you risk that on a 1-1 game? Top of the third, you can let things just get out of control, right? Why would you risk that? Why would you risk that throw when you got a person on second that he's free, and he can just go to third? Say if there was a miss and it goes behind the plate, which sucks, by the way. When you make a throw and you miss that throw and it goes behind the plate, it's the most embarrassing feeling in the world. All right? It sucks. It sucks. Because there's no one to get it, and the catcher has to then run back and get it.
He's like, "Oh, man."
Right? This guy's never played a game of baseball in his life, or he's here as a paid actor, just as he... So I'm after pushing this guy. Maybe a couple of those subscribers are for me. Because he called out Bushcraft Bear. I had my ears tickled, see? We can all have our ears tickled, but I should have just went into these videos and be like, bro, you glow. You glow, bro. Can I giant? Good to see you, man. Just tuned into the stream. We're just finishing up. We got a little bit to go. J2 Kerrigan is like... No, you're good. You're good. In fact, have a moderator status. And go ahead. I mean, like, I also, like, refute points if I think that they're stupid. Don't get me wrong. But you're more than welcome to have the discussion. Yeah. No, we're good, man. J2 Kerrigan, welcome. Is that Sarah Kerrigan, by the way? Kerrigan? StarCraft's a good game. Hockey's your least favorite sport? Oh, you should get into it, dude. Hockey's, the strategy in hockey is dope, but I also love baseball. Baseball is awesome. It's been too long, to be honest with you. It's such a thinker's game. Such a thinker's game, and you can't... Like, it's a punishing game. You can't just mess up. One sec. Braves stole a base tonight, so we all get free taco from Taco Bell. Win-win. Dope. Dope. That's pretty sweet, man. It's pretty sweet. I like the Braves. I like the Braves. I spent some time in New York City, and I watched some New York City games. Or, sorry, Yankees games. So I became a Yankees fan. But I think I stopped because I was like, you know what, man, I hate New York so much. It's like and I'm also a Jets fan, so like in football. So that sucks. I don't really care too much about the Knicks, but the Knicks were my team. I don't really care too much about basketball though. It's not really big here. Everyone is upset because since the Dodgers and the Red Sox didn't make the World Series like predicted. See, that would have been a good series though, wouldn't it? Said 2 lower class teams beat the best in baseball. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Hey, I actually, speaking of, I went to a Yankees game. This was, I don't know. It was the year of Moneyball, and they played the Athletics, like the Moneyball team, and they got the Yankees got slaughtered. It was like 10-1, 10-0, and it was the first Yankees game I saw. I never knew it was the Moneyball team. I never knew enough about how the team composition was working back then. You know what I mean? And Moneyball wasn't out for another few years. But I then realized, looking back on it after watching Moneyball, that I'd seen that team in action kick the crap out of my Yankees. And the fans were so ticked. One, I'm not even kidding you, one fan climbed the foul pole and gave the team the finger. That's how ticked off the fans were. They got wrecked. It was an absolute rout. Yeah. Yeah, non-normies. This is a non-normie place, that's for sure. All my Stacy's going out with Jads. I can't really sing the rest of that song, can I? Well, not scaring all of you away with baseball talk. But yeah, this guy is he's a bit glowy. He's a bit glowy, saying everything's fake. It's like the flat earth of sports. But I won't start that combo again. Let's see if there's one more, just for fun. Oh, my Jets. Oh, gosh. Oh, I hate being a Jets fan.
One of my subscribers, pointed out this field goal.
It takes all of us.
Commented on my video.
We all need to be part of your cult. I'm so glad I don't watch sports anymore.
Very manipulated. So let's watch.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was a block.
Yeah. Let's watch that full speed. Yeah, there's clearly an external force being applied. It doesn't look like wind. It looks like it's completely controlled.
I like when these people they show the worst footage or whatever. Maybe like my resolution's bad. Hold on.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, it gets that. It just shoots off.
Yeah, that can happen. That's what wind does. I don't know. You're not showing where the wind is. Oh my gosh, the Jets are 0-3. I'm so glad I don't watch anymore.
Yeah, you see around here, it gets that push.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. It doesn't take effect right away. You know what I mean? If it's wind, it doesn't take effect right away. If it was blocked, it doesn't, or lightly blocked or touched off by one of the defenders. It doesn't take effect right away. It takes a little bit before you really start seeing that curve. Especially when they're kicking in the exact direction that the camera is behind, you know?
Gets just jolted to the
This is like how you get your reality stolen from you. You know what I mean? Your sense of reality is stolen from you. Jets signed Joe Flacco. Wait now, hold on. Joe Flacco. Just to make sure, because listen, remember, I'm a Canadian, so isn't Joe Flacco really old? Oh no, okay, never mind. My bad. Gangrene, okay. Yeah, we got a new quarterback. I don't even care anymore. I'm so over the Jets. Oh my gosh, that freaking team. And these uniforms have gotten worse too. What an awful looking uniform now. Used to be so slick. Where do I know Joe Flacco from? The Ravens when they won the Super Bowl. Man, it's been a long time. Why do they... Oh, Jets, man. Remember when they went with Brett Favre for a year? In the wash-up year? Ugh. Oh my gosh. I was afraid to face my friends. And Dirty Sanchez. I shouldn't say that, should I? That was his nickname, Mark Sanchez. Rex Ryan, the foot guy. Yes, yeah. I remember who he is now. It's just been so long, guys. Been so long since I followed football. I'd say a good 8-10 years. Like I was really into it back in 2008 was like my biggest year where I was in it. But remember, I'm Canadian, so I had to like teach myself the rules at like 23. Yeah, 100% either he hasn't played sports or he's paid to do this. He's likely paid to do it. Likely paid to do it. Big Buffalo fan? Yeah, the only team that plays in NY, yeah. Although, isn't the new stadium in... Don't they have a new stadium in New York? Or did that plan not fall through? And I'll be right back too, just one second. Yeah, no. I knew that they like always played in NJ, but like because it's been a while, I just totally forget. I thought that they were building a new stadium to play in New York, but it's been too long. Again, after Sanchez, after Sanchez and Ryan, I was just like, I can't do this anymore. Screw football. I won't even switch teams. I can't do it. I can't do it. Can't be a Jets fan anymore. It's not happening. Oh, it was looking so promising, and he just rips your heart out, man. Rips your heart out. No, it is good. It's good to see that, like you were talking about the World Series, to have like two teams that aren't, just complete, huge. What do you call it? Huge market teams, big market teams. What usually they refer to it as, right? Yeah, baseball has like, it's just injected way too much money. Way too. Baseball is, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad, I don't mean it as in it's a bad sport. I mean it as in like, I mean it's overrated financially. They just so much money is just thrown into it, and it just, how is any team supposed to compete with the Yankees, the Red Sox, and stuff like that? I mean, there are ways, yeah, but like, it's still such an unfair advantage or disadvantage to anybody. I gotta start getting like a chat in here, because like I push this up and I could like just read it from the side or something. There must be something I can do. What, just since this is like my last hour for the next couple days, I think I'm going to take 2 days off, because I've been 5 days on actually. Just because I got a couple people in here that's in a lot. Like, would you guys not mind if it's like, make it a little bit smaller, like this part here? Hold on. I was thinking about like changing the setup a little bit. Hold on. Come on. I have like 85 different windows open. This is what's going on here. There you are. Okay. Like maybe if I did something like this. Right? Hold on. Like, would you prefer that just the screen is like the full thing, or like I could have like a chat window, you know what I mean, that pops up on the right side, and then maybe like a better ticker? I could like take some time and make like a decent graphic down here with like a decent ticker. Like, is this too small? Because it would have, this would probably be the biggest it could be if I wanted to have a chat going. So just for those that, like, let me know how you feel about that, those that are in here. Buffalo lost 4 SPs in a row. The last year they made it to the AFC Championship. Nice. Because like when I was watching like the Buffalo games, I would be like, okay, well at least we get that. Right. The earth, no, but it's not about the earthquake screen, like because there's just not enough feeds, right? It's not about that, because if I take that out, like I'll show you right now. It doesn't really matter if I take it out right now, right? Because we can check it back. It just does that, right? So it doesn't matter whether or not. I guess like I could put something in here, but then you're dealing with, you'd be surprised how little people like this. It's just like, this is just throws off visual thing. And then I put in like a chat there, I would have to like fill this up with stuff. And I mean, I guess I can, but if I need a 4th screen, then it's very hard to do that. So just disregard the multi or the earthquake thing. And I kind of like keeping that there too, because I can keep tabs on it if things go crazy. And if I see that the board has like 5 earthquakes, when I saw that it's been like, you know, half an hour since the last time I checked, that's like a really good ticker for, if no one else, myself. And it's a good place to keep, because watch now, if I want to show you a window, right, where do I put this window? Right? It looks stupid. But if I have that earthquake one that's not really all that needed, I can just place it over the earthquake one. That's why I really like having that there. It serves, it does have purpose, even though it's not exactly all that great for you guys. It's a nice little placeholder, so if I need to show anything, I can. So it's not so much about that. It's about getting like a chat. Or are you saying that I should put the chat over that 4th screen? Which is obviously what you're trying to say. I'm sorry. It's been a long week. Any suggestions would be highly recommended. I've been trying to find this live seismograph thingy, like this one here. Hold on. I'm gonna blink, but you should be fine now. Oh yeah, these are cool, but they're a little bit, I don't know. I like having a little bit of aesthetics on the go, and that one kind of kills it. Also, anyone know what, or hold on. I guess I gotta put it up here. For those that are just coming in, sorry, I know it looks a little bit weird. I'm just asking if you can chime in and any of your opinions would be greatly appreciated. I'm probably going to change my interface up a little bit for when I start back up next time. I will be taking at least tomorrow off for live streaming. I might make a video or something like that if I get bored or something, or I want to do an update. But I will be doing more live streams all over the weekends. Because there's a lot of news to cover in the weekends. So like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, and maybe have Wednesday and Thursday off until this finishes anyways. I mean, if something crazy happens on one of those days, I'm obviously I'm gonna keep watching the volcano, but just to let you know, tomorrow there will be no live stream, that's for sure. But you can join the Discord, and I will be in there, and often I do throw up the live stream in the voice chats, and we can actually, you know, we can chill together, have a discussion. I like to do it more. It's just by the end of the streams I get too tired. It is cool though, isn't it? Hold on, let me pull it up for the people that you're talking about. I do like that. What system is he using, I wonder? I use just multistream.io or whatever, .tv. So much stuff in the way of everything that I do. I can't like click on it anymore. Okay, here we go. Do you know what he uses to get this? And it like it'll entitle things, or is he adding that in? Because I know that there's like a couple different systems that like it'll automatically give you like what feed it is for you. There is one really good program like that, and I won't even have to like restart. Because you remember when I'm like standby and it takes a second to load up? It doesn't even use that. It just adds it in, and it doesn't need to do that. Scrolls across the screen in real time, corresponds with the footage. Oh, that is kind of cool though, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But like often the footage, like the eruption doesn't, it's not corresponding with the earthquakes. Like the earth, there's a little bit of a delay before things get crazy for the most part, right? And then by the time that it corresponds, that data is already off the screen. That's one thing that I noticed with that. The people in the chat said IGN. It could be. It could be. One thing though, it's a little bit ugly for my taste. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you. I'm a little bit big on aesthetics. It is a bit ugly, but I think I should be covering that a little bit more, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I? For those that are coming in, I'll do a quick update there as well. My bad. I know this looks kind of weird. Please excuse the appearance. Let me pull this one out. You know what really ticks me off about OBS? I wish, can I show you the OBS? Hold on. No, it doesn't even let me show it. It's like when I have like 80 different things that I can turn on at any given time, right? Like this is from before. Like I have a whole bunch of different things. These are really old, but like they all add up, and then you try and click it and it's always something else that's in the way, even though it's turned off. Just like, go away. I don't want to see it. I don't want it in my way. I want to try and move stuff quickly. It's so annoying. Wait, there was a... When you say last night, you're like 24 hours ago last night. Really? There was another 4.7? How did I miss that? Or was it revised after? It was Oivade. Come fly with me, come fly away. Is this for real? Hold on, I'll turn this on for a second. Just going through like my news feed or something. See, I'd love to move this thing, and everything is in the way, so I can't move it. It's just like...
So female writer awarded prestigious literary prize turns out to be 3 men.
That's the classic fucking when you can't get in an R-rated movie and 3 boys go on each other's shoulders with the trench coat. You go, wait, are you fucking one woman? And you go, no. Yes, we're one woman. And then
Yeah, they have the wig on the top.
The wig on the
top rung.
The top rung, and then they're just all on each other's shoulders sneaking in.
That's amazing. They came out to get their prize, and they decided to do a reveal of who they actually were.
Yeah.
Because they've been writing as this woman, because obviously, like, women sell scripts a little better right now.
There's a little more demand for them.
A little more demand for them. I like the idea of, as soon as they announce, they go, and the winner of this award, prestigious feminism award, and then they come out and they go, Joe Smith, and then they come out, they go, you just hear, yeah. Burr, 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 burr. And they come out doing the Ric Flair arms. They go, I just want to say the dude's fucking rock.
Yeah, this one's for the boys. Fucking all just like crush beers on their head. Stone Cold style.
Yeah.
So wait, is that real
as
though?
They're walking on stage, they crush beers on their head. You were saying it
sounds like some sort of just like way to flip things around in clown world to me. I don't know if that's true.
To the fucking like host.
I don't like these guys annoy the crap out of me, to be honest. Don't judge me by my subscriptions. Half the time I subscribe to these people, like, keep an eye on them. So yeah. Let's get some of the craziest stuff on subscriptions I have. Here, I'll pull it up. Pull it up a little higher. Move that there like that. I removed most of like my conspiracy stuff. It was weirder at one point. Just because I didn't want that crap in my stuff anymore. Do we still have the flat earther in chat? Oh, the flat earth thing. And they just come in and kill all conversation too. They're just like, no, you gotta say Yeshua. No, it's flat earth. It's a flat earth, man. It's flat earth. No, Mandela effect, man. No. Yeah, no. No one died. No one died. No one got hurt. No. It's all like... It's ridiculous. Kills all conversation. Officer Tatum, he drives me crazy. Like, these friggin', like, his screenshots for his covers, they're just so bad. Oh, I can't. This guy is such a click chaser. Look at this. Like, you're a grown man taking pictures like every day, a new picture, making sure it's just right. Can you imagine? I get it's, you know, it's what you need to do to like, to make it big, I guess. But if that's what it takes to make it big, you'll never see me do this. Ever. Like, it's so, like, I would feel ashamed to do that. Because I would be taking pictures of myself making ridiculous faces for a living. Right? And, like, have you ever, like, this guy is not a real big thinker either, right? Like, I'll give you a big thinker. Hold on. This guy. And I think the, oh, no, not this guy. Hold on. You can never find this guy when you want him because his name is really weird. He's not a thinker either. He comes out with stuff though. Hold on. He's so random. Hold on. Give me a moment. Anna Kate is maybe the biggest shill of all time. This is a problem here, actually. I might do a video someday. That's opening up a whole new can of worms. I suppose if I go to subscriptions, maybe I'll find them. Come fly with me. Stop. Come fly me to LA. Does he call himself Black in the beginning? Some black dude. And he's super, super smart. Like he's cool and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me, like, he can speak the people's language, and then you get this incredible brilliance. Like, while talking like a gangster. And like he's playing the part of being a gangster, and he plays right into it, and he's super funny. And then you get this incredible brilliance coming out of him. I totally think he's like a shill, because he's too good. Oh, dang it. I'm not going to be able to find him. Maybe Hood. I'll do it for next time. I'll get this guy going. But this Tatum guy, man, like, he's just so brain dead in half of his stuff. Just watch this.
That's what I'm talking about. We need real men, baby.
And it's just everything is always so cringy in the beginning. Like he just does those covers, and then you get this boom, and then he shills his stuff. He's like at like 100 words a minute or like a second.
This video is brought to you by the Outstanding Store. The Outstanding Store, get the merch
Right,
link
sell
in
his
the
shit.
description section. One of the shirts that I think go very well with this video is "Make Men Men Again." I need to say "Make Men Fathers Again," or "Make Fathers Fathers Again," or "Make Men Great Again." We got to do something for the men. And without further ado, let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. And y'all make sure y'all like, subscribe to the channel. Y'all know what to do. Y'all already know this stuff.
Everything is just so
tell you this
like,
every day.
Like I'll do the likes and subscribe just so I don't get like drowned in dislikes, so it throws people off or something, and it also does get the ball rolling, you know. So I'll ask for a like maybe in the beginning or something. But like this is just the same template, cookie cut every time.
This is an example of the power of fathers, and I say this in my book. I speak about this.
Like he says things that are good and wholesome and stuff, but like he's not like. I say this in my book, and then like when you get into like these live streams with him, he's like so brain dead. So brain dead. Yeah. Wow, I've killed the conversation here. I'm sorry guys, my bad. Anything else you want to talk about before I go, guys? Because if we're slow in chat, I might finish it up. I could jump in the Discord later. Down to 20 people, so this channel's doing pretty well, to be honest, though. Average usually hitting like a 50 mark on the peak. 751 playbacks. That'll show up. Just watch when that comes. That'll show up as like 300. It's ridiculous when it does. Hello to those that are coming in. We're just on the tail end, so don't mind me if I'm a little bit too casual. It's been a long week, and this is like my Friday, so I'm just like screwing off in the last half hour. Oh, sorry. No, it's not blocking anything. You're good. So, because of those 30 depths. I'd say tomorrow you're going to look at some pretty tight intervals. 5 minutes going. Once that reaches up there. Takes a little bit for those deep ones to take an effect. But when it does, you'll know. This is nothing yet. I think this is going to start to really pick up. But we've already had some, like these spouts are crazy. 6 active vents gotta be a lie. There's no way that's just 6 vents, man. Well, all the same with the back collapse. Did we really get all that much footage of the back collapse? Or after the back collapse? That video, that aerial footage that I showed you, that was on the 25th. And it looked like it was daytime. So that had not collapsed at that point. And I heard that there's more collapsing going on in the back since then. We didn't get anything from IGME on this today. What about Lavanguardia? They usually do pretty well. What I can do though, hold on. Put you back in. What'd you say, Lisa? Or Lisa? The message retracted. All the time. I always miss so many of your messages. I'm expecting a rise again if it wants to live up to the progression so far. Yeah, for sure. And I don't know how long you've been here, but I'll just give you guys, for those that are in there, just so I can say that I've been working. Hold on. So you got those two at 40 depth. This one's really low too. When there's one of those, it's already like, it means that there's more magma going in. But today, it got very intense. Very, very intense. It's definitely not here now. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Hold on. if you haven't been following today, look at this friggin' slew. 32 at 3.6, 36 at 3.0, 35 at 2.9, 30 at 2.8, 40 at 4.7, and that's the first of two that have happened so far. Now, they haven't reviewed the parameters yet. I don't know if it should go down. I don't know why it would at this point. All stations are checking in and long ago. So they need to figure their crap out if either of these change at this point, because the stations should have picked up on this basically worldwide or halfway across the world. 3.9 at 2.9, 33 at 2.9, 35 at 3.4, 35 at 3.1, 36 at 2.7, 38 at 3.2. Remember, this is all within like an hour and a half. 35 at 3.3, 34 at 3.3, 36 at 3.2. Starting to get a little bit past that range, so within 2 hours. 30 at 3.1, 37 at 3.3. This is off the chain. We've never seen anything like this. And I know that I said that last time too, and probably the time that it happened there. Like the 22nd had these kind of swarms, the 23rd had these kind of swarms, but it was more like this, and it was done. This is something different going on here. This is nuts. Look at this. So if you are new here, it means that magma is coming up into the chamber, or at least there's more pressure being pushed at from the bottom of the network, which creates pressure upstream or up the conduit. And so when you see one of these deep ones, even just one of them at a decent magnitude, like a 2.5 and up, that means you probably want to buckle up. That's for one of them. We're looking at 15 of these, and they didn't really stop either. Like there were swarms. After the swarm, there was still more of them. 34, 37, 30. A weird one at 24. There was also a 20 as well. Oh wait, now let's just double check those coordinates. Yep. Come fly with me. To LA. 40 at 3.4. So was this a revision, or is that just no? It was the other one. Yeah. That just came in. 40 depth, 20 depth. Although that's not like a reloading quake, if you want. That's what I like to call them, the ones that are down below. 34, 40. See, this is what you'll normally see, although this 2, what's up with this 2? That was 5 hours ago? What was going on 5 hours ago? See how that corresponds, maybe. It's like it does this thing where it like shortens out a little bit and then boom. Goes a little bit beyond my pay grade to understand that fully, but like I guess maybe there's a pressure lapse or collapse or something like that, and it pulls back for a second and then boom. Yeah, this is when we start getting these huge jumps, right? It takes a little bit. Next week we'll probably be saying this exactly. I know I sound like a broken record with that. I know, but I mean, it is what it is, right? That's how it is. That's how it is. Do I get that clip? Hold on. I haven't played this much because I kind of stayed on it for a while. Into deep clip. Freaking Yeah. Friggin' Bushcraft Bear just saying that's how it is. This is the way she goes, right? So
Woke up, went up, looked outside what's going on. It's
I gotta change the audio. I want to hear it with you guys. Yeah, it was probably way too loud anyways, wasn't it? Old Bushy, man. I can't believe how just ridiculous this guy is. Like, where are we right now? Where the frig are we? That this guy, we're here watching like some volcano at which no mainstream can tell the truth, apparently. And we're stuck with this guy. Like, you know, and maybe I say this too much, but like, I guess now that I'm like kind of just, I feel like I'm off shift. I'm walking off the shift a little early. But just like, aside from like just the whole show of him being a show, like, let's just talk, like, how crazy is this? That we're in this predicament that, oh, there's so many of us that are just like, we're watching some German dude in La Palma work us over. What the heck is this clown world? It's so stupid. Okay, I just gotta change the audio and I'm right with you. Hold on. Okay. Now I'm echoing, aren't I? Other one, idiot.
up, went up, looked outside what's going on. I smelled sulfur. And they are saying that the quality of the air is alright. It went back to a good air quality.
Fucking idiot. He's up at the top of the hill, or he's not living down there, right? He's somewhere in the north, or like up by the tourist zones, because he's basically just a permanent tourist, right? He's not hiking that far. He's up in the north, and he's smelling sulfur like 5 kilometers or 4 kilometers away, at least. Probably way more, actually. And then he's like, oh, the air's fine.
But yeah, that's how it is.
That's how it is.
What? That's the way she goes. That's the way she goes? That's right. That's the way she goes.
So
that's what I said. So you lost all our drink money is what she goes. She's gone.
That's how it is. So
that's right. That's the way she goes. Sometimes she goes, sometimes it doesn't. She didn't go. That's the way she goes.
It's the way she goes. What a ridiculous, so ridiculous. You joined the Discord? Cool, man. Cool. Is the Discord link still there? Oh, goodness. Did they really make me copy and paste all this? I apologize to those that are bearing with a very lazy streamer at the moment. It's been, I guess, 30 hours in the past 5 days of streaming, so I kind of like just chilling. That's the Discord there. I get the next 2 days off, and I like hanging out with you guys, to be honest. You guys are pretty cool. The ones that are in Discord. It's actually a really great place to be. Lots of different stuff going on there. Lots of different chats. I like doing the voice chats as well. Meeting the people. Kind of is cool because you guys all hear my voice, and like I'm just in, you know, J-Rock. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, that would be awesome. The insults of him. But you guys all hear me, but I'm just an idiot with a microphone. I'm just one of you guys, so like it's fun to hear all the voices. This channel will like never get big. If it ever gets big, it'll get taken down. If I gain too much influence. Part of me thinks that they just kind of keep me around so they can hear what things I can bust. He parachutes in daily from a blackbird on his private island nearby. Bushcraft is the Bond villain. No, Bond villains tend to be geniuses, right? He's got the brain of, like, Jaws. He's so unintelligent. It hurts my brain to hear. I don't care about unintelligent people, but when he tries to make himself, like... when he tries to make himself the king of the news and he's that stupid. Well, I suppose that's status quo everywhere now though, right? Like, people are so stupid these days, and it's just all based on like the worst standards. CBC News is brutal. You know what's funny about CBC News is that, look, you can't comment on the national, and they put all of their national stuff. So I don't think any... Yeah, all comments are always turned off on the national. And they get... Well, when they don't, they get downvoted to oblivion because people can see people talk. So they turn off all of this, and this is our national test or whatever. Right down at the bottom is the CBC News, like the... I remember a point in time before they were like pushed and shoved into the mainstream or whatever, and shoved into YouTube. I actually had more subs than them, and I only had like 3,500 at the time. And like they were on for years, and just nobody wanted to watch them. Now they have to like shove it in your face. That's the only way you can. And they don't look at this. 2K, and they have 2.8 million subscribers. Yeah, okay. And I know I'm subscribed to them because I like bashing them or whatever. What was I watching earlier today? Yeah, the cabinet. But they're just like, oh, we have the first woman here and the first colored person there. And like, I don't care. I don't care at all. Right? Are you good at your job? Good. All right. So why are you talking about this? And it was like, she was saying there was the first woman defense secretary, or well, our here we call it minister, but defense secretary, just our version of it. And the first one, it was the second defense secretary, the first one being Kim Campbell. Kim Campbell was like the biggest disgrace to Canadian politics. Like, she was prime minister for like a week. So it wasn't her fault. Brian Mulroney was before her, I think. And he was just, Brian Mulroney. And he was just so bad that he took a majority government down. I think there was only they went down to like 2 seats or something like that, because his policies were just so bad, right? So he resigned before the election, and she took her place, or she took his place. So to be fair, right, it was not her fault that they lost like all of their seats. It wasn't her necessarily, okay? So just bear this in mind. It was the D-bag before her. It was she was a prime minister for 132 days. But like, she basically broke down during the election. Like, she was basically hiding on the bus all the time, and she was just for a defense minister, you want someone strong, and this lady was a transition sweet lady, not so bad from what I can tell, unless they got the whole pedo thing behind that too. I don't know. What's the early life? Let's see, where'd she go? Seaforth Highlanders. University of BC, London School of Economics. Spent 3 months touring the Soviet Union. Really? Okay, maybe not so good then. This is a fake conservative, but whatever. That's fine. I don't even care. This is Canada. Friggin' cuck Canada. But she just was not a strong person at all. And they made her defense minister, and there's like things like that is what made Mulrooney just like they highly unpopular, and then she became like the head, and they just voted everybody out because the way that she handled the election. It was really bad. This was like my first little bits in politics. This is one of my first things that I remember in politics. I was 5 years old watching this type of news with my mom. And she was making fun of her because she was so weak. And my mom was a conservative, so. What the heck, man? Social Credit Party? What the heck was she doing in the Conservative Party? Gross. Social Credit Party. What does that even mean? Social credit. A distributive philosophy of political economy developed by C.H. Douglas. You know what this is? This is some sort of like Fabian conservative shit. You guys know about Fabian conservatives, right? Hold on. They're like the infiltrators of the Commonwealth. Turn everybody like half conservative. Conservative. Whatever. We'll fix it for me. This is a big deal because it's also now going into your American parties. So those that are still watching, that's bleeding into your own parties now via the Templeton Institute. Templeton Institute is a cancer in the right that will kill the right. And it is very much so like what you had with Trump and other stuff. This fake conservatism. Okay, Jamie, I'll be on Discord like now in a second. If you could, because we lose these chats, I think. Or, well, I'd have to scroll through the chats again, so it's kind of rough. For reference, how old am I? I'm 33. 33 and a half. Jaws, yeah. Yeah. He's got the brain of Jaws. That's just the way it is. Yeah. That's the way it is. That part when he says that, it just ticks me off so much. The way it is. Screw you, citizens of La Palma. I got videos to make. I'm not going to let you get in the way. That's just the way it is. Stupid experts feeding the egos of people who think they understand what's going on. Now you're fighting everyone for a piece of sanity? Yeah. Yeah. It's ridiculous. And it's all about ego and face. It's so pathetic. These people are so weak. So weak. It used to be that, like, you know, here's the reason why I like men in power. You can much more easily blame them. I don't think that they're even more qualified than women. I really don't. I think women are just as capable. Like, I think that less of them are ambitious towards leadership. like actual leadership, which also entails responsibility, right? The ones now are being trained to just be loud, right, and take no responsibility for anything. That's the difference, right? With men, you can drive a nail into these men. You know what I mean? Like, you can, if they do something wrong, you can criticize them till kingdom come, and you can criticize them hard, right? That's why I like men in power, right? And it doesn't mean that you can't do the same thing with like a women either, but it can. They use it. The system is now put women in, put people of color in, or whatever, put different cultures in, put diversity in, and then when something goes wrong, you pull the card to save face, right? And I'm not talking about the people that they put in. I'm talking about, this is like a well thought out plan to use meat shields, right? That ticks me off, man. It really ticks me off. You're 66? Cool, man. Cool. The thumbnail is hilarious. That guy must be BCB. American Psycho movie. Which thumbnail? What one were you talking about? Or are you talking about the Officer Tatum guy? JD says the left-right is just blurred lines. It can be. It can be. Like, I'm a right-winger. I am a right-winger. I'm a fiscal conservative, but it's just at this point, I kind of agree. It's like, do I vote for the Jesuit or do I vote for the Jesuit? Like, F off. Like, why the heck are there Jesuit conservatives? How does that happen? How does that work? These social justice people, they're so ingrained with this stuff and they don't even know it. Yeah, you're just sexist. No, she's an idiot, and I'm explaining why. Yeah. Like, we have no problem. I have no problem calling a guy an idiot. I mean, you hear me say that with Bushcraft Bear. But if Bushcraft Bear was a girl, or wham in a collar, you know what I mean. I and I don't mean any offense to anyone like that. I really don't. But the whole diversity hiring thing is a completely different story. Yeah, you can't call him an idiot without having to defend yourself, and you're just like, what? Get over it. Get over it. I remember when that first started with Obama. I was just like, this guy's a total moron, and I say it on like Facebook. I remember, like, I don't know, one of my sister's friends or something who had a crush on me or something, so she added me. She was like, how could you hate on Obama? We're like, who even does that? Because I was criticizing one of his policies. It's like, can just stop pretending you know anything about politics. Just stop. Go away. Go away. But they didn't. They just kept on coming. They just kept on coming, pretending they knew things about politics. When you talk about JFK, I was in 3rd grade, and we'll never forget the moment he got, I heard he was shot. Dude, it's, I envy you for living in that timeline. Not for JFK getting shot, but just like, right now, I'm just, oh, Lord, take me now. I don't want to see what's going on later. I really don't. Okay, so hold on. The thumbnail is hilarious. That guy must be VCB. And I said, are you talking about in volcanoes? I'm even more confused, janitor. I'm sorry. Yeah, growing up in like the 60s, 70s, 70s it got a little bad, didn't it? Well, I mean, even the 60s. Well, the social justice started in the 60s. But, like, you know, it hadn't taken, like, the full hold of the nation either. Not at that point. So, even if there was the hippie movement, you know, at least there was a refuge. Oh, snap. Snap. I actually got to conclude. Oh, no. Actually, well, whatever. When it's gone, it's gone. I'll stay on for another couple minutes. I was supposed to conclude 5 minutes ago. If I played any music that gets blocked, then this stream will be lost. But I don't think we lost all that much, to be honest, aside from the chat. It's decent chat, but some people, I guess. Can you imagine, like, forcing someone to say Yahshua? And they likely had no clue that Joshua's name is the same as Jesus. That's one thing, man. Ed, I tell you, as a Christian, it's not the atheists that drive me nuts. It's not the atheists. Or the ones that, well, or like non-believers. It's the believers. It's the ones that have been really led astray with pomp. That really, like, Calvinism's really bad for it, and now this stuff online that, like, people are just obsessed with Revelations and they've never read the Bible and, like, the book of Enoch and things. Like, they've never taken the time to study, you know what I mean? And they're swayed by they're swayed by every wind of doctrine, right? Like the conversation that you and I had, I really appreciated that one. It was, like, challenging, and, like, you know, at least what you've brought forth, was like a challenging one to debate as opposed to some of the other ones, right? But we get this stuff, these ones that people haven't even done the work to study the scripture and understand, and then they're just like, you know what, man, you got to say Yeshua. Like, what the frig? What the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, just sit down. Like, did you read this point? Like, and they're all looking for signs and wonders because of this NAR crap. We'll go. Let's call out some Christianity. And if you go through my old stuff, you'll notice that I call out Christians. It doesn't even bother me for non-believers. In fact, I like the discussion. I do, because you gotta, you know, like, I also need to be palatable to others. And if I'm just stuck in my own little bubble, then, you know, I'll be palatable to nobody but myself. What's a good let's look at Trump's advisor, Paula White, just some of the stuff that she does. Paula White breaks down, yeah, over Trump being elected. I think this is her.
Hi, this is Ted. I'm going to be winging this.
Oh, Ted, you're coming in way too hot, Ted.
A little bit, so I might be. When I wing things, sometimes my mind gets off in tangents. I'll try not to. I'll try to focus on one thing. All right. Here's the story. I'm going to be talking about Paula White.
Let's just go to he's really interesting. I think even for, like, a atheist, agnostic, or whatever, he's actually quite interesting. I highly recommend this channel. Makes you think. I don't agree with him on some stuff, but I'll shill his channel, actually. Oh, she's a state, and this is Trump's spiritual advisor. It should tell you enough. She's part of what's called the emergent church, and it's a cancer within Christianity.
Hypocrisy.
It's an intentional cancer as well.
Don't tell me we're the party of unity, and we're this, and we're gonna unify. And every second we have, we're just hurting people more and more and more. politicizing people's lives. God didn't call me to the world. I've been sent on assignment to do things in the world. But I'm called to the church. And when the church is this polarized and this divided, God help us.
Let me see if I can get some.
How can we not mourn?
There's worse than this, actually, because he gets into the philosophical, but still I would recommend checking him out. Hold on. Paula White, Insane, maybe. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. Let's hope they just don't
We
now
break and
this
divide
narrate
every
for
demonic
us.
confederacy against the
I
election,
hate now this, but whatever.
against America, against that who you have declared to be in the White House.
Yeah, of course they got to do that, right? They got to throw in the narrative. Screw off.
Right now, high-level demonic networks, let them be broken, let them be torn down in the name of Jesus.
Whatever.
You are the God of division. You are the God of the sword as much as you are the God of the olive branch. So right now, take the sword of the Lord. Take the sword of the Lord. Take the sword of the Lord and divide everything that is not of you. Separate the wheat from the tare and strike 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 until you have...
My cat's actually trying to catch the hand. So, yeah, this is not Christian at all. She's just a shitty faker. Because these guys are all really shitty fakers. They're not Christian at all. They're NAR, Emergent Church, and they're here to deceive people intentionally.
Victory for every enemy that is aligned against you. Let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
Abundance of rain is a reference to the latter rain movement, which became the NAR. So they use these little dog whistles that, well, now this wasn't smart enough to pick up on, but yeah, they use these little words, and they are literal dog whistles. It's meant to bind emotion and things like that. The more you focus and study these people, you start seeing that they are using intentional neurolinguistics to affect and impact and manipulate their members. It's very sad and subtle. Like, very few people can pick up on this. I think you could if you do the work, but it's hard to initially pick up on it.
I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done.
The guy walking in the background is like, see, they do these things just to make people look crazy. That's what this is. It's to make Protestants look crazy. It's not about making Catholics look crazy. This is to make Protestants look crazy so that the Pope needs to come in and say, let's all come home to the Mother Church, because this has gotten out of hand. That's what this is about.
The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata.
So annoying. Freaking, it's not speaking in tongues at all. This is just Pentecostal garbage.
For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Fika hata anda ata. Ora bata rata ande eke eke manda rasata.
This is so ridiculous. Kitty, stop scratching my screen, buddy.
For I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
It's all just so empty, you know? And that's what these conversations with like when it's just, you know, you gotta call him Yeshua, you know what I mean? It sounds to me it's just as repetitive, right? Yeah, vain repetitions as the heathens do. Yeah, exactly, my friend. Pull up Flynn's 7 points of light prayer. Okay, I shall. Just give me a moment. We'll go through this. Just bear in mind, folks. This is Trump's spiritual advisor. This is what, I don't know if that's an official title or anything, but this was what he called her.
I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
Officially joined it and advises Trump's Faith and Opportunity Initiative. Religious groups can have more influence in government. Like, it's not like the church marrying the state like the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, there's a difference. There's a difference, right? Like, I love how now this puts it. It's like we gotta keep religion out of politics, when meanwhile their secular cult is cancer upon all politics. Right, so like they don't recognize what that means. Even people in now this are so stupid. But anyways, it just gets. I don't know if there's anything more with this. I don't really want her, or I don't want now this to be dictating my feelings either.
That has aligned itself against the purpose, against the calling of President Trump. Let it be broken. Let it be torn down in the name of Jesus.
You want me to tell you what my thoughts are? The thoughts of the King of Kings, the thoughts of the Lord of Lords. I'm downloading heaven.
Hey!
So yeah, this is like the misinterpretation of scripture. I've said this a few times, but speaking in tongues was talking about speaking in other people's language in front of them and being able to have it interpreted. You know, like that's what that was. That miracle. I mean, that I guess it could happen. And I mean, like I wouldn't put it. I mean, well, it's biblical that apparently that it did happen, and I'm not gonna like limit or define God's power here. You know what I mean? I think it could happen again, even though I'm more of a what's called a cessationist, as in these gifts have been completed since we have the full Bible or whatever. But I'm not trying to limit God or anything. Don't get me wrong. But this is not speaking in tongues. This is just. I'm just gonna wait until she starts actually speaking again.
A little bit cute, all right? I am Paula, who is pretty. Well, maybe I'm not going to be pretty when I'm 90 years old. Here's this former messed up Mississippi girl. Lived in a trailer that they called trailer trash. Daddy committed suicide, got pregnant out of wedlock.
Right. Imagine, right? Imagine my shock, the troubled childhood behind all these people. That's the common bond. I think there's a bit of maybe some MK going on with this stuff. Let me pull out the chat because now we're finally actually doing something. 1 second. I don't want to miss your comments on this because this tends to provoke a little bit of chat. Here's General Flynn and review of his prayer. Okay, I'm opening it up right now, and we will play it right after. That woman is nuts. What's her name? Her name is Paula White, and she is Trump's spiritual advisor. Yeah, this is a witch. It is a witch, but I think that she was probably like a victim of abuse herself, spiritual abuse, right? But these are the ones that are like crying out like spiritual warfare. These are the so yeah, for like those that like have heard about spiritual warfare, these are the ones that are, remember she was just talking, and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike, that kind of thing, right? That's what this is what this is, right? They come in more mainstream circles a little bit more sane. It's meant to be that way, and they pull you into the church, and then they drill you with key words, and then the emotions behind key words, and then they use them again and again and again. That's what this essential mind control, the major tactic, the core tactic, is to associate emotions with words and then use the words. Yeah. No, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse, of course, but well, no, it kind of is. What if she doesn't even realize what she's doing? What if this is like, because you hear what I'm saying here with this whole using these words and tying them to commercial, to use them to, what do you call it, create an emotion out of somebody, right? Like, what if she is MK'd, you know? Right, as they mass MK others, right? Yeah. Didn't fall in sin, that he fell in great sacrifice to what was then animal man. Esoteric meaning of Lucifer on their website. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Funny they talk about separation. Sorry, I should have read your first one. They talk about separation from church and state when you have entities like the Lucius Trust. Yeah. And acts as an NGO for the United Nations. The same company who thinks Lucifer didn't fall in sin, that he fell in great sacrifice, who was to what was then animal man. Esoteric meaning of Lucifer on their website. Yeah, for sure. Lisa, do you know what MK Ultra is though? Like, you'd be surprised what control one can have on another person if you break them. So, but you're probably right. You're probably right. I'm just playing a little bit of devil's advocate there. But they all have these troubled childhoods, and they come up. They come up believing that they have to screw people over, or else they'll be screwed over. You can almost hear it in her voice there. Hold on, let's play it again. Like, she has to screw people over lest she gets screwed over.
I kind of know I'm a little bit cute, all right? I am Paula, who is pretty. Well, maybe I'm not going to be pretty when I'm 90 years old. Here's this former messed up Mississippi girl. Lived in a trailer that they called trailer trash. Daddy committed suicide, got pregnant out of wedlock, been married, been divorced, not just once, twice. People go, well, how'd you become the spiritual advisor of the president? We'll get to that later. It's all in there. Michael Jackson, Kid Rock, the president, it's all in there, all right?
Thank you, Paula. What a great job you do. The evangelicals. I hear we're more popular than ever with the evangelicals. You're the only one, and she'll tell the truth.
I hate how they call themselves evangelicals too. It really drives me crazy. These people have made a mockery of Protestant Christianity.
She'll only tell the truth.
Southern California is looking at there's already law that's passed through the governor that says the Bible is a book of hate speech and to ban the sale of it. Snapchat was created as the largest human trafficking because the greatest people on there were human traffickers, because the FBI and because intelligence could not do it, because it's live and it's real time and they can track your kid in less than a second and take them.
See, that's the whole now this thing, but well, we know a little bit different now. We have lots of social media heads that are a bunch of child diddlers. And there is trafficking. I love how now this puts that in there. I wonder how many diddlers are in their group. But then you have the idiots like Paula White that talk about it and then make it less plausible. Or, you know what I mean? Like, you can just ascribe that to human trafficking. Her to human trafficking.
There's a Department of Treasury in heaven that God
No one
is
will
watching
believe you
over
then, right?
everything you do, and you are storing up eternal treasure that will go so far beyond, I think, that we can even begin to imagine.
And they love that eternal treasure line too, hey? They cling on that a lot. It's like, well, we're all saved, but we're all about building up our eternal treasure. It's like, I don't even think about that in a way. Yeah, she was an adulteress, yeah. She's a bit like Pelosi, yeah. Yeah. She was an adulteress, but I mean, like, she's even worse than, in my opinion, even worse than a physical adulteress is like a spiritual adulteress, like, because you know that, like, if you've ever looked at a woman with lust in your heart, then you are guilty of adultery, right? That's what Jesus clearly said to us. Same thing if you've ever been angry at somebody, you've committed murder. You know, like, these things are pretty damning, right? So, like, I'm not gonna, I won't go, like, so far as to say, like, this is what is her biggest problem, like cheating, because we're all, you know, at a certain step of our, you know, our relationship and in our sanctification, that, you know, things happen. Things do happen. And it doesn't mean that you can just allow that to continue or anything, but we're all on different parts of our walk. So I'm not, that part doesn't bother me nearly as much as what she's doing spiritually to people. She is a great adulteress in that case. And I think that's the much bigger problem.
You need to send in $3,500. You need to send in $35,000. You need to send in that $100,000 check.
$100,000 check. How did she get, what context was there in that, man, that she could justify that sentence?
You do not write that P.O. box, and you do not call that toll-free number, and you do not become a ministry of sustainer. You will never see sustainment in your life, and your dream will die. Your call will die.
On Jim Baker. It was the Jim Baker show. Oh, she's pretty though, isn't she? For, you know, what's she, like 60? How old is she? She is pretty. Paul, what? 55? Yeah, I probably shot too high with 60, but you know, anything's possible with access to adrenochrome. Ugh, I'm so sick of these leftist renditions. Oh, gosh. Anyways, I think we've done enough on that. Let's go on to Mr. Flynn here. Yeah. See, I Flynn. These people... The conservatives are worse than the...
This is True News, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us God. I'm Rick Wild.
I think she is Kim Clement. Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Kim, yeah, Clements. I'm not too sure what's going on.
Files. 8 religious.
What am I supposed to be looking at though? Because we can't go through an hour long. Likely take me off or something too. Let me know where we need. Where do I need to go after? Or ATF? By the way, go check out After the Fellowship for you guys. He's got some good stuff. He does some good chats. Little firesides. Reads the Bible. It's a fun time. If you like these kind of like fireside chats or whatever, it's pretty good to listen to. I had a hospital visit there a couple weeks ago, and I had a lot of fun with him, actually. A lot of fun chatting in the waiting room. Just play it, it'll start up pretty quick.
This conference was held last month in the Mid-America Center in Council Bluffs, Iowa. The event was titled Open the Heavens Conference. It was sponsored by Pastors Hank and Brenda Kuhneman, the religious leaders of the Lord of Hosts Church in Omaha, Nebraska. The theme of the conference was, "It is time to get ready for the revolution of light." The keynote speaker was retired General Michael Flynn. At the conclusion of his speech, General Flynn led the audience in a prayer. The people in the audience recited the prayer with him. Here at True News, we immediately discerned that something was spiritually amiss about the prayer.
Yeah, and this is, I do have issues with shared prayer. And I used to do a lot of like prayer on camera and stuff, or like just in live streams, because I thought it could be like edifying. And I'm not saying that it can't ever be edifying to do so, but like this stuff is getting a bit weird, that it can be used the wrong way.
We showed a video clip of General Flynn's prayer. Doc Burkhart and I focused our comments on General Flynn's prayer to an angel and his legions, and General Flynn's reference to the sevenfold rays of light. We educated our True News audience that the sevenfold rays of light was a concept taught by Madame Helena Blavatsky.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, not Blavatsky, but the sevenfold rays of light, like seven light pan god. It's where like, hold on. You know what? That might be a little bit hard to find. Let's move on. But he's right.
A 19th century occultist and the author of the book, The Secret Doctrine. Well, we did more research into General Flynn's New Age prayer, and you will be shocked today. Let's start by watching again General Flynn's closing prayer at Hank Kuhneman's Opening the Heavens Conference on September 17.
So there's actually like some people on TV that are actually kind of decent down there. Because we don't get those anymore. Like it's all like 300 Club or whatever it's called. What are all those things called? Anyways, let's watch.
We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels. All of them. We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground. We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is. In your name and the name of your legions.
Wow.
We are freeborn.
Legion is not really a good word in the Bible. We are legion is yeah, that was like the demons that were cast out in the beginning of Jesus' ministry.
And we shall remain freeborn. And we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without. So help me God. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you very much.
Well, the general did not pray in the name of Jesus Christ. He prayed in his name, meaning the name of the angel that he was addressing, and the name of his legions. And so today we're going to go deeper into General Flynn's religious beliefs. And as I said in the opening, you're going to be shocked because the MAGA movement has been infiltrated by New Age occultists.
Or it always was, from the get-go, like started by New Age occultists. I think that's my guess.
Who are leading astray American citizens who are putting their trust in men and women to return this country to a position of moral uprightness. And if you continue to follow these people, you're being misled by Lucifer himself.
Yeah, and I'll even let you know, I was totally like into like that because I was just seeing, you know, all the injustice around the world, and you see these people and they're pretending to fix the world, and I had my eyes on the world. Yeah, now I repented of it pretty quick when I started clicking into this stuff, but it took a while, right? Took a while. I was, you know, I had my own ears tickled. It's a shame to say it. It's a shame. Well, no, it's not a shame to say it. It was a shame to do it. Very, very shameful. It is something I've had to ask for forgiveness. I mean, I'm saved in Jesus, but like that's some dangerous stuff. I'm glad like it never came to like a fruition of action or anything. But I was certainly swayed by it. And I find just thinking about it, I was like, how did I let myself click in? How did I not click into that? You know, and I just wasn't in the Word enough. That's what it was. I wasn't taking my time. I wasn't in prayer. And I wasn't in the Word. I should have known. But like I've never heard them say stuff like that. That was nuts. Sevenfold of light.
At the root of all this is Freemasonry. We're going to show the entire show today. We're going to take you step by step. We're going to show you this is Freemasonry. At the very core of it is Freemasonry. So Doc Burkhart is here with me. Doc, this is going to be an eye-opener. It's going to be a shocker for a lot of people, both our supporters and our critics and our enemies. So they're all going to look at this and go, I can't believe what they're saying here today. This is stunning. This is shocking.
Yes, and we first opened up this can of worms a couple weeks ago when we first showed Michael Flynn's prayer, and we dared to ask the question, who is this prayer addressed to? Who are these sevenfold rays? Who are these legions that he was talking about? And of course, we had a lot of people that responded, and some Christian leaders responded too.
Well, definitely one that responded who was very upset at us. He didn't mention our name, but it was obvious who he was talking about, was the host of the conference, Pastor Hank Kuhneman.
Right.
And I'm not sure if his name is pronounced Kuhneman or Kuhneman. I apologize, I'm not sure. He's the pastor of the Lord of Hosts Church in Omaha, Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Sunday after our True News episode, in which we showed General Flynn, Pastor Kuhneman spoke to his congregation. Obviously, there had been an uproar. Apparently, there are people in his church who watch True News.
Right.
And questioned him about it.
Yes.
And it upset him. He spoke about it in the Sunday morning worship service, and then I guess he was still eating at him, and he came back Sunday night and said it again.
Well, they actually had two services on
the same Sunday morning.
Right.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to show you the first Sunday morning session.
Yes.
And his first remarks regarding us. He didn't say my name. He didn't say True News, but again, it's very obvious who he was talking about. So this is the pastor's response to our True News episode about General Flynn.
So there was comments that there was a prayer prayed at the arena that had New Age things, or prayer that we repeated. I'm not going to mention who it was, and I'm not even going to mention the prayer. Because here's the real deal. It's not important that we always have to have the skinny, the details of everything. But here's the thing. The person that prayed, I'm sure they watch us. Here's the thing. How many of you have ever heard or watched someone grow in their knowledge of God? Okay? So people wrote in, I can't believe that your conference supported a satanic prayer and a New Age thing, and they went on and on and on. How many saw those comments? Sure you did. And here's what we have to understand. Do you know there was a time where the church in the book of Acts chapter 9 didn't even believe that the apostle Paul, actually his name was Saul, who persecuted the Christians, that he was even on their side. So we are always, as Christians, we are so attacking of our own. And here the person that prayed, I know that they've got, they profess to have a Catholic background, okay? They are also, I know, fighting very hard and strong for this nation. They may not know a lot of things that we, as charismatics who know everything, right? So can you give that person a break that it was probably something because they lacked certain spiritual understanding?
When was the vid posted? Well, here it was published October 7th, 2021. So this month. Air date October 7th, 21. Yeah. So this is recent. This is a good video so far. Well, I don't mind people asking for money, like True News, or I don't know about these guys. Like, this is the first time I've seen this program, but if someone is actually having a ministry where they work hard, and if it's their job, like, I don't mind full-time ministries. I'm okay with that. I mean, that's how does one develop? You know what I mean? Were you gonna let just Kenneth Copeland, you know what I mean, take all the money so that nobody else can devote their time? You know what I mean? They gotta have like some. Do not support True News? Okay, I'll take your word for it because this is the first time that I've seen these guys. But like, let's say that you have like full-time ministers, right? Yeah, everybody says I sound like Jeff. I can't drop it. I don't know. But yeah, let's continue. This is good. I'm down with it. I did notice how it's like, oh yeah, Freemasonry, the final boss, are they? Okay. How many Loyolas are behind here?
Standing or experience because of what they've been exposed to and their current journey, and the fact that God is connecting them to a lot of spirit-filled people is a great thing.
I hear a lot in that needs to be challenged. First of all, we explained to the pastor in that episode where that prayer came from.
Yes.
Madame Helena Blavatsky, the teacher of the 7 rays of light.
Yes.
We didn't make it up. That's what she taught. She was a witch. The old woman was an evil, wicked witch. There's nothing nice, nothing good about that woman. She was evil.
Yes.
I mean, she was as evil as Aleister Crowley. She was the female version of Aleister Crowley. So that's what Pastor Hank Kuhneman is glossing over.
That.
So number 2, he says, well, he's saying General Flynn's a new Christian. He's a young Christian. We got to give him some room, give him some slack. Well, I agree with that, but you don't put them at the pulpit and say, here, lead the congregation in a prayer.
Right. Without knowing what he's going to pray.
That's right.
So that's on Hank Kuhneman.
Yes. And he should have dealt with that as a pastor. He's obligated by God to deal with that. It should never have happened, but once it did happen, he should have corrected it. Then number 3, he brings up Apostle Paul. Apostle Paul wasn't praying New Age prayers.
Right. He wasn't bringing up, secret wisdom or secret knowledge or anything
And
like that.
was Paul given a pulpit immediately?
No, actually, he was set aside for years.
Yes, for years, many years,
And
to be trained, to be. The Lord had to remove a lot of things from Paul to get him ready for the time to preach.
And here you have.
That's an interesting point. I didn't really think all that much about it. Because, like, Paul was basically as evil as it gets as Saul. So legalist that he was driven mad. So, yeah, that takes a lot of deprogramming. I never thought about that about Paul. Interesting. It is true indeed, is it? There's much time in between.
A little bit too, Rick, of this mixing of faith and politics here too. So this is the Opening the Heavens conference.
Right.
All right. So tell me, what was General Michael Flynn's role at the Opening the Heavens conference? What purpose of opening the heavens did he serve, except as a name and as a political leader in a movement that is popular among a certain set of people?
Well, you could look at the theme, get ready for the revolution of light.
Yes.
It appears that General Flynn is flirting with the idea of political revolution, and he brings up the 7 rays of light. We'll get into this a little bit later.
Yes.
But there may be more to that statement than you realize on the surface. So,
Saul was a Roman citizen, but he was a very, I don't know if he was in the Pharisaical group. I mean, he was technically a Roman citizen. That's what he... Like, he was born within the Roman Empire. That's what made him Roman, but he was Jewish. I'm almost positive of that. The only reason why I'm not positive of it is it kind of threw me off a little bit, and I'm tired. I got a cat that just ripped open a bag of food too, man. Oh. But yeah, he is, I don't know what his guild or whatever was at first. But whatever, I can get in that later.
Pastor Kroneman had a second comment in his next Sunday morning service, and he brought the subject up again.
Example, come here. So I'm going to say this one. No, this needs to be said. So we had a speaker at the arena, and they watch us, and so I want to be very, very generous for them. That had people pray a prayer, a few-minute prayer, and we had some people accusing us, even articles written, that there was a satanic New Age prayer, and how could we? Can I, first of all, you posting that to draw to our attention, like, you know, we did something satanic, and that's our real motive. You are a misinformed idiot. You really are. And can I tell you something? A pastor that has pastored and pastors and ministers privately, I minister to some very, very high-profile people. That's not...
Dude doubles down.
My endorsement, I'm saying listen to me. Some people who I minister...
Do you see, like, he's like, some people, the high people, like, he loves being up in the high place, doesn't he?
Minister to are very known people in entertainment, politics, sports. A lot of them were not raised like you charismatic know-it-alls. Yeah, charismatic know-it-alls. We know everything. That's why we're so quick to call people out. And there are some people that grew up Catholic, like this person, They don't know a lot of things yet. They haven't had somebody in their corner. That's why when I hear entertainers go, I'm a Christian, I go, oh my God, unless they have a good pastor in their corner and somebody that can help them, they're probably going to go off down the road. They're probably going to do something stupid.
Okay, so Pastor Kroneman said that anybody who says that that was a New Age prayer is a misinformed idiot.
Okay.
So, Pastor, I'm not going to argue with you about the idiot part if you want to call me an idiot. I'll give you some room there. But I'm not misinformed. And at the end of this program, we'll see who the idiot is.
Fair enough.
All right? Because we're trying to help this dear pastor understand spiritual deception.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to continue to give the pastor some slack here that he doesn't understand spiritual deception.
Hopefully, we'll give him as much slack as he seems to be giving Michael Flynn. How about that?
Yeah, there you go. So, no, this has nothing whatsoever to do with Catholicism. Nothing at all. We never said one word against Catholics. We're talking about New Agers.
Yes.
And we're going to show
What's
you
the
some
difference?
things today. It's going to make this very clear. Now, General Flynn also responded.
Finally, he responded on an interview. He'd been responding on social media posts online, saying anybody that was questioning it was calling it religious BS. But he was on a program earlier this week, a YouTube program called Truth Unveiled TV. And he was asked by the host, Paul Obel, I think I'm saying that name right, that asked about this particular prayer at the Opening the Heavens conference. And General Flynn explained it in his own words. So you're going to hear General Flynn give the explanation about this prayer. And so this was his first public comments about it. So you'll hear it directly from him.
Okay, just 1 second before we go to the video. I wanted to make a comment. When Pastor Kroneman was referring to people like me as idiots, I don't know if you noticed this.
Yes.
Did you notice that? Now, it might be just a coincidence, because, you know, I'm an idiot.
But watch the program today.
But
and see
just keep watching and see if this shows up again. I could be an idiot, but I might be a very well-informed idiot. Well, we'll see at the end of the show. Who knows what they're talking about? Okay, so here's General Flynn.
So a lot of people in the Christian world believe that when you pray to Rays of Light and Legion, you're praying to the devil. And so I even saw a show the other day saying, Mike's flipped on the side of the devil. Can you please explain what happened there, sir?
Yeah, so I find it actually pretty funny. But I know that a lot of people, you know, they read so much into this stuff. I carry with me a prayer to St. Michael the Archangel, who I am named after. My mother named all of my brothers.
He sounds just like the rest of them then, doesn't he? Indeed.
Brothers and sisters after saints, both our first name and our middle name, based on the pregnancy that she had.
Wow.
And she said that I was always a fighter, but then she doubted whether I was ever actually going to be born, you know, and I was born on Christmas Eve. So that prayer that I gave, I woke up that morning prior to going on to support the Victory Channel and Hank Kroneman, and I really am a big fan of him and his church and what he's done to get a great message out. When I got up that morning and I felt, you know, when I finish my talk, I want to finish with a prayer, and I was thinking about what should I say, and I carry with me this little card, and on that card is the prayer to St. Michael the Archangel. So I basically gave a rendition of that prayer, and that's really what this whole thing is about. So all these people that, you know, talk about turning to whatever, that, you know, get off that. Quit. People need to stop overthinking what everybody is saying and listen to what is happening around us. Listen and pay attention to the reality that is happening around us, instead of worrying about, in this case, worrying about and interpreting things that don't need interpretation. Right. That was a very, very straightforward
Okay, so let's.
A couple things on that.
Yeah.
We can comment on.
Are you so, Doc? Some people have said to me, Rick, go easy on the general. Maybe somebody handed the prayer to him and he just read it. Right. Maybe he didn't really know what it was. It was handed to him. Somebody said, "Here, I wrote a prayer for you." Or maybe, some people said, well, maybe he's not comfortable at a religious event saying a prayer. He's a general, and somebody said, "I'll write a prayer out for you."
Right.
What did he say?
No, he says he carries a card in his wallet. Okay. So think about things you carry in your wallet. Do you just, if you keep things in your wallet, there's something that you use when you need them.
It means something to you.
Right. So he says he carries this card in his wallet and that it's a prayer to Michael the Archangel.
So it wasn't handed to him, wasn't written for him.
He had it.
Because he chooses to have it.
Right.
He made a choice.
Carries it with him.
To carry with him at all time. And that's the prayer he read, and that's the prayer that Pastor Kuhneman's congregation said with him.
Yes.
Verbally spoke it out with their mouth. If you were there and you spoke it, you need to renounce it. Spiritually renounce it. Go to the Lord in prayer, say, I was misled. I renounce the words that I spoke. I ask for forgiveness. I did not know. All right, take care of the spiritual matters. So let's go with the prayer. All right, he said it's a Catholic prayer.
Right, and so we've had a lot of our Catholic friends that have responded to us this week too, and last week saying it is a Catholic prayer. So, okay, I'll take your word for it. That it's a Catholic prayer. So
that's not reassuring me.
So obviously it's printed somewhere, right? It was printed on a card. He has it, right? Mm-hmm. So I found this article. This is an American magazine here. This is number 5 for Control. Rick, this is a story that was in the magazine earlier this year in April.
The Jesuit Review, America magazine.
St. Michael the Archangel is back, or at least his prayer is. So the prayer of St. Michael is now a very popular thing, right? So I decided, okay, maybe we're on to something.
Interesting that it's just, he doesn't click that in, does he? The Jesuit connection. That's actually the kind of the main story here for me. They say that Freemasonry is the final boss here. Oh, it's okay that it's a Jesuit one, but oh no, we're at Freemasonry. Well, whatever.
Here, maybe that prayer is being prayed. So I started to do some research on the various prayers to St. Michael that are authorized by the Catholic Church. Okay? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, one of the older ones I found here was this is the Catholic prayer to St. Michael, and this was instituted by Pope Leo XIII in 1886. So if you read that, Blessed Michael, Archangel, defend us in the hour of conflict, be our safeguard against the wickedness and snares of the devil. If you read through that, it is nothing like General Flynn's prayer. So this is not the prayer that's in his wallet.
O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust Satan down to hell, and with him those other wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. The Pope forgot to mention the 7 rays of light.
Oh, yeah. And
the legions.
Right. So there was an update to this prayer in 1902. And so this was actually included in the liturgy of the Catholic Church, and there what's the manual for the church called Roman Ritual. And once again, St. Michael, the Archangel, illustrious leader of the heavenly army, defend us in the battle against principalities and powers, against the rulers of the world of darkness, spirit of wickedness in high places. Come to the rescue of mankind, whom God has made in his own image and likeness and purchased from Satan's tyranny at so great a price. Holy Church venerates you as her patron and guardian. The Lord has entrusted you to the task of leading the souls. We can go ahead and read the rest of it, but as you can see, it's nothing like the prayer that General Flynn prayed. So this is not the prayer that's in his wallet either.
Where's the 7 rays of light?
I don't see it.
But this is the Catholic prayer.
Yes.
And we're being told that General Flynn is a Catholic and he prayed a Catholic prayer.
Right.
But these are the Catholic prayers to St. Michael.
Right. Now there is another one, and this one, back in 2018, Pope Francis started encouraging everyone around the world, all Catholics, to start interceding to St. Michael the Archangel. And even Pope Francis came out with his own prayer, an update to the previous ones. This is Pope Francis here, his prayer. St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Once again, there's general references to St. Michael, but no rays of light, nothing like that. And this prayer is nothing like General Flynn's prayer, so this one is not in his wallet either, Rick.
What's in your wallet? General Flynn, don't leave home without it. What's in your wallet? Well, we know what's in his wallet. A New Age prayer. And it's not a Catholic prayer. It's a New Age prayer. And all devout Catholics are agreeing with us right now, saying, you guys are right. That prayer General Flynn read is not a Catholic prayer.
But it is a prayer that was prayed, and we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. I want to put the text of Michael Flynn's prayer on the screen here. These are the words that he spoke that day. We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays, and all your archangels, all of them. We will not retreat, we will not retreat. We will stand our ground, we will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is.
So, like, the angle here is deflect to Jesuitism, or from Jesuitism, and blame it all on quote-unquote New Age and Freemasonry. But still, it's, this is more or less interesting. I think we'll keep going. I'll finish it off with this.
In your name and in the name of your legions, we are freeborn and shall remain freeborn, and we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without, so help me God.
Doesn't sound anything like those Catholic prayers.
Not at all.
All right, we're going to take a break for an announcement from Heaven's Harvest, and when we come back, we're going to crank it up a couple notches and show you where this prayer came from. You're watching True News.
Having good, nutritious food ready in 3773. That's.
He didn't respond.
But I guess he did respond.
He did respond at the church service by saying, our True News episode in September, I emailed Pastor Kuhneman on his church website and politely asked him to come on True News and explain it and answer questions. Very kind. I wasn't antagonistic. I don't attack people. If I bring people on as a guest, I don't set them up to be humiliated in front of everybody. I'll have a polite, decent conversation with somebody. He didn't respond.
But I guess he did respond.
He did respond at the church service by saying, I was an idiot. But he didn't use my name. Okay? So I'll forget, I'll look past the idiot part. He's still welcome to come on True News and talk about this. And I can sit here, I can have a conversation with anybody that I disagree with and not get angry and not call names. And, when it's over, hey, we can go get a cup of coffee and be friends. I can do that. But a lot of people can't, Doc. A lot of people get very, very angry, defensive, rude, mean, and that's just the preachers apart.
Yeah, that's right.
Let alone the people in the world, So we're still extending that invitation to Pastor Hank Kuhneman. Please come on True News and answer our questions about this prayer. Now, we're going to take this a little bit deeper because Pastor Kuhneman wanted his congregation to believe it was just a harmless Catholic prayer. We've already shown you it's not a Catholic prayer, but we're going to show you where the prayer came from. We showed it on the first episode. We told you it came from Madame Helena Blavatsky, who was a 19th century occultist witch. She was the teacher of the 7 rays of light.
Yes.
She wrote the book, The Secret Doctrine. And she was just as evil as you can get. So how did we get to this place where you have a retired U.S. military general reading at a church event a prayer inspired basically by Helena Blavatsky? Well, we're going to show you. The first photograph I want to put up here is Elizabeth Clare Prophet. There's 3 different photographs of her. And she was a so-called prophetess back in the 70s and 80s, and not a Christian, but a New Ager. Look at the photograph on the far right. I told you, might be a coincidence that Pastor Kuhneman made that hand sign. Might be.
Just coinkydink.
But Clare Prophet makes the same hand sign. And isn't that, look, I am an uninformed idiot. So misinformed. I can't even get my description right. I'm such an idiot. Okay, that hand sign. I'm aware that that's supposed to be a white nationalist hate symbol, right?
Right. That's the cue out there. You have the 3 fingers up like that are a W, and the forefinger and the thumb together are supposed to be making a P. So white power. That's what that's supposed to mean.
Milo Yiannopoulos told me he invented that symbol as a joke.
Oh, really?
He did. He told me he created that symbol as a joke just to get the media worked up. He said he invented that symbol. But that's her in the 1980s.
Well, Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and with her husband Mark Prophet.
Before we go there, Doc,
sorry.
There is something that there is a brotherhood. Okay?
Oh, yes.
The brotherhood of what?
It's called the Great White Brotherhood. The
Great White Brotherhood.
Yes, and it encompasses a lot of these theosophical cults. Elizabeth Clare Prophet's part of it, but it started back with Blavatsky and all of them in that realm, Alice Bailey and all of them.
And what is this White Brotherhood?
Well, the idea of the White Brotherhood, if you were to ask a white nationalist, it'd mean one thing, but in the term of these ones that worship ascended masters, what they do is they assign colors to each one of the 7 ascended masters. Okay, so you got blue for this one, yellow for this one, red for this one.
So the rays of light.
Yeah, 7-fold manifold rays of light. But if you've ever seen a prism breaks light up into 7 different colors, right? The colors of the rainbow colors. But you can also recombine those 7 colors and it makes white light. And so when they refer to the Great White Brotherhood, they're calling the manifestation of 7 ascended masters into the Great White Brotherhood.
So there is a connection to the Great White Brotherhood to a guild of magicians.
Right, which also connects you over to Freemasonry.
Freemasonry.
Right.
Because this guild of magicians had a lodge. What was it? I'm trying to remember the name. Like a white lodge, but it was Freemasonry. So at the core of this thing is Freemasonry.
Right.
So when we go back to that photograph of Clare Prophet with her hand sign, that just happens to be the same hand sign that's being used by so-called white supremacists today. And again, look, I don't know anybody that uses that hand sign, but I see it appearing in newspaper articles and websites and things like that. What we're trying to show you is it goes back to this New Age group, which then goes back to something called the Great White Brotherhood, which is then connected to magicians, and that group is connected to Freemasonry.
Right.
So at the core of this thing is Freemasonry. That's where this all leads.
Right. Now, the reason why we'll tell you here in just a moment why we're bringing up Elizabeth Clare Prophet. The reason why will shock you. Who is she? Well, she was married to Mark Prophet, and they founded a church.
They really had a name, Prophet.
Yes. I don't know if that was their original name or not, or they changed to it.
His name was Mark Prophet.
Oh, well, that worked out good for him then. He went into the right business. They founded an organization called Summit Lighthouse back in the 50s. It goes by, most people know it as Church Universal and Triumphant. And basically they teach that that we can ascend, if you will, if we have enough secret knowledge, we can ascend. This is the website for Summit Lighthouse right here. They talk about the the various things that are related to it. They've got courses on the Ascended Masters. You can listen to Elizabeth Clare Prophet's lectures. You can watch the old Mark Prophet TV shows and everything. And so this is a full-blown religion. She claimed to be a messenger of the Ascended Masters.
He started it in 1958, and then he died in 73,
Right.
and then Elizabeth Clare Prophet, his wife, his widow, took over the organization. Then she created the Universal Church.
Right.
The Church, what is it? Church
Universal and Triumphant.
Yeah, Church Universal and Triumphant. And then that entity then took control of the lighthouse.
Right.
So that's the the hierarchy of this thing.
Now, just to give you some ideas, some of the books that Elizabeth Clare Prophet has put out there. Here's one, Reincarnation. Rick, that's the missing link.
The missing link
in
in Christianity. How about that?
Another one here, this is Violet Flame, and this is talking about the alchemy for personal change. And alchemy was the ancient medieval art of trying to transmute elements into other things.
Yes.
And so what they're trying to teach here is that transmutation of the human spirit so it can ascend. Rick, do you know you've got chakras? Do you know?
I know what they are, but it's a very new age term.
Right, and if there are 7 chakras in the human body. Each one of the chakras represent another of the. They have a different light and color that go along with it, and they represent a different ascended master. And so, as you learn to come to terms with your chakra, if you will, your inner energy beings, you ascend the ladder, if you will, of revelation and knowledge. And this is one of her works as well. And another one, the Masters and Their Retreats. This taught about all the different times back in previous times where these masters, before they ascended up to their current level, would take disciples aside and teach them the hidden truths about how to progress and transmute into that next level of ascension. So needless to say, a lot of New Age stuff to this. But there's an interesting book that I came across today, and this was another one of the books by Elizabeth Clare Prophet, Maitreya, A Study in Christhood by the Great Initiator. Now, Maitreya is the first one, they say, according to Elizabeth Clare Prophet, to make that initial ascension. And so
he became the first ascended master?
Right. So he is the Christ model, if you will. Okay. And so there.
Hold on. I got to do a quick check for my boy, Vinny. My boy. Where's he at? Where you at, Vinny? I saw him there earlier, too. It was about probably 10 hours ago. You know, I've been behind on this for a long time. Maybe I clicked it later. I don't know. Screw it. Whatever. Where are we at? Where are you at? All right, there you go.
There's a lot of teaching in this particular book. We'll come back to it. The reason why I bring this book up is I'll show you exactly why here in just a little bit.
He's got this is an interesting. So you got the third eye going. You have the ribbed thing going around his forehead, which is like a snake. And you have the bow tie up on top. Like the Thyrsus. Yeah. That stuff.
Rick, you came across something today as you were looking at some of the different aspects of Elizabeth Clare Prophet and some of the connections with it. What did you find?
Well, I think, again, going back to Madame Helena Blavatsky, Theosophy was her religion that she created. And I was talking about her 20-some years ago in True News, our longtime True News fan base, you know we talked about Helena Blavatsky and the Ascended Master. So this is not a new subject to me. It's not like I just discovered this last week. I've talked about.
You know what I like about Helena Blavatsky? So she creates theosophy, and then it gets like immediately infiltrated by Jesuits. So she thought she had a good thing going, and she gets completely paused before she even realizes it, and then she gets all ticked off, so she exposes the Jesuits. So screw them both. It's so funny though. She was super evil. I don't have any appreciation for her, actually. You know what I mean? Just because she shows the Jesuits or whatever, but like she gets completely, like her organization or whatever you want to call it gets completely eaten out by these termites. So she goes on a big rant that exposes the Jesuits and like their ties to, she basically confirms their ties to Freemasonry, and how they created the Scottish Rite. Just because she was so ticked off. It's great. They all screw each other over, don't they?
About this stuff for over 20 years. But I want to show you the symbol, the emblem of theosophy created by Helena Blavatsky. Well, looky there. There's the Star of David and a swastika. Imagine that.
With a serpent.
Jews and Nazis together. How could that be?
This is a little bit more as well. Just show it. These previews drive me crazy. Yeah, that's what that is.
And in the center there, you have the Egyptian Ankh too.
Yes.
Right in the center for the mystical arts.
Yes.
So the blend of all three.
Yes, you got it. Because the Star of David is not biblical. King David never had that star. It's an occult symbol from Hinduism. So is the swastika. The swastika is from Hinduism.
Yes.
So if you have that in your house, that Star of David, or you got it hanging around your neck, I'm telling you right now, you have an occult symbol in your presence. You got to make a decision what you're going to do with it.
I would get rid of it.
It does not represent King David. And all these churches with the occult Star of David, it's not the Star of David. Okay, it is the Star of Remphan. It is a completely demonic, satanic symbol.
Do you think Hank Kuhneman has a Star of David flag at his church there in Atlanta?
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked if he does. Most charismatics are Zionists.
Well, getting back to Elizabeth Clare Prophet here, if put up number.
Complete with the old, it's the Jews, the little hats. The little hats is like the perfect Jewish thing or a Jesuit thing. I always make sure that the little hats are pointed to. Always.
Number 16 for Control here. Tell you a little bit about her because we're getting ready to show you a clip here that will probably drop your jaw. So who was she? She was an author, a teacher. This is from the Summit Lighthouse website, so it's going to say really nice things about her. She was an author, teacher, messenger, and leader of the Summit Lighthouse. Like her husband, Mark Prophet, her calling was to be a prophet of God, or one who delivers the Word of God. Trained by the Ascended Masters, she delivered their messages to the world through the power of the Holy Spirit. These messages, known as dictations, contain the words of the heavenly host as well as a transfer of light for soul quickening and initiation. While receiving these dictations, she was fully conscious yet in an exalted state. The messages occurred through the conveyance of the Holy Spirit and not through psychicism or spiritualism, where a disembodied spirit takes over the body of a channeler. Through Mark and Elizabeth Prophet, the Ascended Masters released profound teachings, messages, and prophecies that present a path and a teaching whereby souls can find their way back to God. Now, I notice here in this description, Rick, it says it's not channeling, okay? But
not the Holy Spirit.
It's not the Holy Spirit.
They're
but they
channeling.
say it's not channeling. It's not, a spirit's not invading us. But what they are saying is they are having a message from the Ascended Masters being downloaded directly through them and being spoken out. Now, the reason why we bring that out, they call these dictations. And so when she was speaking, she would go into these trance-like states, and she would receive messages from various Ascended Masters.
Kind of like charismatics.
Some charismatics do that. And so what we're about to show you is a clip.
Let's hold it.
I so bad want to show this.
We need to take a break for our wonderful sponsors, Heaven's Harvest, and then Doc's going to show you a video. It's going to blow you away. And the last part of True News is going to shock you. You're just going to sit there and go, oh my, I'll never go to another MAGA meeting. I tried to tell you for 4 years. The Zionists were running the MAGA movement, okay? So we got more coming up. Here's Heaven's Harvest.
All about the Zionists. That's great. This is like, you know the meme? It's like, hold on. Yeah, this one. If you like stick Lyola's head on here, that's basically what's happening. Like on both of them, they're both blaming each other, and they're just calling each other Jews or something, because that's basically what Q is. It's just blame the Jews, never the Jesuits. And then you have these guys. It's like this is all a Jewish plot to blame the Jews. Oh, Lyolas, they're cute when they're trying to think.
Good, nutritious food ready in case of natural disasters or shipping disruptions is part of the wisdom God gives to us. And Heaven's Harvest is our food kit.
Hey, welcome back to True News. I'm Rick Wiles. I'm an uninformed idiot, and I'm here to show you more stuff.
That would be great just to clip out like that. I'm Rick Wiles. I'm an uninformed idiot.
About General Flynn's New Age prayer. What do I know? I'm uninformed. So, Doc,
let's get informed.
Yeah.
Shall we?
So you found a video today, and we're going to show you a video of the prophetess herself.
Right.
Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
Now remember, she is saying that she receives these messages directly from...
Hey, Richie Richard, newcomer. We watch what we want here.
The Ascended Masters.
Whom we would call demons.
Right. Now, she considers Saint Michael, the Archangel, as an Ascended Master too.
Okay. But she's not talking about the same Archangel we're talking about, and that the Catholics are talking about.
So she would have these meetings where she would stand up and deliver messages that were dictated to her by these various Ascended Masters. They had a number of these conferences through the decades. One in particular I wanted to point out to you here is this was a Summit Lighthouse Flame of Freedom Speaks conference. Almost sounds MAGA.
Hey Richie, do you know that the Jesuit order is filled with pedophiles? And they like to diddle little kids because they're pedophiles? And then they try and act like they're saving the world?
Flame of Freedom Speaks conference. This was held on July 3rd, 1984. Okay. This was part of a 45-minute dictation that she gave. But right in the middle of this dictation is her giving a prayer regarding Saint Michael the Archangel. Watch this.
I am here, O God, and I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels, and I will not retreat. I will take my stand. I will not fear to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is. Here I am, so help me God, in the name of Archangel Michael and his legions. I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn, and I shall not be enslaved by any foe within or without.
Wait a minute, was that Michael Flynn in a dress?
Well then, welcome. Have your wrench. You can share links even. Can you imagine? There's like a channel that allows people to speak.
No, Rick, that was Elizabeth Clare Prophet in 1984.
Well, she plagiarized his prayer.
How do you do it the 40 years beforehand, Rick?
Well, I don't know, Doc, but she had General Flynn's prayer. She must have carried it in her pocket.
Now, that prayer actually appears in a book, and if we can put 14 back up, number 14 for control, the Maitreya book, though what she just prayed there, Rick, is in that book right there. That is in print form in that book right there. What she prayed was, and if we can put up number 18, this is exactly what she said. Number 18, I am here, O God, and I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels, and I will not retreat. I will take my stand. I will not fear to speak. I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is. Here I am, so help me God. In the name of Angel Michael and his legions, I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn. I shall not be enslaved by any foe within or without. Now, does that sound pretty familiar?
Sounds almost identical.
Yes, because this is General Michael Flynn's prayer in text form here. And let's look at this. This is number 18B. If we could put that back, put the General Flynn's text back up on the screen. Give him just a second here. So this is General Flynn.
This is General Flynn.
All right.
This is verbatim what he said at Hank Kunneman's event.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
I'm an idiot. I just want to make sure, Doc.
Okay.
We're talking about Pastor Hank Kunneman's religious event. This is the text of the prayer, right?
Yes.
Help me. I'm an idiot.
Yes. This is it. We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays, all your archangels, all of them. We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground. We will not fear to speak. We'll be the instrument of your will, whatever it is, in your name and in the name of your legions. We are freeborn. We shall remain freeborn, and we shall not be enslaved by any foe within or without, so help me God. That's General Flynn's prayer.
Well, shut my mouth. Slap my pappy. I'm telling you, he got that from Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
And he's got it on a card in his wallet. It's not a Catholic prayer. For all of our Catholic viewers out there, General Flynn did not pray a Catholic prayer. He prayed a New Age prayer. And he carries it on a card in his wallet. And so for all you MAGA folks out there, all the General Flynn fans out there, you need to come to terms with this, okay? You need to ask yourself, all right, why is General Michael Flynn carrying around a prayer of a New Age prophetess in his wallet? Now, just in case you think somehow we're misconstruing this and everything, we took General Flynn's prayer, the video, and then we took Elizabeth Clare Prophet's video, and then our editing team today split it up, and we're going to play them side by side, well, going back and forth here. You tell me, you be the judge of this, and you tell me what is going on here. Here's that video.
We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels, all of them.
I am here, O God, and I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels.
We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground.
And I will not retreat. I will take my stand.
We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is.
I will not fear to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is.
In your name, and the name of your legions.
Here I am, so help me God, in the name of Archangel Michael and his legions.
We are freeborn, and we shall remain freeborn.
I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn.
And we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without.
And I shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without.
This is crazy. Wow.
All right, Hank Kuhneman, you need to do what's right if you're a pastor. You need to go before your congregation. You need to contact everybody who was at that event and apologize for what you permitted to take place. And then you need to pray a prayer of deliverance for them and lead them in a prayer of renouncing those words, asking the true Almighty God, in the name of Jesus Christ, His Son, to forgive you for saying those words, and ask Him to release you from whatever curses they brought on themselves for speaking the words of a demon. Elizabeth Clare Prophet was getting a download. You see her? She's getting a download from a demon.
And remind you, this is 1984.
Yes.
Okay, this prayer doesn't appear anywhere in print prior to 1984. Nowhere. It's not a Catholic prayer. It's to ask yourself.
Oh, sorry. I meant to pause. Hold on. 1984, huh? That's interesting. Yeah, good old Flino.
Side by side, well, going back and forth here, you tell me, you be the judge of this, and you tell me what is going on here. Here's that video.
We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels, all of them.
I am here, O God, and I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels.
We will...
Sorry to keep cutting off. I just want to mention one thing. Philosophy, or theosophy, goes into Thelema. I've shown this before, but you notice how the beginning of it was like, we'll do as we wilt. And then they're like, we will do anything that thou wilt. And it's talking about Thelema. It's the bait and switch from free will to true will, which is like giving up your will to like the spirit of Thelema, Iwas. Oh yeah, this is messed up.
We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground.
And I will not retreat. I will take my stand.
We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is.
I will not fear to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is.
In your name, and the name of your legions.
Here I am, so help me God, in the name of Archangel Michael and his legions.
We are freeborn, and we shall remain freeborn.
I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn.
And we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without.
And I shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without.
All right, Hank Kuhneman, you need to do what's right if you're a pastor.
Did I really go?
You need to go
back?
before your congregation. You need to contact everybody who was at that event and apologize for what
Sorry
you
about that.
permitted to take place. And then you need to pray a prayer of deliverance for them and lead them in a prayer of renouncing those words, asking the true Almighty God, in the name of Jesus Christ, His Son, to forgive you for saying those words, and ask Him to release you from whatever curses they brought on themselves for speaking the words of a demon. Elizabeth Clare Prophet was getting a download. You see her? She's getting a download from a demon.
And remind you, this is 1984.
Yes.
Okay, this prayer doesn't appear anywhere in print prior to 1984. Nowhere. It's not a Catholic prayer. It's not something she was copying from somewhere else. This was something genuine to her. So for General Michael Flynn to repeat that, the source of that was Elizabeth Clare Prophet getting a demonic download that day and expressing those prayers. And this is a card that General Flynn carries in his wallet.
Doc, I think before we close, let's play that video one more time and let it sink in. Again, as you see Elizabeth Clare, prophet, holding her temples, she is receiving a spiritual download from a demon. She calls this being an ascended master. No, it's a descended evil spirit that's speaking to her. And she's receiving this message and speaking it out. And Michael Flynn carried that demonic prayer in his pocket. Apparently he prays it often. And then he led a congregation in Iowa last month.
A charismatic congregation.
A charismatic conference.
And they repeated it.
Yes, they spoke it. Doc, I've said for years, I wouldn't go in a charismatic church these days without a 5-foot crucifix and a 5-gallon bucket of holy water. I'm serious. They're full, the charismatic churches are full of witches and warlocks and gurus and shamans and every other kind of deceiver. And there's a lot of good people as members of those churches, and they have no idea that the peoples on the stage are deceivers.
Right.
A lot of them are Freemasons. I'm just going to call it out. The American churches are just
Hold on,
infested.
I'm sorry, I'm being an idiot. No, not that far back. Not that far back. Wow, this is the worst scroll ever.
And every other kind of deceiver. And there's a lot of good people as members
Watch
of those
his
churches,
eyes.
and they have no idea that the peoples on the stage are deceivers.
Right.
A lot of them are Freemasons. I'm just going to call it out.
Seems to be a little bit of a relief. Okay, a little tiny bit of duper's delight. Yeah. I didn't pause it at the right time. Whatever. Freemasons, the final boss of the fake castle.
American churches are just infested with Freemasons. Absolutely crawling with Freemasons. And it's becoming so obvious. Okay.
I don't think they're ashamed of it.
Not
at all.
No. And they're leading people to hell. So I'm calling Hank Kudeman out. Do the right thing. If you're a true servant of the Most High God and His Son Jesus Christ, then renounce Michael Flynn's New Age prayer.
Yeah, Toronto Blessing was awful. Actually, you want to know something? I went to one of those churches. They changed their name to Catch the Fire. And do you know Police State Radio and the Truther Girls? Truther Girls specifically took us all to like one of those churches. I stayed in the back, just listened. I observed. But yeah, I don't know if you know Police State Radio, but he's in a wheelchair, and they were gonna like heal people and stuff, and I guess that's why Truther Girls wanted to bring him to the place so he could be healed. I think she may have almost believed it, or that they're all agents. They were trying to deceive me, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think that she did want him to be healed, and she brings him there, and she finally convinces him to go up to be healed or whatever, and they totally pass by him. Like, they obviously ignored him. They saw him and they ignored him so that they would not, because they were talking about healing all day, and then he finally went up there and they just completely ignored him. Bunch of scumbags. They knew.
You now know where it came from. You know it came from a demon. It's not a Roman Catholic prayer. And Roman Catholics watching me, you're shaking your head and you're saying, you're right, Rick. Doc, you guys are right. It's not a Catholic prayer. It's a demonic prayer. It is from the abyss.
Yeah, I like Police State.
And people need to deal with the deception that's underway. If you think it's just the left wing political activists and the socialists, and you think that's the only problem you got? Listen, you're being deceived on the right also.
Yes.
Forget all this politics. This stuff's going to burn. All this stuff's going to burn. Christ is coming back. The only thing that matters is your relationship with Jesus Christ. That is the only thing that matters. That you will be found worthy on that day that he returns, and that you will be with your Maker for eternity in the kingdom of God. That is the only thing that matters. And as we move towards the final day, when Christ comes back, we're going to see greater and greater deception. Jesus said the deception will be so great that even the very elect could be deceived.
And you saw that at the Opening of the Heavens conference.
Yes. So what are they opening at that conference? Doc, heaven's open to me. I don't have to open it. It's open every day.
And my revolution of light occurred 2,000 years ago. Jesus, when he said, I am the light of the world.
I don't need any more light. He is the light. I don't need heaven to open. It's open for me every day. These people are deceivers. Let's watch it one more time, and then we'll have our closing remarks.
We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels, all of them.
I am here, O God, and I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels.
We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground.
And I will not retreat. I will take my stand.
We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is.
I will not fear to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is.
In your name, and the name of your legions.
Here I am, so help me God, in the name of Archangel Michael and his legions.
We are freeborn, and we shall remain freeborn.
I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn.
And we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without.
And I shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without.
One more time, I'm going to invite Pastor Kuhneman to come on True News. You shouldn't fear it. I mean, what could an uninformed idiot do in an interview, since you're so informed? You have an opportunity, you have an invitation to come on this program and explain to the world why you endorse a prayer from Elizabeth Clare Prophet, a wicked, evil woman who led people to hell. I'm going to wait, Pastor, for your answer. You're watching the True News. We'll be back here tomorrow.
Whoa, way too loud. That was interesting. Yeah, it really reminds me of the Spider-Man meme, but I guess he was right at the end there. He was right at the end there. What matters is your relationship with Jesus Christ. That's what most people do, present the best version of themselves when face to face. They then go home and act out everything you don't see or get online with their masks off. Boom. Yeah. Flynn is an extension of Trump and his so-called Christianity, 100%. That all fake Christianity. Alright, I'm probably gonna go to sleep at this point. This has been a long week of streaming. I want to thank everybody that has come by. It's great to actually see familiar faces after the fellowship. Jamie, Lisa, it's great to see you. Vandal, who am I missing? JD, rocking the house. And I think we scared most of the others away. Richard, if you're still there, buddy, it's good to meet you. Janitor. Are you the same as Jess Hewitt? Oh, you could actually... Someone came in as Jess Hewitt? But you could just do, like, the real name. Why didn't he do that? This. Jess Hewitt. See? I didn't even realize that Hewitt is, like, a popular name here. Jess Hewitt. Why is this guy in this channel? Are we supposed to be watching a volcano? Yeah, Susan hasn't caught on to my plan yet. Susan Wojcicki. So yeah, we do Redpills or Redpills. Yeah, I'm actually quite tired. Thanks. Sorry to anybody that feels ignored or anything like that. I'm just kind of drained. But yeah, next time I won't be on tomorrow. Maybe I'll come on the next day after. Might take 1 or 2 days off, but usually I start up on Fridays. I think that's what we're gonna do. And oh, the Discord should be up there. And yeah, seriously, guys, you should totally check the Discord out because it's dope. It is probably the best Discord out there at the moment, in my opinion. Especially if you like these volcanoes and Redpills. So yeah, check it out if you like. Redpills, yeah. Redpills, yeah. This has been Red Rocks and Redpills. And we'll talk to you guys next time. Thank you very much. See you now. I'll get there. I'll press that button, I promise.